My daughter grew up to be S-rank daughter. Volume 2. The Daughter Who Came Home. Chapter 13. The crackling sound of the lit candles can be heard. Their wicks, lit by magic, glow with blue flames. The room is quite small. If 4 people come in, it'll fill up immediately. On one of the stone walls, there are lighted chandeliers. There are no windows anywhere. A thick wooden door protects the entrance. There's not much around the room. As for furniture, there is only one wooden table and chair, right in the center of the room. A man wrapped in a white robe sits on the chair, and a crystal ball rests on the table. Inside the ball, a silhouette of a person can be seen. Although the most common means of communication are ordinary letters, there also exists the crystal communication. The dark crystal is purified and molded into a spherical shape, and by pouring magical power into the newly formed crystal ball, it can communicate with another crystal ball, regardless of the distance. However, it is difficult to purify the dark crystal, and activating the communication channel consumes an enormous amount of magical power. For that reason, crystal calls can cost several gold coins per minute, and usually, the duration is relatively short. However, the man in the robe has been talking to the silhouette for quite some time. It's certainly my mistake, but that also means that your prediction was wrong. You should have used more decoys. But it was a little surprising to discover that there are individuals capable of defeating Baal. I didn't think there were such powerful adventurers. I thought everything would be all right since Graham's servant secluded himself in the elf territory. In any case, it wasn't completely destroyed. Although its power has diminished considerably, I think it can still recover. What about you? Did you get the key? No, I didn't. The one we got turned out to be made of fake material. Damn it. It was harder than I thought. I can't make the same mistakes as that man. You have to be careful. The agents of the Vienna church are after us. Wait. Someone's here. As soon as the man gets up from the chair, someone rushes over the door and kicks it open. A shimmering white blade heads toward the man in the robe. The man drops the dark crystal ball and dodges the sword that points directly at his chest. There are 5 attackers in front of the man, all wearing the same masks and clothes. 2 of them enter the room and the rest block the entrance. In that narrow room, it seems that the man will be quickly subdued. This seems a bit exaggerated to catch just one person. When the man snaps his fingers, the candles are quickly extinguished. As the light suddenly goes out, the assailants stop moving for a moment. From the darkness, the man in the white robe begins to shine. A pale beam of light is discharged, and the attacker in the front line coughs up some blood and falls to the ground without even reacting. But the assailants don't hesitate or stop. In the blink of an eye, they reorganize their formation, covering the space left by their fallen companion, and rush forward once again. The man in the robe moves his body slightly and dodges a sword. What a pity, but I don't have enough mercy to leave you alive. The man quickly begins a chant. The pale beam of light now shines in both your hands. At that moment, one of the assailants throws his sword. The man twists his body again, but this time, the sword reaches the robe and tears it. From the torn place, a dark gem falls to the ground. Damn it. So that's your target. The man raises his hands and tries to release the magic. But before he did, one of the assailants wields his sword and breaks the gem 1,000 pieces. Black smoke rises rapidly and completely covers the room. A little even overflows from the room. Simultaneously, the man in the robe releases his magic. Pale beams of light run through the room like the edge of a sword. When the light fades, no one remains standing except the man in the robe. The candles light up again. Everything's awfully quiet. The cold silence of death gradually extinguishes the hustle and bustle of a few moments ago. It was a mistake to mess with me. The man kicks one of the corpses with frustration. Then he raises his hand and begins to murmur a chant. The black smoke that filled the room gradually gathers in the man's hand and turns back into a black gem. The man takes it with his fingertips and watches it carefully. The glow has become more opaque. We almost lost you, didn't we? To think they've already gathered so much information, we have to think about our next move. The man holds the gem, shakes his robe and leaves the room quickly. The children gather around the carriage waiting for the souvenirs. They especially love the sugar candies, a confectionery that cannot be found in Tornella. Then Angeline places the rest of her luggage right in front of Belgriff. This is my favorite mulled wine. They put some spices and honey on it. It's delicious. So you've been drinking alcohol, Angie? Yes. Belgriff can't help but smile sadly as he realizes how much his daughter has grown. The young woman in front of him displaying all those souvenirs is definitely Angeline. However, when she left the village, the girl was barely able to reach his waist, but now, she reached his chest. Her previously short hair is now quite long, and although her face is still youthful, she already has some mature traits. Being a father is very difficult. What's wrong, Daddy? Nothing, I'm talking to myself. Angeline slightly puffs her cheeks at Belgriff's vague response. And, without warning, she jumped into his arms and plunged her face into his chest. The smell of fireplace and straw, my daddy's smell is the best. Haha, what are you talking about? Even though you've grown up, you still act spoiled. I'll always be daddy's daughter, no matter how much I grow up. That's true. Belgriff caresses Angeline's head while letting out a nervous laugh. It may look a little different, but it's the same shiny, beautiful hair he remembers. It's completely different from his red hair. Something natural, as Angeline is not his real daughter. Belgriff puts these thoughts aside and looks at Anessa and Miriam. Thank you for coming all the way here, you must be tired from the long journey. They both look at Belgriff and shake their hands in panic. No, it was nice to travel and relax after so long. But, it's the first time I've seen Angie like that. She really loves her dad, doesn't she? Belgriff scratches his cheek bitterly. I don't remember being like this before, but it's also true that we haven't seen each other in a long time. 5 years. It's been 5 years. No. In fact, it's been almost 6 years. I always worked hard. I got praised a lot. Angeline walks to Belgriff's back and, without saying anything, jumps to his back. Then she places her chin on Belgriff's head and musses his hair. That behavior is definitely that of a spoiled child. An awkward smile appears on Anessa's face, as she wonders if that girl is really Angeline. As for Miriam, she's smiling broadly. Even when she was little, his daughter has always behaved that way. Belgriff smiles resignedly, but he finally raises his hand and pats Angeline's head. Feeling her father's hand, Angeline lets out a small cry of joy. Angie, I loved the souvenirs, but please take your luggage inside. Oh, right. Haha Miri, let's take the stuff inside. All right. Okay. The girls pick up the luggage they had unloaded from the carriage and take it inside the house. Since he didn't know of their arrival, Belgriff didn't have time to clean up, and that makes him a little nervous. But he can't do anything about it anymore. And since he can't continue his training with the sword, he decides to give some candy to the children and return home. When he sees the mountain of souvenirs, he can't help but wonder what to do with all of them. The best thing will be to share them with the other villagers at the meeting they have that night. Unlike Belgriff's calm expression, Angeline is extremely enthusiastic, which makes the former adventurer feel somewhat confused by the situation. His daughter has just returned home, and Belgriff wants to prepare a luxurious dinner. However, he has to attend the town meeting a little later. The house doesn't have a bathtub, so he can't offer her a hot bath, but at least he can boil some water so she can clean her body. Besides, he didn't expect Angeline to arrive with her friends, so he has to prepare more beds. Belgriff leaves the house to get some straw, and maybe go to Curry's house to borrow a few blankets. But at that moment, Kerry and Burns arrive at his house, breathing heavily. Hey, Belle. It's true Angie's back. Yes, it's true. Some of her friends she works with also came. Haha, that's good, Belle. You must be very happy. Kerry seems almost more cheerful than Belgriff. Seeing the good friend he has, Belgriff can't help but laugh. Right then, Angeline comes out of the house. Daddy. Ain and Miri, oh, Kerry. When he sees how much Angeline has grown, Kerry widens his eyes in surprise. Oh, Angie. You've grown quite a bit. Have you been well? Yes, as energetic as ever. Mr. Kerry, you have put on weight. Wahahahahaha. Well, it's just a sign of happiness. Kerry laughs and hits his belly with his hand. Burns looks at Angeline from the top down with his mouth open. His expression reflects the surprise he feels at that moment. Are you really little Angie? Who are you? Asks Angeline tilting her head. Don't you remember me? I'm Burns, Kerry's son. He says surprised. Seeing the indignation on Burn's face, Angeline smiles maliciously. It's a joke, I remember you well. You are the same Burns who always lost against me when we practiced with swords, even though you were my senior. Phew. How cruel. Haha. You're definitely Angeline. Open quote. Despite the little joke, Burns smiles cheerfully, accepting his defeat in the conversation. At that point, Belgriff talks to Angeline. What about Miss Ain and Miss Miri? Oh, yes. What do we do about the beds? Do we bring more straw inside? Yeah. I was thinking about that right now. Hey, Kerry. Do you have any blankets you can lend me? You'd be doing me a big favor if you had 3. Of course. I have a few. Burns, go get them. Burns nods and runs off. Mr. Kerry, these souvenirs are for you. Oh, thank you, Angie. Phew, this is an unusual spice. And these are vegetable seeds, and these are sugar candies. Angeline gives Kerry souvenirs one after the other, as she describes each of the objects. Kerry happily receives everything and listens attentively to the girl's words. Belgriff laughs soundly, then he takes some straw from the stable and enters the house. The house isn't really that big. The rooms are not divided, and the only thing that separates the bedroom is a large shelf and a dresser. A fireplace, which smells of burning coal, adorns the back. On the right side of the fireplace, there is a straw cushion with a blanket on top, which doubles as a bed. Vanessa and Miriam look around curiously. For those who were born and raised in orphan, these farmhouses are quite unusual. Sorry about the mess, I didn't know I'd have guests, says Belgriff, and the girls immediately turn to see him. No, everything was so sudden, and frankly, even though it's smaller, it's also cleaner than our house. On the contrary, this makes us look a little bad. Well, Ain always throws her clothes to the floor. You are the one who does that, Miri. No, I don't do that sort of thing. Seeing the two girls arguing, Belgriff smiles tenderly and places the straw in a nearby space, shaping something resembling a mattress. You two get along well. Vanessa is surprised to hear this and blushes. Sorry, that was inappropriate. No, don't worry, I know Miss Ain is a very serious young woman. Ha. Angie wrote it in her letters. Miss Miri, on the other hand, is a little weird and funny. What? I'm not weird. In my opinion, Angie is weirder than me. Well, you may be right. I wanna thank you both for being friends with that girl. Thanks to that, she doesn't feel so lonely in orphan. I really appreciate it. Belgriff smiles as he says this. His words are so honest that Anessa and Miriam cannot help but feel embarrassed and blush. Belgriff brings a couple of chairs near the fireplace. He has lived alone all his life, but for some reason, he's got 4 chairs. He doesn't get many visitors. But Belgriff always thought it was convenient to have a few extra things for situations like this one. He invited the 2 girls to use the chairs. The conversation between Angeline and Kerry will take a while, so they can take their time. Please sit down, I'll brew some tea. I will help you. It's fine. You've made a long trip, so please rest for today. If you insist. I'm okay with that. You should refrain a little. Open quote. They sit next to each other, watching Belgriff's back as he brews tea by the fireplace. He moves slowly but dexterously. In reality, many adventurers and former adventurers do not have domestic skills. They usually buy food outside and simply take it home. As for Anessa and Miriam, they have decent domestic skills, which they learned at the orphanage. But Belgriff surpasses them in such a manner that it doesn't feel like he was once an adventurer. However, every time Belgriff moves, he does so without making the slightest noise. You were an adventurer, weren't you? Anessa asks. Yes. But when I was young, well, Belgriff lifts his right leg instead of finishing the sentence. The part below the knee has been replaced by a wooden prosthetic leg. It's pretty sturdy and appears to be made of oak. It has a nice gloss, probably because it has been polished recently. And despite having a few scratches, it is well kept. Belgriff walks up with the teacups on a tray and sits in front of the girls. I was an adventurer for only 3 years. And I only reached the E rank. So we could say that you are my seniors, haha, says Belgriff as he innocently laughs and encourages the 2 girls to have a cup of tea. It is prepared with some leaves that can be found in the village. I hope it's to your liking. A fresh scent rises from the wooden cups. They both blow the steam from their cups and slowly drink the tea. Despite being a little hot, you can feel the sweetness of the drink, accompanied by a slight hint of sourness. Delicious. It's the first time I've had a drink like this. It's a little sour, but it's also sweet. Haha, I'm glad. We don't have many brews of tea because of the season, but no, this is more than enough. Angie's dad turned out to be very nice, though, didn't he? As people call him the Red Ogre, I thought he would be scarier. Listening to Miriam's words, Belgriff's eyebrows twitch a little. Again with that Red Ogre. He's heard that name several times, but he still doesn't understand what it's all about. It was thanks to Sasha and Helvetica that the villagers began to call him that as they held their laughter. From whom did you hear the name Red Ogre? Huh. Angie was the one who said it. What? At that moment, Angeline enters the room. Ha. I won't let you talk to my daddy alone without my permission. Angie, come. Belgriff calls his daughter. Angeline happily approaches and sits in a chair next to Belgriff. What's up, daddy? What's a Red Ogre? Angeline draws a proud smile on her face. That's the amazing nickname I came up with for you, daddy. Isn't it cool? Ha, you're the one spreading that nickname. Belgriff looks back at Miriam and Anessa with an expression of surprise. Anessa simply nods with a wry smile. Angie mentioned that name to a lot of people. Didn't you know that? Belgriff fervently denies with his head. Miriam can't help but let out a small giggle. Everyone in Orphan knows that name. The Red Ogre, a powerful former adventurer and father of the black-haired Valkyrie, the famous Belgriff. Isn't that right, Ain? Yes. The former S-rank adventurers and the guild master were impressed to hear that. Angie? Yes. For the joyful expression and the big smile that Angeline has on her face, it is certain that she hopes to be praised. What should I do now? Murmurs Belgriff as he puts his face on his hands. Chapter 14. Of course, Belgriff, as an adventurer, did not long for fame or fortune, nor did he even wish to be an important individual. When he was a young adventurer, he only did small quests that allowed him to obtain enough money for his food and daily life. But even someone like him, deep in his heart, wished he could see at least a glimpse of true power. He had lost his right leg and returned to Tornella with the intention of retiring as an adventurer, but that did not stop him from training daily. He proudly accepted the fact that he now had a prosthetic leg and worked much harder than a regular person would in his rehabilitation. Because of that, he is able to fight C and B rank magic beasts, even though he had only reached the E rank himself. And now it is clear to him that the reason behind all his effort is that, somewhere in his heart, he does not want to stop being an adventurer. It is not only the need to protect the village and its people, but also the desire to continue competing with his former companions, who are surely still adventurers. That's why he doesn't object to the idea of having his abilities recognized. This makes him feel more confident and, at the same time, allows him to regain some of the pride he thought he had lost a long time ago. But this is different. Quote. What's the matter, Daddy? Do you have a headache? Angeline has an expression of concern as she caresses Belgriff's head. It's a delicate gesture, reflecting the girl's affection for her father. And since Belgriff knows that Angeline doesn't have any ill intent, it doesn't bother him at all. That doesn't fix the fact that now many people, in places he's never been before, know that nickname. However, that's the opinion that her daughter, Angeline, has about him, so she hadn't done it with bad intentions. There is nothing he can do about it, even if he screamed with all his strength inside his head. Besides, Belgriff has always treated his daughter with affection. He would never think of raising his voice in front of her. Hey, Belle. You don't have to come to the meeting tonight, Kerry says, poking his head in from the entrance. What? Why? Asks Belgriff, lifting his face. Because Angeline has returned home, and even someone like you will be too excited to concentrate on the meeting. Kerry's right. Even if he attends, his mind is in total chaos, and he won't be able to add anything to the meeting. He is happy that Angeline has returned, but right now, a new problem is arising. Belgriff scratches his head with an uncomfortable expression. I'm sorry, Kerry. Oh, that's okay. We mustn't depend on you for everything. Gahahaha. Hey, Burns. Move faster, will you? Burns glances at his father and enters the house with some blankets. Mr. Bell, where should I put? Quote. Oh, on the straw, what's wrong? Burns is watching Anessa and Miriam as if bewitched. When Belgriff calls him, he starts moving again, and carries the blankets. Then, he approaches Belgriff and whispers, "The girls from the city are very beautiful, after all." "Yes, yes. But if Rita listens to you, you'll make her cry." "Why do you have to mention Rita? She has nothing to do with this." Burns quickly places the blankets on top of the straw and leaves the house with a red face. Kerry, on the other hand, has an expression of astonishment. "They are pretty, but I still think our children are the cutest of them all." "Haha, that's good, isn't it? Didn't you say that all the time, a few years ago? Birds of a feather, don't you think? Well, I'm beat, and it doesn't matter anymore. Go back to your daughter, Mr. Red Ogre Belgriff," Kerry says in a funny tone, and leaves the house with a smile on his face. Belgriff scratches his head with a wry smile. A nickname is something people say on their own accord, and since this time it's a nickname that Angeline herself has thought of, Belgriff can't say that is something bad. It is funny, though, that a middle-aged man who is not even an adventurer and works in the fields should have a nickname like that. Belgriff doesn't remember performing so many feats as to deserve a nickname, much less one so flashy. The feeling of not fulfilling the expectations that something like that implies is quite uncomfortable. If the recognition a person received wasn't fair, the person wouldn't feel comfortable at all. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something to upset you, Daddy?" Angeline asks restlessly, seeing Belgriff's uncomfortable face. Her eyes reflect some tears. He can't get angry when he sees her like that. Belgriff shrugs his shoulders and does his best to smile. "No, it's not that. I know how you feel about me, Angie. But I'm not sure I've done anything so praiseworthy." As far as he knows, he's only defeated C or B rank magic beasts. While he is known to be Angeline's father, everything Angeline has accomplished since she became an adventurer has been on her own merit. Belgriff is happy for his daughter, but once again, he hasn't done anything extraordinary. Seeing Belgriff's expression, Anessa and Miriam tilt their heads. So, Angie's dad isn't as good as she says. Maybe Angie was exaggerating the whole time. That's not true. Angeline stands up with a furious look in her eyes. Her companions began to shake uncontrollably. "My daddy is very strong. As I said, I could never defeat him with the sword. But Angie, that was more than 5 years ago. Whether it was 5 or 10 years ago, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." Angeline declares out loud, drowning out Belgriff's argument. Belgriff believes that those 5 years have made a huge difference, however. But at that moment, Angeline hits the table with an expression that reflects her bad mood. "If you're not satisfied, then I'll prove it to you. Daddy." "Yes. Have a match with me." "Oh, yes, wait, what?" "No, Angie. You must be exhausted after your trip." "I said I'm fine now, come on." After saying this, Angeline leaves the house with a sword in her hand. "Wow, so I'll be able to see the swordsmanship from the rumors." "I'm looking forward to it," says Miriam cheerfully. "Angie and Sasha said it's awesome." "I'm going to study it carefully," murmurs Anessa as she nods. Immediately after that, the girls leave the house. Belgriff grabs the sword that is leaning against the wall without saying anything, and he hangs his head. "I don't even know what's going on anymore." Umlaut. "Take this seriously, Daddy." The sky, which until then was clear, is now covered by thin white clouds. They are not dark enough to bode rain, but big enough to cover the sunlight. The recently thawed soil has some puddles and mud, so they run the risk of falling if they're not careful. Father and daughter are facing each other in the garden. Belgriff still looks puzzled, and Angeline still looks angry. Angeline's anger is not directed at Belgriff, but she is a little frustrated with him. Because a person as trustworthy as Belgriff has always suffered from his lack of confidence. She wants her father to be as praised as he deserves. Even if, somewhere in her mind, she knows that this behavior is unreasonable. On the other hand, Belgriff is still a bit confused, but when he mentally prepares for combat, he realizes that he is also in a state of awe and calm. It's been a long time since he felt this way, but for now, he can't help it. He knows he's at a disadvantage. His strength cannot be compared to that of Angeline, who is still an active S-rank adventurer. Belgriff isn't even an adventurer anymore. There is the risk that Angeline's perception of him collapses and she ends up disappointed. If this happens, she may stop loving her father. However, children eventually outgrow their parents. Many of the village children are now responsible, well-educated men and women, much more than their own parents. Well, this is also part of a parent's job, isn't it? As Belgriff continues to mumble, Angeline pulls her sword out of the sheath. Belgriff lets out a sigh of admiration at the sight of her daughter's combat posture. He is glad to see how much she has improved. From an early age, Angeline has repeatedly shown glimpses of her talent. On more than one occasion, Belgriff had problems when facing the 10-year-old. Each time, Belgriff had to train even more on his own. Maybe it was due to his stubborn pride, but he didn't like the idea of losing to his little daughter. And it's because of this that the swordsmanship he thought he'd given up a long time ago has grown steadily ever since. But this time it's different. Angeline has faced many high-ranking adventurers and magic beasts in the city of Orphan. Her sword technique probably goes beyond anything Belgriff can imagine. He would not be ashamed to be defeated by her. However, he can't give a bad impression. Belgriff also adopts his combat posture. It is a posture full of openings that, at first glance, resembles the Nioposture*. However, his right arm, where he holds his sword, responds to each of Angeline's movements without hesitation, swinging at small intervals. It's like he's inviting Angeline to attack. Angeline was happy to see Belgriff like this. No sign of weakness. It's just as she expected, her father will always be the same. At that moment, a strange tension takes hold of the garden. It is as if a thread is stretched to the max and could snap at any time. Vanessa and Miriam, who are in a corner of the garden, feel they can't breathe. Their hearts beat slowly and loudly. It's a resonance that powerful people emit, and they can feel it thanks to their high ranking. The drops of water left on the ceiling fall to the floor. Belgriff reacts to this movement and twitches his eyebrow slightly. At the same time, Angeline moves. And fast. In less than a blink, Angeline kicks the ground several times, approaches Belgriff and makes a downward slash with her sword. However, Belgriff deflects the attack as if it were nothing and lightly hits Angeline's head. Angeline immediately crouches with a small cry of pain. Kaya. Angie, I've told you many times that you shouldn't let yourself be deceived by a feint. You have to fix that. Also, in your first attack, you always start by moving to the right and with a downward slash. You really took it seriously, Daddy. Well, you asked me to. At that moment, Angeline extends her arms as she puffs up her cheeks. Hug. You're 17 now. Hug. Belgriff frowns, but when he sees Angeline's big eyes full of tears, he shakes his head and lets out a sigh. He can't help pampering his daughter a little. And from what he remembers, it's always been this way. With a wry smile, Belgriff crouches, extends his arms and places them around Angeline's waist. Then he lifts his daughter and sits her on his shoulder. Angeline remains silent for a while, hugging her father's head and plunging her face into his red hair. But finally, she turns around and jumps to the floor. One more time. Have a match with me one more time. Close quote. I don't mind, says Belgriff, tilting his head, as all the tension from before has disappeared. The two of them move away and again face each other. This time Angeline moves even faster. Belgriff receives the first blow with an expression of surprise, and turns with his prosthetic leg to counterattack. Angeline jumps instantly, but Belgriff kicks the ground with his left foot to close the gap. Angeline responds quickly and tries to jump to the right. Same direction, again. Belgriff hits Angeline's head again before she jumped. There was no way to avoid it because the sword moved as if it knew beforehand where the girl would move. Angeline crouches again with a small cry of pain. Kaya. Angie, I said you had to fix your bad habit, didn't I? Belgriff says in surprise as he scratches his cheek. Angeline looks at her father with a big smile on her face, despite the tears in her eyes. Yes. My daddy is really strong. No, it's not that. It's just that you. Belgriff has an anticlimactic feeling. Certainly, his daughter's movements are much faster, sharper and more sophisticated than when she left Ornella. However, no matter how fast or how sharp the movements are, they are still the same movements Angeline always makes, and he knows them very well. That's funny. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Belgriff doesn't know what else to do, so he looks up and starts analyzing everything he knows. Angeline is basically a cluster of talents, but she's not a theoretical genius, she's an intuitive genius. Yet even if you don't master the theoretical part, you can become a good adventurer. And if the quality of your intuition is high, you can get even further. So, even though Belgriff taught the girl the basics of the sword, she had to continue training on her own when she traveled to Orphan. However, as Belgriff's influence has diminished, Angeline has been able to develop her own technique with the sword. Her sword movements are fast and fierce, and those who see them or face them for the first time cannot help but feel astonished and frightened. On the other hand, Belgriff, who has tried several times to correct Angeline's bad habits, is familiar with her daughter's technique and movements. From the feet to the eyes, he knows how to distinguish the chain of movements his daughter will make next. Of course, it's not something he's learned overnight, but from all the years they've lived together, all the times they've trained together, and the long hours of observation. In addition, Belgriff continues to train hard so that Angeline, who continues to demonstrate her innate talent, doesn't make the gap between them too big. And because the only person in Tornella who can be considered Belgriff's opponent is Angeline herself, he has unconsciously trained enough to face the girl. Also, the intensity of Angeline's movements is proportional to the hostility she feels towards her opponent. The power increases considerably if she is faced with a magic beast or a person she does not like. On the contrary, the intensity decreases if it is a person she likes. And if her opponent turned out to be the father she loves so much, the intensity diminishes completely. She would definitely not use the same power she uses against magical beasts, bandits or ogres. If she did, Belgriff's number of victories would drop dramatically. That's the biggest flaw of intuitive geniuses. In short, Belgriff is sure that if, for example, he were to face Angeline's companions, he would surely lose. His skills only worked against Angeline. But none of the girls know this. And since Angeline has fought seriously, her admiration for her father continues to grow more and more, something that embarrasses Belgriff a bit. Also, Angeline's two companions seem to be stunned. Unbelievable, Angie couldn't even defend herself. I can't believe it, open quote. Both of them have seen Angeline wipe out powerful monsters over and over again. As they are part of the same party, they know what each is capable of. The black-haired Valkyrie is the strongest in the city of Orphan, and one of the runners-up in the Eskel Duchy. In this battle, not only had Angeline not struck once, but she had been easily defeated. Two people had observed the exchange between father and daughter, but both had trouble understanding what had just happened. This has really happened. Anessa grabs her head and Miriam pinches her cheek. They now know that Belgriff's skill is worthy of the nickname Red Ogre. Angeline has an expression of satisfaction as Belgriff carries her on his back. As for Belgriff, he seems to be thinking of something quite complicated. What do you think now, Ain? My daddy is very strong, Angeline says proudly. Yes, he's amazing. I'm very surprised, but, Angie, did you hold back? No, I used my best techniques. Why? When Angeline asks this, Miriam nods her head. It's the same old Angie. I could feel that she was a little upset, but her movements weren't slow or anything, were they, Ain? Right. I didn't feel her speed was compromised. Angie's dad really is amazing. It's true. Mufufu, my daddy is the same as always. Angeline happily curls her face in her father's hair. Angie, Belgriff says with a frown. What's wrong? I know you love me very much, but please don't spread any more rumors about my strength. But if you're too strong, Daddy, you're stronger than me. Anyhow, I'm asking you to stop. I don't like you doing that. Angeline's expression becomes sad, but suddenly it changes as if something had occurred to her. Now she has a cheerful, warm expression. I see. A clever hawk hides its claws***, right, Daddy? I get it. I'll keep your secret. An unnamed genius, I think it's great too. No, I don't mean that either, ha. Belgriff wants to say something else, but he ends up sighing and falling silent. He has to resign himself to the inevitable. Chapter 15. When the clouds start to fade, the sun is already setting. Gradually the darkness falls on the fields, and the cold winds begin to blow. Sunset in Tornella is somewhat early, as there is a mountain on the west side of the village, and apparently, it also contributes to the low temperatures at night. So, even though it's spring, you can still feel the winter cold. Belgriff quickly prepares a simple stew using dried meat, beans, preserved potatoes, and other vegetables. During winter, he was alone, restricted and with few ingredients, but today is different. There are mountains of ingredients and plenty of salt. In addition, he also wants to try the new spices his daughter has given him. Angeline offers to help him cook, but Belgriff asks her to bring all the luggage and souvenirs into the house before the frost starts to fall. And Angeline reluctantly starts working together with Miriam and Anessa. Seeing the huge mountain of souvenirs, Angeline complains about the number of objects. Somewhat ironic since she is primarily responsible for that. Belgriff puts the stew pot in the corner of the fireplace, kneads the dough, places it near the fireplace, takes another large pot out of the pantry, and starts boiling some water. Sorry, but we don't have a bathtub. So you have to clean yourselves with a cloth and hot water. After saying this, Belgriff adjusts the temperature of the hot water by adding a little more water, takes a clean cloth, dips it in the water and squeezes it out. After placing the pot back in the fireplace, Belgriff lights a candle. This won't warm you up too much, but at least you'll be able to clean the dirt out of your bodies. I'll leave the house for a moment. Angeline hugs Belgriff as he puts on his cape and sword and prepares to leave. Daddy, I'll wash your back, so you wash mine. No, girls your age shouldn't say things like that. But I'm your daughter, so no problem. Or have you become a perverted father who lusts after his own daughter? Well, your mouth has loosened quite a bit, hasn't it? But it's not good that you're saying things like that, says Belgriff smiling as he lightly pokes Angeline's forehead, then he leaves the house and shuts the door. He used to wash my back when I was little, says Angeline puffing up her cheeks. But you're not a child anymore, so he can't do it any longer. You shouldn't bother your dad so much. Anessa laughs nervously and takes off her coat. The fire burns intensely, and the inside of the house is warmer than she thought. Should I take everything off? Murmurs Anessa with some hesitation, as she takes off her clothes. Huh? Did you say something? Miriam has already taken off her hat, thick tunic and underwear, revealing her soft white skin. Her voluptuous body shines thanks to the reflection of the flames. As she cleans her body with the recently squeezed cloth, her tail sways from left to right, and her cat ears twitch a little. Ah. It feels good. Oh, look, it really removes the dirt. The towel quickly got dirty as it removed all the dust and dirt from the girl's body. Unbelievable, for a lady to undress so easily, says Anessa in astonishment. Just take off your clothes, Ain. Kaya. Angeline sneaks up to Anessa's back and takes off her underwear. Angeline and Miriam can't help but smile when they hear their partner's cute scream. So you also make sounds like that, fufufu. How cute, Ain. Shut up. You dummies. Anessa shouts with flushed cheeks and covering her body with her hands. Miriam and Angeline laugh cheerfully. After that, the three girls start washing each other. After a while, the situation turns into a game, and they soon start tickling each other. Don't push. It would be dangerous if I fell. Oh, your skin is so smooth, Ain. And you're so springy, Miri. You're lucky. You've said before, many times. It's starting to worry me. Well, the truth is, I think you've been eating a lot of sweets. You've eaten way too many lately. Shut up. You've put on weight too, Ain. The three of us. Our hips are bigger. Gah. This is the result of my training. A strong lower half is important. What are you talking about? My body looks the same. Maybe it's because you always run back and forth, Angie. Yeah. You're always moving around, Angie. That's why your body is firm and slender. Yes. Being slender is the best. Really? But I still think my body looks like a little girl's. Right then, a sudden gust of wind begins to blow. Apparently, the outside air is making its way into the interior of the house, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. The three girls, who have been having fun until then, hurry to put on some beautiful garments that they take out of the luggage as they tremble in cold. Meanwhile, outside, the sun has already completely set. Anessa puts on a thick coat, and Miriam wears a fluffy hat. Both were born and raised in the city of Orphan, so they are not accustomed to the overwhelming cold of the small village of Tornella. However, when the sun goes down, the cold increases. Yes, Tornella nights are very cold. If you're not careful, you might catch a cold. Angeline takes an oil lamp, lights it and places it on a rope hanging from a beam. The room is hardly illuminated since they only have the light of oil lamp and the chimney. However, when the girls see the chimney, they realize that the fire is going out. We have to put more firewood. After saying this, Angeline takes some firewood and places it inside the fireplace. and after fanning the fire, the flames rise again. That's better. Open quote. Ah. It's a good thing there's a chimney. The three girls approach and snuggle by the fire. Angeline takes a blanket and uses it to cover herself and her friends. The girls laugh shyly as if they were little children. I remember once we covered ourselves with a blanket and told horror stories at the orphanage. That's right. The story of the ghost in the cemetery. But the sister discovered us and got angry. It was because one of the little ones started crying. I tried to reassure him, but the sister listened to him and ran into our room. Open quote. Those are some nice memories, ha. Miriam leans on Angeline, who is in the middle. Angie, did you ever do something like that with your dad? My daddy would sit me on his knee and then put a blanket over his shoulder and cover us both. As the girls remember those beautiful moments, they hear someone knocking on the door. Are you done? Without answering, Angeline runs to the door and opens it. She jumps towards Belgriff, who is waiting on the other side of the door, puts her arms around his neck and hugs him tightly. Welcome back, Daddy. Do you want to wash your body? Later. For now, let's have dinner. Belgriff walks into the house shaking and carrying Angeline. He also holds the motionless body of a Shiragi bird in his hand. Its meat still looks soft, so it is certain that he caught it recently. Belgriff places the bird in the cupboard and lowers Angeline. Angie, would you make the bread? Yes. In the iron frying pan? Yes. Angeline, who loves to help Belgriff, kneads and shapes the dough and puts it in a frying pan. Anessa and Miriam stand up and curiously approach Angeline. So you can also make it like this. Interesting. Bread can not only be baked, but also prepared with a frying pan****. It's not so fluffy, but it looks good. Do you think I could try? Yes. If you really want to. All right. I'll show you my skills. The three young women begin to knead the dough while chatting happily. Belgriff smiles with satisfaction, plucks the feathers from the bird, separates the viscera, and burns the remaining feathers with the fire of the chimney. I'm glad I caught you just in time. On his last patrol, Belgriff shot down the bird with a sling as he walked through one of the village fields. He was fortunate to find it during the sunset, as this bird usually has fast movements. But it couldn't react properly because of the dim light. The bird does not have much meat due to the harsh winter, but the fat is very abundant. Enough to give more seasoning to the food. Belgriff puts all the meat on skewers and grills it to cook the fat. Of the internal organs, the liver and heart are edible, so he also puts them on skewers and places them over the fire. Each time the melted fat falls into the fire, a small column of smoke rises, and some sparks shoot out of the fireplace. A fragrant aroma begins to cover the house. Soon enough the bread is ready, the bird is grilled, and the plates are filled with stew. They also serve glasses with the malt wine the girls brought as a souvenir. It may not be as good as the food in Orphan, but please eat as much as you want. My first family dinner in 5 years. What a treat. I'm so happy. Angeline smells the stew with an innocent expression. She actually prefers the comfortable taste of her village to the refined and elegant taste of Orphan restaurants. Phew, this is the aroma of the Curio fruit. I knew you liked this, Daddy. I like this too. Like I said, it's not as good as Orphan's. But I hope it's to your liking. Belgriff places the stew plates in front of the girls. A peculiar but pleasant aroma rises from the broth. Okay. Let's eat, says Angeline as she puts her hands together, thus thanking for the food. Itadakimasu. Belgriff is not a religious person, but neither is he a non-believer. He does not usually address his prayers to God Vienna, but he knows the difficulties of daily hunting and meal preparation, so he does have a habit of thanking the people who are involved in these processes. Especially nature, he always thanks nature. Angeline, seeing this daily habit in her father for years, did not take long to imitate him. Anessa and Miriam, on the other hand, give a small prayer in a low voice, and then take their wooden cutlery. Apparently, prayers before meals are a regular practice that all children learn in the church orphanage. The stew, which was simmered in the fireplace, has vegetables so soft that they seem to melt in the mouth. The broth of dried meat seasoned with spices has a mild but rich flavor. Angeline can't help but smile broadly. Anessa and Miriam start eating with enthusiasm. This is truly delicious. I've never eaten anything like this before. Close quote. Yeah, it's amazing. It's delectable, Mr. Belgriff. Really? I'm glad to hear that. Belgriff smiles relieved and takes a sip of his mulled wine. It's a nostalgic taste. He remembers all the times he drank that wine when he was still an adventurer. The fact that Angeline is drinking it now makes him realize how much time has passed since then. The dish with the grilled shiragi bird is full of melted fat. And the best way to eat it is by soaking bread in it. This way, put your hand on the plate so as not to dirty the table, and then bring the plate and your hand to the mouth. Angeline shows her two companions the right way to do it. Like this. The mouth Miriam brings her face closer to the table, but her hat ends up soaking in the plate and filling with fat. Miri, isn't it hard to eat with your hat on? You can take it off, Belgriff says as he scratches his beard. Well, Miriam, contrary to her usual cheerful attitude, seems distressed and nervous. Anessa looks tenderly at her friend and then turns her gaze towards Angeline and Belgriff. Miri, says Angeline staring at Miriam with honest eyes, my daddy is not that kind of person. I know, but Miriam lowers her gaze. Belgriff is a bit bewildered but somehow manages to understand that he has spoken too much and tries to correct it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overstep. If you don't want to take it off, then you don't have to. Miriam has her gaze down for a while, but then she lifts her face and takes off her hat. The cat's ears twitch a little. Belgriff looks at the girl with an expression of admiration and surprise. Miriam is a beastman. The population of beastmen is not large, and they are often treated as inferior beings. Many of today's beastmen have ancestors who were once slaves. Today, slavery is abolished, and although outright discrimination is prohibited, people are tempted to harass those they consider weaker and inferior to them. And the more vulnerable the victim, the stronger the abuse. As an orphan, Miriam spent her first days in the poorest area of the city, and she continued to be discriminated against until she finally arrived at the orphanage. Because of these experiences, even now, as an AAA rank adventurer, she has become fearful of the thoughts her ears can generate. She doesn't like people looking at her with pity, contempt, or hatred. She often feels that people always underestimate or mock her, and that always makes her angry. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. She screamed many times inside her head. Angeline, a reliable companion, and Anessa, the person she considers her own sister, never see her that way, even when her ears are exposed. Regardless of what others say about her behind her back, her companions always treat her favorably. However, she is always afraid to expose herself to people she has just met, even if it's Angeline's father. Belgriff remains silent for a while, but finally scratches her head with a serious expression. I see, so that's how it is. Miriam sadly lowers her gaze. The fact that people always see her with expressions of pity makes her feel unwell, and it seems that Angeline's father is the same as the others. Your ears must be freezing. It is to be expected, Tornella is colder than orphan. Belgriff's words take Miriam by surprise. Then Belgriff stands up and walks to the fireplace, adds more firewood and fans the flames. The fire rises vigorously. Good. Wait just a minute, I'm sure I have a wool hat. Then the brim will no longer get in your way, and your ears can warm up. I'm sure I left it here. While he's saying that, Belgriff pulls out a hat knitted with sheep's wool from one of the corners of the room. Yes, my daddy is not that kind of person, Angeline says as she looks at Miriam with a warm smile. Your ears are freezing, Fufufu, and Essa begins to tremble from laughter. Miriam is also attacked by a strange sensation and starts laughing unintentionally. Her stomach starts to shake. Many times she has received pity words from other people, but no one has ever asked her if her ears are cold. For starters, her ears are covered in fur, so they are always warm. Ha. You were right. Your dad is a special person, Angie. Fufu. How amusing. Belgriff, who has just found the wool hat, is fascinated to see Miriam laughing so hard that she has to hold on to her stomach. What's going on? Oh, nothing. Thank you very much, Mr. Bell. What? The hat. It's all right. Come on, Daddy, sit down. Fufu. But Miri's ears. Mr. Bell, please tell us stories about Angie's childhood. Sure. The girls happily eat more of the stew, while Belgriff approaches the table, quite baffled. Then Belgriff grabs his wooden spoon as he tilts his head. Footnotes. I'm not quite sure, but I believe is something similar to this bird. Chapter 16. There's still time before dawn. However, the sky is already clearing, and the earth and sky are divided into black and white stripes. The cold morning wind feels like it's piercing the skin. Belgriff slowly gets up from his bed so as not to wake Angeline and the girls, who are still sleeping, digs up the embers buried in the ashes and fans them, then he puts some straw on top of the embers, along with some firewood. He continues fanning and finally, the fire is revived. But even after this, the house is still cold, and every time Belgriff exhales, a white cloud comes out of his mouth. Vanessa and Miriam are sleeping near the fireplace. Due to the cold, the two are hugging each other under a thick blanket. They seem to be dreaming peacefully, and Belgriff's eyes relieved. As Belgriff prepares for his morning walk, Angeline wakes up and rubs her eyes. "Daddy, I'm going to. Did I wake you? You can still sleep a little longer." "It's all right, I'd rather walk with you than sleep." Angeline quickly puts on a jacket and a thick coat. Then, father and daughter left the house together. It is true that the house is cold, but the outside air is much colder. Angeline breathes in the cool morning wind from Tornella after a long time. In each one of her breaths, she exhales a white mist that ends up dispersing in the wide horizon. "I missed this." "Haha, are you cold?" "No, it feels good." The distant sky is becoming clearer and clearer, but the stars continue to shine in the direction of the zenith. As the sky clears, the earth seems to become darker. There's no wind. The air seems to be stagnant at the bottom. Chickens are clucking in the distance. Large and small ice needles protrude from the ground. Every time they walk, they can hear the crunch of ice under their feet. Angeline deliberately steps on the ice needles, enjoying the sensation. This is something she has always done, even when she was a little girl. She stepped on all the ice needles she could find. The two of them walk slowly around the village. The snow that remains in the corner of the gardens of the houses and next to the road freezes again due to the cold of the night and becomes solid. The stream's water is covered by a thin layer of ice. Angeline walks forward with a cheerful expression as she steps on every ice needle she finds in her path. Belgriff is strangely relieved to see that, although his daughter has grown physically, she is still the same little girl he remembers. This brings back memories. "We used to walk together all the time. It's true it was cold those mornings too, but you always woke up and came with me." Fufu Angeline starts hopping once again, and suddenly jumps towards Belgriff. Then, she rubs her cheek on Belgriff's beard. "Fufu, it's still the same feeling." "What are you doing?" says Belgriff with a wry smile as he gently hits Angeline's head. The two of them climb a small hill overlooking the village. Stones, big and small, are scattered everywhere. The withered grass that didn't disappear during the winter covers the area, and new buds are emerging here and there. The village of Tornella, at the foot of the hill, is calm. However, some houses seem to be awake at that moment. The smoke from the chimneys begins to rise to the morning sky. They can also hear the bleating of the sheep and goats and the barking of the sheepdogs. After hopping a more few steps, Angeline looks back. "I like this place. From here you can see the whole village." "You're right. Hey, Angie, be careful, don't slip." The sun is gradually rising, and the distant mountain range to the east begins to shine brightly. In the blink of an eye, the dark landscape is filled with dancing shadows that, when viewed from afar, generates a curious three-dimensional effect. Bird songs are heard everywhere, and suddenly everyone wakes up little by little. The frost on top of the stones shines in the sunlight. Angeline and Belgriff stand side by side and watch quietly as the morning breaks on the horizon. "Ha, it's beautiful." Angeline lets out a sigh. The white smoke coming out of her mouth rises to the sky, changes slightly in shape, and then disappears. Angeline rubs her nose, then she puts her hands over her ears, and starts rubbing them with her fingertips to warm them. "Tornella hasn't changed at all." "Yes, it hasn't changed. Nothing has changed since my father was born." "Yes, but that's comforting. Orphan is lively but vertiginous." But isn't your life more fun in Orphan?" "No, it's very different. I like my life in Tornella better." "Really? But from now on the road will be repaired. I wonder how things will change." "The road? The new lord wants to improve the road to Tornella. When everything's done, you'll be able to come home more easily." "Seelan and Sosha's family." "Oh, that's right. Sosha gave me 100 gold coins as a thank you for helping Seelan." "I see. Take them with you when you return to Orphan." No, you keep them, Daddy. I don't need any more money. Okay, I'll save them for you. I'll give them back when you need them. Thank you. Hey, Daddy. What? Did you accept Sasha as your disciple? I didn't really want to, we only had a couple of matches. Then she started calling me her master on her own. Belgriff says as he scratches his cheek with a complicated expression. I see. Suddenly, Angeline embraces one of Belgriff's arms with a jovial expression. Is she strong? Who? Sasha. Close quote. Yeah, she's strong. I think the next time we have a match, I'll lose. You can't lose. You can't lose to anyone until I beat you. Don't say that. However, Angie, you must fix your bad habits with the sword. If you can't beat an old man like me, I don't know what you'll do when you face an S-rank magic beasts or a demon king. The demon king wasn't as strong as you, Daddy, Angeline says while pouting after hearing Belgriff's words. No, that doesn't sound right. Belgriff rubs his beard with a bitter smile. What kind of monster was the demon king? It was as if its body was made entirely of shadows. Hearing this, Belgriff stops his hand, then he narrows his eyes and looks at Angeline. A body of shadows. What was its shape? It had the form of a human being. But it was small, it only reached up to my waist. Belgriff frowned at the memory of a sudden attack and the pain he felt when he lost his leg. They were terrifyingly similar. However, the shadow being he faced looked more like a four-legged beast. It must have been something different if that was a demon king. My companions and I would have. What's going on, Daddy? Nothing. Everything's fine. Belgriff smiles and caresses his daughter's head. The pain he feels on his lost leg disappears after a few moments. The sun finally rises in the sky, and the whole village is illuminated. Angeline's cheeks and nose are completely red from the weather. Belgriff touches her daughter's forehead and realizes that her skin is cold to the touch. It's cold. Let's go home. Yes. Angeline jumps on Belgriff's back, and she happily places her chin on her father's head. Angeline's breath tickles his hair. Daddy, did you miss me? Of course. I'm glad you're back. Phew, I'm glad I'm back too. Angeline rubs her face into her father's hair with a cheerful expression. Don't do that. You really haven't changed. Belgriff reprimands his daughter with a wry smile and walks quietly along the village roads. While the sun's rays illuminate the forest, many birds are busy catching the insects that are finally starting to come out of the ground. In early spring, many animals awaken from the winter slumber, and trees produce new buds on their branches. In the shade of a fallen tree, there is a small black lump. It is the size of the palm of a hand and is constantly shivering from the cold. A bird looks under the branches of the fallen tree in search of prey, and stirs the ground with its beak. Eventually, the bird finds the black lump and pecks at it. Suddenly, a black substance shoots out towards the bird and catches it by the beak. The bird, surprised, flaps its wings trying to escape, but the black substance drags the bird to the black lump, and the bird's body begins to melt as soon as it comes into contact with it. The black lump increases in size after devouring the bird, and its body trembles as it changes shape little by little. It now looks a bit like a living thing, but it has no arms or legs, and there is no division for the head or body. To tell the truth, it has a round shape. As if repudiating sunlight, the black lump slips to the back of the fallen tree, and despite not having anything resembling a mouth, it murmurs something. Why here? Who Master Mars her. Who is Master ? Open quote. The lump sways from side to side like a burning flame. At that moment, a wild hare approaches the shade of the fallen tree. The black lump moves and pounces on the hare. The prey reacts violently to the attack, but the black lump again shoots out a black substance, captures the animal, and drags it to its body to devour it. The black lump shrinks for a few moments, but then it grows back and becomes even bigger than when it devoured the bird. In addition, extremities very similar to the wings of a bird appear attached to its body. A bird. No, the wings slowly change shape. They become arms, and the tips separate into several parts, forming the hands and fingers. Human hand. Open quote. In time, the black lump takes on a human form. It has an egg, arms, and legs. But its size is only that of a baby. It tries to stand up, but as it is not used to using its legs, it ends up falling again and again. Finally, it moves in its four extremities and remains trembling in the shade of the fallen tree. Lonely open quote. E umlaut. Straw, chimney and what else? Wool. Dried beans. Yes. I've never noticed smells like these in Ofen, but it's pretty nice. Miriam and Anessa are sitting in front of the fireplace, wrapped in a blanket, and hugging each other. The sun has already risen, and the light enters through the small cracks in the door and windows. The roof and walls of the house, which cooled during the night, are warming with the sun, and occasionally make squeaky sounds. They both slept till dawn, and when they woke up, Angeline and Belgriff were nowhere to be seen, and now Anessa and Miriam have no idea what to do. For now, they are so cold that they dare not move away from the heat of the fireplace. And they're enjoying the different smells this country house has. They were born and raised in the city of Orphan, so they have never experienced anything like this. But they may feel a strange and nostalgic sensation. It's like an ancient memory that was engraved in their blood by their ancestors. Due to the cold, Miriam leans towards Anessa and lowers her cat ears a bit. Seeing this, Anessa cannot help but smile mischievously. Are your ears freezing? Do you need a wool hat? Haha. That's really funny, wasn't it? Miriam says with laughter. Both have a favorable impression of Belgriff's honest, but somewhat naive, character. The kind gaze they believed would only be for Angeline has also been directed at them. Now they can understand why Angeline wanted so badly to return home. Mr. Belgriff is very kind. And Angie sometimes gets so jealous that she's adorable. Miriam looks at Anessa's face as she laughs. Yeah, you're right. The only parents they've ever met are the sisters at the orphanage. And although the sisters could sometimes be strict, they loved the children as if they were their real mothers. Anessa and Miriam are grateful for that, and even now, they feel a deep love for sister. However, that was a mother's love, they had never felt a father's love. They did not know the affection and care that a father can give. From time to time, some benefactors visited the orphanage seeking to adopt a child. Neither Anessa nor Miriam sought the attention of these rich men, much less that of a woman. The reason was simple, they knew that these people were not looking for children, but for cheap labor, or simply slaves. Of course, the sisters did not accept any offers that seemed suspicious. However, in the case of Belgriff, whom they have only known for a day, they can feel a great deal of paternal love. Although Belgriff had to raise his daughter as a single father, he somehow made up for the lack of maternal love. However, a man is a man, and in Angeline's special case, he couldn't help developing certain bad habits in his daughter, such as her foolish desire to fight against him at every opportunity, despite all the refusals. All of this is definitely different from the affection that a mother can express. Anessa and Miriam feel a little confused because of that new feeling they have never felt before, but it is not something they dislike. The idea of having a father now seems like something interesting to them. If Mr. Bell were my father, I'd like him to spoil me as much as he does Angie. What are you talking about? Fufu, I know you feel the same way, Ain. That's not true. It's not like I want someone to carry me on their back. After saying that, Anessa lifts her face and sees Miriam smiling broadly. See? Shut up. Anessa blushes, puffs up her cheeks, and gives Miriam a light blow on the head. At that moment the door opens and Angeline enters the house. She carries a bag in her arms. I'm home, Mo, you're both up. Angeline immediately heads for the chimney as she exhales white smoke. Her cheeks are dyed red from the cold, and her expression resembles that of a little girl. You woke up early, Angie. Daily routine. When I lived in Tornella, my daddy and I patrolled the whole village every morning. Where's Mr. Bell? Practicing with the sword. That's also part of the daily routine. Angeline puts more firewood on the fireplace, takes off her coat, grabs her sword, and turns to see her friends. Wanna come? Anessa and Miriam exchange glances and jump up. The garden is shining with frost. The reflection of the morning sunlight does not allow to see very far in the horizon. Belgriff is in the middle of the garden swinging his sword. He has taken off his coat and jacket and is only wearing light clothes. His body has several wounds, some large, some small, and some quite old. He has his left foot slightly forward, holds the sword with both hands, and swings it up and down. His posture seems natural and relaxed, however, when he moves, he does so with a lot of strength and control. His movements use not only his arms, but also all the muscles of his body, including his back and waist. Hold the stance, swing the sword and return to the stance. Belgriff makes each of these movements with incredible precision and neatness. However, the speed he has been training for 20 years has reached a level of mastery, and for those watching from the side, it seems that he is only swinging his sword continuously. Angeline takes off her jacket, runs out and starts swinging her sword as her father does. And although the movements are the same, Angeline's speed is slightly faster than Belgriff's. That scene would convince anyone that Belgriff was undoubtedly the one who taught Angeline everything. Miriam and Anessa are surprised to see this. It is unbelievable to imagine that Angeline's ferocious and swift attacks originated in such a quiet place as this one. Mr. Belgriff's right leg is prosthetic, right? It's incredible, Miriam whispers to Anessa. Yes, incredible. If he hadn't retired at an early age, he too would have reached the S rank. It's really a shame. After a while, Belgriff finishes his training and breathes heavily. He is bathed in sweat and steam comes out of his body. Good morning, says Belgriff with a smile as he sees Miriam and Anessa. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Bell. Belgriff approaches them as he wipes his forehead with a cloth. Did you sleep well? Or was the cold a problem? Yes, we slept well. The house was warmer than I had imagined, but it was quite cold in the morning, as you'd expect from a village in the northern region. Haha, it's true. I'm glad you rested well, but aren't your ears cold without your hat, Ms. Miri? Phew. I'm fine. Miriam and Anessa repress their laughter at the sight of Belgriff's worried face. Belgriff puts on his jacket as he tilts his head. Then he opens the trapdoor to the storage and looks inside. Afterward, he gives some instructions to Angeline, who has also finished her training. Angie, boil water in one of the pots and put some potatoes in it. Also, put barley in yesterday's stew and simmer it. Yes. Angeline walks into the house with her jacket on her shoulder. Belgriff takes out some vegetables and places them in a basket. Mr. Bell, have you ever thought about becoming an adventurer again? Anessa asks as she watches the man do his chores. Well, when I first came back here, I didn't think about it at all, but I guess I've thought about it ever since Angie returned home. It's really hard to be a father. Mr. Bell, you're very strong, aren't you? Surely you can play a very important role as an adventurer, if you come back. Belgriff scratches his cheek with a wry smile at Miriam's words. I don't think so. I can't, besides, I'm used to living in this place. I don't think I can get used to the hectic life of an adventurer. It was fun at the time, traveling with companions and having dreams just like you. Belgriff shrugs discouragingly. It may not look like it, but I was once young too. The two girls laugh cheerfully. With the vegetable basket in his arms, Belgriff gets up and starts walking home. Suddenly, Miriam seems to have an idea. Mr. Bell. What is it, Ms. Miri? Well, do you think you could caress my head just a little bit? I don't mind, but... Belgriff has a complicated expression, but he still reaches out one of his arms and places his hand on Miriam's head, and then gently pats the girl's head. The hand is rough, but it is also big and warm, which gives a curious sensation of tranquility. Miriam lets out a small scream because of this sensation. Her tail begins to move under her clothes. Wow, it feels good. What do you mean? Yes. Thank you. Phew, it's Dad's touch. Belgriff looks at Anessa with a confused expression as he continues to pat Miriam's head. She's a bit strange, sometimes, Anessa says with a bitter smile. Miriam pouts when she hears Anessa's words. But moments later, she smiles mischievously and turns to see Belgriff. Mr. Bell, could I ask you another favor? Sure, I don't mind. Please carry Anessa on your back. Anessa on my back. Belgriff looks curiously at Anessa. She smiles wryly, blushes and shakes her hands. No. I'm fine. You don't have to. I think the best thing is that I don't. She's just a little embarrassed. She really wants you to carry her on your back. What should I do? I said I'm fine. You don't have to. While Belgriff seems a little confused, Angeline quietly walks out of the house and grabs Anessa's shoulder. What do you think you're doing? What? It wasn't me. It was Miri. But, Ain, you said you wanted Mr. Bell to carry you on his back. It's not true. It was just a thought. If you want my daddy to carry you on his back, you have to beat me first. That's why I'm telling you it was just a thought. I really don't understand young people these days, Belgriff says as he scratches his beard and watches the girls make a kerfuffle. Chapter 17. There are many people in the center of the city, and there is always a lot of activity and hustle and bustle. In a narrow alley, hidden in the shadows of the buildings, there are several stalls of street traders who intercept people walking around looking to sell their products. However, even the food in these establishments has a dubious look. People who eat it are likely to end up with a terrible stomach infection. Orphan is a big city, and as a result, some places stay out of the public eye. Beggars' dwellings, criminals' dens, street children, and homeless people, all these people gather in the same place and make up the slums. At that moment Lionel and Chebulg are walking through that crowd. Due to Chebulg's height and size, several thugs occasionally hit his shoulders and turn to see him with bad intentions, but when they see the warrior's appearance, they all run away scared and say nothing. Lionel still seems to be tired and without energy. As the budget sent to them by the Central Guild was not enough to cover all expenses, they were forced to borrow money from the nobles living in Orphan. But none of the nobles like the idea of lending money without collateral, and Lionel, who is not particularly good at negotiations with political touches, could not afford to rest. Today's negotiations can be held because old Chebulg's terrifying presence keeps all the neighborhood thugs in line. Although Lionel's hard work does not seem to have an end, the administration of the guild in Orphan itself is working quite well. The adventurers have returned to the city, and quest to subjugate magic beasts, collect materials and inspect dungeons, have returned to normal. Currently, Orphan's Guild has also partnered with mid-ranking traders to further strengthen the sale of raw materials and ensure a decent budget. Thanks to the return of the veteran adventurers and the collaborators who responded to Lionel's call, things have gone a long way. However, there are still many problems. After all, they're using an archaic system more than 100 years old. There are many who think it's a good system, but Lionel, who has to bear all the responsibility of the guild, still suffers from stomach pains because of it. While they're walking, Lionel keeps rubbing his belly. I can't believe this is happening. I would have preferred to end up in an intermediate position in the Central Guild or one of the regional branches. All this stress makes my hair fall out. What? Lionel, did you say something? I'm talking to myself, Mr. Chebulg, and you should lower your voice a little. Gehahaha. Don't be so depressed. You've been promised a loan. Cheer up. The problem is that they approve it. Lionel sighs heavily. There is no doubt that the lender will give a lecture on their reasons for lending the money. So Lionel will have to exaggerate all the achievements of the adventurers and at the same time, flatter the generosity of the lender. Lionel gets even more depressed when he thinks about it. If Miss Angie returns safely, it will all have been worth it. Do we know if she was able to reunite with her father without any problems? There's no way someone like her can get in trouble. She must be with her father right now. All right, but I find it hard to believe that the father Miss Angie admires so much lives in such a remote village. I wish they'd come back to the city together, so I could meet him. Gahahaha. He must be an incredible guy, don't you think? The person Angie has never been able to defeat. The Red Ogre Belgriff. I'd like to fight him sometime. If you do, please do it outside the city, but I've never heard the name of the Red Ogre or Belgriff before. I wonder if he's built his reputation abroad. Lionel says as he scratches his head and then checks the stalls for a late lunch. Suddenly, a large crowd that has gathered a little further ahead catches his attention. Apparently, someone is giving some sort of speech, and the public is making a big fuss about it. Chebulg and Lionel tilt their heads and approach the place. In the middle of the crowd, there is an upside-down box, and a girl wearing black clothes similar to those of a monk stands on it. At first glance, she doesn't seem to be more than 20 years old. In contrast to her black attire, her long hair is completely white. She also wears a black leather hat on his head. Her style and elegance are very refined, but her skin is morbidly white, and her eyes are scarlet red. The girl also has a flag in one of her hands. Her face can't be clearly seen since her hood covers most of it, but by her height, it is possible to guess that she is between 15 and 16 years old. The girl is making exaggerated gestures and talking out loud. Everyone. Many of you are plunged into poverty. Is there really any salvation? The priests of the Vienna Church say that blessings descend from heaven and spread throughout the earth. If so, why do people in the slums have to keep suffering? The audience agrees with the girl promptly. When she sees this, she continues her speech with a proud expression. The era of the Church of Vienna and of the Empire of Rhodesia where it rests is over. Gods do not save people. People save themselves. The way Solomon preached is the only way to salvation. Let's look forward to his return. He who controls the demon king and rules over magic beasts. With the guidance of the great philosopher Solomon, we will never again have to fear the beasts. Those who unjustly obtained wealth and power will be destroyed, and the poor will be saved. The public applauds fervently. The girl raises her flag. In the center of it is the image of a magic circle that represents a big eye. It's the coat of arms of the powerful heretic sorcerer, Solomon. The girl laughs with satisfaction and pulls out a strange piece of paper from the bag hanging from her shoulder. The paper also has Solomon's coat of arms engraved on it. The girl lifts it as high as she can and says, "Now, this is a talisman of the great philosopher Solomon. As long as you have this, you won't have to fear destruction upon his return. Normally, we can't give this talisman to anyone. Even if they offer me a mountain of gold, I shouldn't sell it. But I want to save you all. As a special occasion, if you give me 20 copper coins, I'll sell it to you." The audience quickly reaches out, and the talismans are sold like fresh bread. Lionel sighs heavily at the sound of those pagan rumors. It was an absurd story. There is no way that a man who tried to conquer the entire continent and then disappeared tormented by his own madness could be a good ruler. Besides, what good is a piece of paper like the one the girl offers if it doesn't even emanate magic power? It was nothing more than a religious fraud. Even so, many of those who are dissatisfied with the current situation approve of this speech, which makes Lionel feel even worse. The world has become very chaotic. Pathetic, Chebulg says with a smile. Again with conflicts, it's regrettable. At that moment, a group of soldiers rush to the scene and make their way through the crowd as they blow their whistles. "What are you doing? Why are you trying to deceive these people with your suspicious speech?" shouts the one who appears to be the captain. "I just told the truth. Everybody. That's how this government does things. The people in power think you should stay poor and ignorant. Do you think that's okay?" proclaims the girl snorting. In response to the girl's words, the public complains and jeers at the soldiers. Some people even throw objects. The soldiers get angry, so the captain takes out his saber and emits with a loud voice, "Quiet, quiet. You'll be considered criminals for disturbing order. Catch that girl." The soldiers rush on the girl with weapons in hand. The public screams and runs away hurriedly. But the girl, contrary to her immature appearance, remains calm and shakes her head as if she was disappointed. "Fools are hopeless," quote. Then she raises her hand and chants something. As soon as she does, the soldiers stop moving. It's like their bodies are paralyzed. Suddenly, in front of all the terrified eyes of the crowd, the soldiers begin to rise through the air with expressions of pain. The pain is so terrible that the soldiers are unable to breathe. "Foolish people who dare to challenge the power of the great philosopher Solomon, repent," says the girl coldly. Lionel immediately removes his hands from his hip. However, as he is on his way to a noble meeting, he has no weapon or special equipment. Then he frowns and glances at Chebulg. "We must stop her." Gahahahaha. The soldiers were careless. They both jump over the crowd and land in front of the girl. Chebulg reaches out his hand, grabs the girl's arm and pulls her down from the box. The soldiers fall to the ground and struggle to breathe again. "Ah. What?" The girl widens her eyes due to the surprise. "This is too much for a prank. It's time for the children to return obediently to their homes." Chebulg raises his free hand and prepares to stun the girl. She looks at the two strangers and when she realizes their intentions, she screams, "By Aku! Help me!" When Chebulg moves his arm, an invisible force repels him. The old adventurer steps back a little with an astonished expression. A boy appears next to the girl and points a finger at Chebulg. Moments later, a ferocious impact hits the body of the adventurer. In fact, it's as if Chebulg's skin were hit by numerous spheres of magic, invisible to the naked eye. Ooh. Faced with the incessant assault, Chebulg releases the girl's arm, takes a few steps back, and puts his arms in front of him in a defensive position. As soon as he sees this, the boy extends both arms forward and advances. Much bigger and stronger hits than the previous ones start to besiege Chebulg's body. Gahahahahahahahaha. Chebulg laughs thunderously as he is pushed back. Magic bullets. But the color Lionel squints his eyes with suspicion. Commonly, a magic bullet has different colors at the moment it is fired. But the kid's bullets are totally transparent. It's also completely different from Chebulg's technique, where he amplifies the shockwave the moment he throws a punch, thanks to the magical power he infuses in the magical tattoos on his arms. Lionel has never seen magic like this before. The guild master rushes to the boy's back, analyzing the situation. Then he jumps to him to try to subdue him. But his hand is blocked before reaching the boy. A translucent geometric pattern flashes at the place where his hand stopped. An automatic magic barrier, says Lionel, surprised. The boy points the palm of his hand at Lionel, who has stopped moving, and fires one of his attacks. A transparent mass comes out of the boy's hand, and Lionel is thrown backward. The attack takes him by surprise, but the magic bullet is not very strong, and he receives almost no damage. Lionel turns in the air and lands safely. However, the attack has pushed him farther away from the boy. Lionel instantly kicks the ground to close the gap. Chebulg also starts running. The boy approaches the girl, who is crouching on the floor, and murmurs, "Hey, are you all right, Your Holiness?" "Idiot. You're an idiot, by Aku. What were you doing? Don't let those two come near me." Whatever, we have to retreat. Those two are former S-rank adventurers, they're no joke." With an expression of tiredness, the boy quickly chants something and waves his hand as he hugs the screaming girl. Moments later, the two figures are enveloped by an enormous sea of flames and vanish from the place, leaving no trace behind. Lionel approaches the place where the mysterious kids disappeared with a stunned expression. Transfer magic. A high-tier magic spell that only some magicians and sorcerers of the Empire are capable of using, and if that wasn't enough, an automatic magic barrier and invisible magic bullets. Who were those guys? Gehahaha. Those brats are really interesting. I got a little careless and they managed to escape. Next time I won't let my guard down, says Chebulg as he laughs thunderously. Lionel senses that something big is about to happen, and he also feels an increasingly intense pain in his stomach. The revitalization of the fields has been completed, and the sowing of vegetables has begun here and there. The treading of wheat plants has come to an end, and the spring festival will soon begin. Unlike the fall festival, the spring festival is not a celebration frequently attended by people from elsewhere. It is a celebration in which thanks are given to Goddess Vienna, chief of the gods, for allowing the village to survive the harsh winter and welcome the warm spring. Since the festival takes place right after the winter, not much food is available, but still, several barrels of alcohol are opened, and a lot of meat and wild vegetables are grilled, and wheat porridge is prepared. One hot day before the spring festival, Angeline grabs her head and crouches in the garden. Once again she has been defeated by Belgriff. "Angie, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't look at the place where you plan to move. I'm sure you're capable enough to stop doing it, right? But the only person who can notice that is you, Daddy. And who says there won't be another person who can notice it in the future? What will you do when that happens? The other person won't wait for you to come up with some excuse. You know better than anyone that adventurers can lose their lives at any moment." But Angeline puffs up her cheeks and looks away in anger, as if having a tantrum. 2 weeks after Angeline's return to Tornella village, where the spring weather increases day by day, she walks around the village and the mountains, works in the fields, does housework, and practices her sword technique daily with her father, Belgriff. Apparently, all this makes her regress to a childish behavior. Instead of seeking to improve her swordsmanship, she sees the practice like a game, and the fact that she can't hit her father even once is something that makes her overly happy. In fact, she seems to have become accustomed to defeat, and her fierce and unyielding attitude has disappeared. On the other hand, Belgriff has depressed expression every time they train. Unlike her father, Angeline is incredibly happy. Angeline usually gets stronger by the minute. However, she is losing her combative instinct, and, if she continues like that, she will surely not be able to win in future battles. However, Angeline doesn't want to take training seriously, despite all Belgriff's protests. The relentless confidence she feels because of her youth, and the fact that she has established herself as a top adventurer at 17, may make her arrogant. Belgriff lowers his gaze and brushes his beard. He doesn't feel capable of scolding her strongly, since he himself has spoiled her too much. However, as his father, teacher and fellow adventurer, he cannot allow her to return to work in this way, and die a meaningless death. "You two, dinner's ready," Miriam shouts from inside the house. We prepared hare meat and wheat porridge, doesn't that sound delicious? Says Anessa, sticking her head out the door. Oh, thank you. Sorry to leave dinner in your hands. Don't worry. It was fun for us. The two girls seem to have adapted to rural life in Tornella, and now they also work in the fields, help with household chores, accompany Belgriff and Angeline on morning patrols, and even train with them. They also have improved their culinary skills. Belgriff wanted to fix Angeline's bad habits, so he asked the girls to help him with the housework. But in the end, Belgriff couldn't get satisfactory results. He scratches his head with an uncomfortable expression and urges Angeline to stand up. Angeline jumps up and the grumpiness she had until a few seconds ago disappears from her face, as if it had never been there. Then she looks at Belgriff and smiles broadly. Let's have dinner, Daddy. Angie. Yes. Do you still want to be an adventurer? Yes. It's a lot of fun and I think it's what's best for me. Belgriff puts his hand on his forehead and sighs heavily. He can't allow everything to go on like that. He has to do something about it. Dinner is served at the table. The roasted hare meat and steamed wheat porridge are still smoking, and there is also dry goat cheese. Anessa and Miriam have experience cooking because of their lives as adventurers and the years in the orphanage, so the food looks enticing. The porridge also has a spice brought from Orphan, which gives it a much more appetizing aroma. Belgriff starts eating the hare's meat and tastes the porridge. The three girls also eat happily. It's a peaceful scene. If everything could go on this way, there would be no reason to fix any bad habits with the sword. But Angeline still wants to be an adventurer. Apparently, she still wants to increase her strength, and some claim that the vocation of an adventurer is a lifelong one. Even if you try to quit, you won't be able to. If she intends to continue, then she must relinquish all her weaknesses. A single instant is the difference between victory and defeat. The loss of his right foot is evidence of this. A person can have a normal life, even if they lose a limb. But everything comes to an end if you lose your life. You could no longer sit at the table surrounded by your loved ones, talk to them, feel the warmth of summer or the cold of winter. You could never feel joy or sadness again. Parents could no longer look forward to their children's return if they died at the hands of a magic beast. What good would all those years of pampering do at that time? If this were to happen, I'd really become an ogre. Belgriff thinks as he sighs. Angeline, who has already finished her hare meat and is preparing some tea, notices the worry on her father's face and asks in a trembling voice. Daddy, what's going on? Is something bothering you? Belgriff gets up without saying anything and grabs his sword. Then, with a twitch of his head, he tells Angeline to go outside with him. Angeline gets up with a stirred expression, takes her sword, and then follows Belgriff out of the house. Anessa and Miriam also look at each other anxiously and follow in silence. Belgriff kicks the garden floor with his prosthetic leg for a while, but finally turns to Angeline. The warm look that Belgriff had a few moments ago disappears and now his face reflects no expression. Angeline. Yes, Daddy. If you want to continue to be an adventurer, you must defeat me in this match. What? But I can't allow you to remain an adventurer if you don't have the right preparation. If you keep saying you're one, but you're not even capable of defeating your old father, then Belgriff looks coldly at Angeline. You will no longer be my daughter. Angeline can't move. She drops the sword in her hand, her gaze reflects the fear she feels at that moment. Lies, my daddy wouldn't do that, he would never say something like that, says Angeline with tears running down her cheeks. A throbbing pain hits Belgriff's chest as he sees his daughter like that. But if he doesn't do this, Angeline can't continue her growth. Children must eventually leave the nest. Belgriff represses her desire to withdraw and looks at Angeline with sharp eyes. Get ready. No, Angeline squeezes the hem of her clothes and looks at Belgriff with teary eyes. No, 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 no. I don't want to do this. Do you think a magic beast would understand that excuse? Stop behaving like a spoiled child. Belgriff has to use those cruel words to disguise the doubts in his heart. With a trembling body and hollow eyes, Angeline lifts her sword. However, she does not adopt a combat stance. She sways from side to side as she mutters continuously. It's a lie that my daddy would never say something like that. It's like her mind has stopped working. Angeline. Belgriff shouts as he notices the girl's condition. At the same time, Belgriff closes the gap between him and Angeline at a tremendous speed, as if he didn't have a prosthetic leg. As of now, Belgriff has put aside his previous strategies and has taken the initiative, something that surprises Angeline immensely, but she manages to block Belgriff's attack. The attack is unlike any other. And even though the sword is in its sheath, Angeline would probably have been badly damaged if she had received the blow. She had never seen Belgriff like this before. No, she had, once, when she was just a child. She had seen him with that same look during a harsh winter. The sword that protected her that day now sought to defeat her. Why? Why is this happening? Angeline thinks as she receives several merciless attacks, one after the other. Did I do something to make him so angry? Does he not love me anymore? No. Belgriff's attacks are fierce. But somehow they are also sorrowful. Angeline can feel that her father is not furious but sad. A heavy blow hits her sword, and Angeline steps back. Belgriff stands still for a few moments after that chain of ferocious attacks. Apparently, he has run out of energy after those movements to which he is not accustomed. But after a few deep breaths, Belgriff calms down and again adopts his combat stance. Angeline, despite having stepped back, slowly lifts her face, relaxes her arms, and begins to transfer all her energy through her body. Belgriff narrows his eyes. Although Angeline seems to be full of openings, the energy that runs through her body is enough to cut him in half in one stroke, if he makes a wrong move. Belgriff's body begins to tremble, but it's not clear if it's out of fear or excitement. But as he begins to shake, Angeline makes her move. It's as if a ghost was sliding at full speed into the corner of his eyes. Belgriff can't follow her daughter's movements. But I mustn't give up yet. Belgriff thinks as he swings his sword. He steps forward with his prosthetic leg, which generates a tremendous momentum and creates an impressive attack. But Angeline manages to dodge it. In fact, rather than dodging it, it's as if the sword attacked a place where Angeline hadn't been from the beginning. She got me, Belgriff thinks. He has no way to defend himself now that he's in the middle of an attack. Angeline stands a few inches from his chest. He didn't know she could move that way. But that calmed his mind. As his teacher, Belgriff is extremely proud. However, instead of the blunt blow, Belgriff feels something soft bumping into his chest. It's so unexpected, Belgriff falls back to the ground. Angie. Angeline drops her sword and embraces Belgriff's chest. She remains silent and begins to tremble. Seeing the fragile figure of her daughter, Belgriff feels like all the tension that covered his body begins to disappear. He did not receive any blow in the match, but he knows he has lost. Then he puts a hand on Angeline's head and caresses her gently. Well done. You are, without a doubt, my daughter. However, Angeline lifts her face with an angry expression and looks at Belgriff. Her eyes are full of tears. Apologize. What? You must apologize for what you said. You can't ever say that I'm not your daughter again. No matter what happens. I'll always be your daughter. After that, Angeline buries her face in Belgriff's chest and cries. Belgriff quickly caresses Angeline's head. I'm sorry. I just wanted you to take things seriously. Open quote. No. If you want me to forgive you, you have to hug me. Angeline is still angry, but when Belgriff extends his arms, she embraces him without hesitation. Belgriff doesn't think this will help improve her daughter's bad habits, but the move she just made was simply breathtaking. If she's capable of doing that in a fight against her father, then she deserves to be pampered a little. After all that has happened, Belgriff can't help but be a doting father. As Belgriff tries to calm Angeline's crying, Anessa and Miriam can finally breathe a sigh of relief. What a relief! I had no idea what was going to happen. Yes, but in spite of everything, it's good to see that those two still love each other. Anessa and Miriam smile at that scene. However, they also remember the great power that Belgriff wielded, and they are convinced that he is worthy of his nickname, the Red Ogre. Chapter 18. Although the long-awaited spring festival has begun, Belgriff can't help but feel somewhat miserable because of the pain he feels in all the muscles of his body. The power that Angeline wielded yesterday forced Belgriff to use all his ability and to make movements to which he was not accustomed. Now, every time he moves his body, his muscles howl from the pain. But at least there's a good reason for that suffering. He's discovered that Angeline is much stronger and more capable than he thought. Although he can't be completely sure that his daughter will be safe just because she won yesterday's match, the attack Angeline used on this occasion was too powerful to ignore, and that gives Belgriff some peace of mind. However, risking the father-daughter bond he has with Angeline has not been the smartest of his tactics, as now, she keeps following him around. Every now and then she puffs up her cheeks and hugs him whenever she can. And if he ever tried to push her away a little, her eyebrows would twitch, and she would make a grunting noise. Belgriff has no choice but to give up and sigh a lot. Angie. What? Well, it's kind of awkward. Do you think you could let me go? No, not yet. In the end, Belgriff has to attend the spring festival, with Angeline riding on his back, which generates curious glances and laughter among the villagers. Ha ha ha. Hey, Belle. That's a big baby you got there. Ha ha, yes, a little Angie, people are watching. Why don't you get off? No, says Angeline firmly and then holds Belgriff tighter. He simply smiles wryly with an expression of defeat. Unlike other festivals, the Spring Festival is organized by and for villagers, and one of the largest celebrations is held in the church. Father Maurice offers words of prayer as the villagers close their eyes and join hands. Everyone who knows the harshness of nature is humble and devoted, and the people of Tornella are no exception, but unlike the imperial capital and Ofen, many people still believe in nature spirits, so the religion of Vienna and indigenous beliefs are constantly mixed. Villagers, including Belgriff, offer their prayers to the chief of the gods, Vienna, but also make offerings to the spirits of nature. After the ceremonies are over, the villagers head to the village square where they eat, drink, sing, and play to their heart's content. Although not as good as the traveling bards, the village artists take out their instruments and play cheerfully, and the young girls dance cheerfully. Stew and wheat porridge is simmered in a large pot. Sweet bread is kneaded with dried yams and rock cowberries. Meat and fish are roasted in a bonfire, and the apple cider barrels are opened. The many souvenirs that Angeline has brought from Orphan also make a presence at these festivities. The villagers are delighted with the sugar confectionery and mulled wine that cannot be found in Tornella. Little by little Angeline recovers her normal attitude, and Belgriff can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The old adventurer sits in one of the corners of the square and watches the performances and dances while drinking some apple cider. Angeline approaches him, but instead of hugging him, she just sits next to Belgriff and has a drink on her own. Seeing the scene, Anessa and Miriam smile cheerfully. What? Asks Angeline with a curious expression. Nothing, it's just that now you look like father and daughter, right, Miri? Yes, they get along very well. That's right. Phew. Angeline smiles and leans on her father. The muscle pain returns at that moment, and Belgriff frowns. Angie, it hurts a little when you do that. That's not good. You have to be more mature, Daddy. Belgriff strokes his beard with a complicated expression on his face. There's chatter here and there, and the loud but cheerful voices of the singers make the laughter even louder. The young men of the village shyly approach Anessa and Miriam, and give them bouquets of colorful flowers, while the young ladies tease them about it. Angeline and her party will soon have to return to Orphan. Their presence is necessary in that place, so there's no way to avoid it. Thinking about it, Belgriff can't help but feel a little lonely, but he's also glad to know that so many people trust and depend on his daughter. He can't let his feelings get in her way. Without realizing it, Belgriff has emptied several cups of apple cider, and the aches and pains in his body have diminished. Angeline, who until a few minutes ago was angry, seems to be in a better mood and looks at the villagers with a warm gaze. At that moment Hoffman approaches them. Hey, Belle. You want a drink? I'll gladly accept it. The spring festival also looks good this year. Haha, it's by the grace of the spirits and the blessings of the chief of the gods, Vienna. After saying that, Hoffman sits next to Belgriff. I want to talk to you about road maintenance. What happened? Belgriff leans forward and puts his elbow on his knee. Due to Angeline's visit, Belgriff has not been able to attend the village meetings as before. Every time he sees the other villagers arguing hotly, Belgriff has no idea what they're talking about. The elders were reluctant, but yesterday, they finally agreed. Now, we can give an answer to Lord Bordeaux, says Hoffman with a smile while drinking a sip of cider. That's good. With this, Tornella will not be left behind by the rest of the world. Hoffman laughs out loud at that and pulls a letter out of his pocket. Speaking of which, Belle, I want to send my answer to Lord Bordeaux. Could I ask you to deliver it? Me? Belgriff is pretty confused with the request, maybe because of all the cider he drank. This is an important letter. I can't give it to just anybody. You have good skills and, above all, the trust of the Bordeaux family. I hope you'll accept this little quest and tell me everything when you get back. If you ask me, this should be a job for the village chief," says Belgriff with a mischievous smile that makes Hoffman's eyebrows twitch a little. "I'm also asking because you mentioned earlier that my manners are strange." I'm kidding. I understand." As the two of them laugh and drink cider, Angeline, who listened to the conversation without saying anything, finally leans forward. "When will you leave?" "When? In my opinion, the sooner you leave, the better." Hearing that, Angeline's eyes light up and she embraces Belgriff's arm. "If so, we can leave together when I return to Orphan." Yeah, that'll save us a lot of trouble." Certainly, if Belgriff leaves on the same day Angeline returns to Orphan, they will be able to save time and money by sharing the same carriage. And they can spend more time together. From Angeline's point of view, traveling with her father will be an unforgettable experience. "All right. Angie, I hope you and your friends can protect me from any danger," says Belgriff, emptying the rest of the apple cider in one gulp. "Great. When do we leave?" "If possible, I'd like to leave early tomorrow, but Angie, would you like to spend more time in Tornella?" "That doesn't matter if I can spend more time with you, Daddy. Tomorrow is good." Angeline gets up happily and talks to Anessa and Miriam, who are still dealing with the young men of the village. "Tomorrow we'll go back to Orphan. My daddy's coming with us." "What? Mr. Bell too? Wow, is Mr. Bell coming back with us?" The two girls approach Belgriff with huge smiles on their faces and shake his hand. "Not exactly. I have another assignment. I have to go to the Bordeaux territory." "Oh, I see, it's a shame. And I thought we could go on adventures with Mr. Bell." Anessa scratches her cheeks with an expression of disappointment, and Miriam puffs her cheeks. Before he realizes it, the girls got used to his presence. It's a shame he can't accompany them to Orphan. However, if they are really going to leave this early, they have to prepare several things. So Belgriff and the girls return home even though the festival is not over yet. The round trip to Bordeaux will take Belgriff at least a week. During all that time, the house will be left alone, so he has to clean as much as he can. And to prevent undesirables from messing with his stuff, Belgriff puts all his valuables in a safe. However, because of his muscle pain, he can't move around as smoothly as usual, and it takes him a long time to prepare his things. As they prepare for the journey, the sun sets on the horizon, and night arrives in Tornella. The spring festival goes from dances and songs to the big banquet, and the villagers are separated into small groups of 3 or 5 people. As is customary, the banquet is plentiful and the villagers eat their fill, so it will be difficult for them to eat in the following days. After a while, Belgriff leaves the house to consult with Hoffman. Angeline is in such a good mood for the trip they'll be making together that she doesn't force him to take her with him. The 3 girls sit quietly in front of the fireplace and clean their bodies. Our vacations lasted a short time," Miriam murmurs. "Yeah. Looks like it was just a couple of days. But the reality is that we've been here for 2 weeks," Anessa says with a sigh. "I don't know if I can get used to the hustle and bustle of the city after living so quietly." "Yeah, you're right. I can't believe I was also able to train with Mr. Bell and Angie. We're not vanguards, but it was still very helpful. I think." Right. I can definitely feel that our power has increased. Have you also become stronger despite losing so many times, Angie?" says Miriam as she pokes Angeline's side with her fingertips. "It's not that I was careless or anything. It's just that my dad is extraordinary. If you keep saying that, Mr. Bell will be mad at you again. If Angie stops being Mr. Bell's daughter, I wonder if he'll agree to be my father." "What did you say?" "I won't forgive you, Miri," yells Angeline as she jumps at Miriam. "Kaya." The two play together while laughing out loud. Miriam and Angeline are rolling from side to side very close to the fireplace, while Anessa, who has a worried expression on her face, tries to stop them from getting hurt. The busy life they have led in Orphan, subjugating magic beasts almost every day, and the life they have led in the peaceful village of Tornella, are very different. Right now, this S-rank party is no different than any other group of teenage girls. Their rest has been exciting, exhilarating and certainly amusing, but it is actually difficult to say that they rested their bodies. For the last couple of weeks, they have been working every day, walking through the mountains away from the crowds and chatting in front of the fireplace at night. However, this lifestyle has gradually become normal for them, and now that they must return to the busy city, they cannot help but feel somewhat nostalgic. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. It's most likely Belgriff, who has returned from his talk with Hoffman. Angeline, who until a few seconds ago was playing with Miriam, rushes to the door in the blink of an eye and opens it. A cold gust of wind enters through the door and threatens to extinguish the fireplace, candles, and lamps. Belgriff takes off his coat and hangs it on the wall, frowning at his aching muscles, and also stretching his neck, that seems to have become numbed by the cold. The nights are still cold, are you guys okay? We're fine. After getting used to the nighttime, it doesn't feel as cold as it did at first. I'm glad you hear that. But isn't it a shame that you have to leave the place you just got used to? Says Belgriff with a smile. Then he takes more wood and puts it in the fireplace. Daddy, what time are we leaving tomorrow? Says Angeline as she jumps on Belgriff's back. We'll leave around noon. Otherwise, we will get sleepy on the road. This way we can also clean the rooms and have breakfast. All right. Angeline buries her face in Belgriff's hair as she smiles. Apparently, she's happy just to be with her father. Belgriff smiles wryly, takes off his shoes and sits near the fireplace. He then carefully removes the prosthetic leg, wipes it with a clean cloth, and sets it aside. Suddenly, everyone in the house is silent. The wind outside blows hard and shakes the door. With the wood Belgriff threw into the chimney, the fire is rekindled and dances from side to side. In that stillness, even the slightest noise intensifies quite a bit. Miriam sways from side to side with a nonchalant, sleepy look, and Angeline, still hugging Belgriff's back, begins to close her eyes. With a pop, a lump of burning coal flies out of the chimney. Belgriff quickly catches it with his bare hand and throws it back into the fire. Wow, wasn't it hot? Asks Anessa as he watches Belgriff's action. The coal. If you spend several years swinging the sword, the skin on your hands thickens. If I had held the coal for a while it would have burned my hand, but if it is only for a moment, then there is no problem. After saying this, Belgriff shows Anessa his palm. Certainly, his skin looks tough and coarse. Anessa extends her hand involuntarily, but immediately stops with a surprised expression. Is it okay if I touch your hand? Yeah, no problem. When the girl touches the hand of the old adventurer, she has an indescribable sensation. Belgriff's hand has calluses so hard that they resemble small stones, and the skin is so thick that even knives are unlikely to cut it. However, it is not an unpleasant feeling. Somehow these marks, corns, and scars are evidence of everything Belgriff has lived through. It's amazing. I'll also do my best to achieve it, says Anessa, somewhat embarrassed by her own youth. This is just evidence of my lack of talent. I wasn't able to grow any other way. Belgriff smiles, then he reaches for a glass near the fireplace and pours some hot water. Well, it's been a long time since I left Ornella. I hope you can take good care of this old man, Miss Adventurer. Belgriff jokes and drinks the water. Anessa smiles tenderly. Angeline is dozing but manages to open her eyes a little and curl up on Belgriff's back. I'm sleepy. Yes, we should also sleep because tomorrow will be very busy. In fact, I think Miss Miri is already asleep. Oh, this girl, seriously, Anessa didn't even notice, but Miriam is already lying in her bed, sleeping. Belgriff gets up carefully and takes Angeline to her bed, then blows out the lamps and candles. Only the chimney light remains, so the roof of the house is completely covered by shadows. Belgriff then goes to his bed and lies down. Anessa also seems tired, as moments after lying down, her breathing relaxes and she falls asleep. Belgriff slowly closes his eyes. He can hear Angeline breathing in the bed next to his, and from time to time, the crackling sound of wood in the fireplace. He never imagined he would have to leave Ornella, but for some reason, he finds it interesting. He is also glad to spend more time with his daughter. After all, the house is very quiet when Angeline is an orphan. He's not ashamed to say that he wants to spend more time with his little girl. However, he also feels anxious, since, without him, Ornella has no more people who can deal with magic beasts. But when he mentioned this to Hoffman, he laughed. Hoffman asserted that some of the children Belgriff has been teaching swordsmanship to have the skills necessary for the job. Besides, it's not like Tornella is going to disappear just because Belgriff goes out for a couple of days. Belgriff knows that Hoffman is right and can't help but feel embarrassed by his anxiety and overreaction. Anyway, for now, he must rest. However, he cannot easily fall asleep, perhaps a discomfort caused by his age. Fortunately, now that he's not moving so much, the muscle aches hardly bother him. Yesterday's fight had really demanded a lot from him. When Belgriff decides to start counting sheep, he hears Angeline's voice. "Daddy, are you awake?" "Yes, I'm awake," replies Belgriff with his eyes closed. Phew, even though I was recently sleepy, I can't sleep now." "Yes, it's the same with me." Well, wouldn't you like to live with us in Orphan? I make a lot of money and if I rent a big house we can all live together." Belgriff remains silent and closes his eyes for a while, but finally slowly stretches his arm and caresses Angeline's head. "That sounds fantastic." "Yes." Angeline is very excited about the answer. However, Belgriff continues to speak. "But if I do that, I won't be able to come back to Tornella anymore." "Well, this is my home village." "No, this is our home village, Angie. Your offer makes me really happy, but I want to continue protecting the place where you can come back and call home. If I'm not mistaken, you also like Tornella, don't you, Angie?" "Yes, I like it," says Angeline with a certain air of disappointment. "All right. But we'll stay together until we reach the Bordeaux territory." Sure. So go to sleep now." "Yes. Good night, Daddy." "Good night, Angie." The night in Tornella remains serene and silent. Chapter 19. The next morning, before dawn, everyone is already awake and patrolling around the village. Angeline, who is quite lively, cheerfully climbs her favorite hill, and from there gazes at the whole village. She still exhales white smoke, but the landscape of the hill is clearly greener. After returning home and having a light breakfast, everyone folds the blankets they used for sleeping, and returns the straw to the barn. They also clean as much as they can, and verify that the chimney is off. That chimney hadn't gone out in quite a while. In the last few weeks, it had burned practically every day. After they are finished, they put the luggage in the carriage. However, there are not as many things as when the girls returned to Tornella. There are no souvenirs they want to take back to Orphan. Belgriff takes one last look inside the house to see if anything has been left behind. But everything seems to be fine. "It's been several years since I left the village for a long period of time," says Belgriff as he touches the walls of his house. "I'll be gone for a while. Wait for me, okay?" As if responding, a slight squeaking sound is heard. Belgriff smiles, knocks the wall and leaves the house. There is a thin cloud in the sky that was not there in the morning, and it seems that a thicker cloud is approaching from the north, and a cold wind is blowing, as if the joy of the recent spring had weakened in the village. When the old adventurer goes out into the garden, he encounters a small farewell group that is talking to the girls. The young men of the village seem to lament that the girls are returning to the city. They have depressed expressions and are making a big fuss. Anessa scratches her cheek with a wry smile, and Miriam is chuckling a little. They don't really seem very interested in boys. None of the young people talk to Angeline, whom they've known since childhood and whose father terrifies them. However, Angeline doesn't seem to care. She sits in the carriage, smiling and watching as her friends try to appease the young men. Seeing this, Belgriff feels a little uneasy about whether he will ever see his daughter get married. "You're a busy guy, Bel," says Kerry as he puts his hand on Belgriff's shoulder. "Haha, yes. It's a strange feeling. Please be careful and come back safe. I'll take care of the fields." "Yes, thank you. That'll help a lot." Belgriff smiles, pats Kerry on the shoulders and slowly climbs into the carriage. His muscular pains still afflict him, and he can't move easily. Fortunately, there is plenty of space in the carriage because there is not much luggage. At that moment, Angeline approaches him cheerfully. "Daddy, are you ready?" "Yeah, ready." "Okay, time to go." Yes, time to go." When Anessa moves the reins, the horse slowly lifts its legs, and the cart begins to move. Belgriff leans out of the cart and talks to Kerry. "Well, it's time to go. I'll leave everything to you in my absence. Of course, enjoy your trip and come back soon. It's not like I'm going on vacation." Belgriff smiles and scratches his cheeks. The carriage leaves the village, moves along the outer plain, and gradually enters the mountain path. The road is bad, so every time the hard wheels step on a stone, the carriage shakes. However, it seems that the trip is faster because now they do not have excess baggage. But still, they have to get out of the carriage and push from behind when the slope is too steep. Horses, too, are living beings, and they will not move if they are forced to overexert themselves. Belgriff hopes that the carriages will be able to move more easily once they begin to fix the road. As they distance themselves from Tornella, the clouds become thinner and the weather improves. There is no trace of those dark clouds approaching from the north. Belgriff goes to the back of the carriage and sits there. To protect himself from the sun, he quickly sets up a tarp. Vanessa holds the reins of the carriage, while Angeline and Miriam sit on both sides of Belgriff, and have been grooming with his beard ever since. Since he's never bothered to do this kind of superfluous stuff, he can't help but feel a little strange. Also, as it tickles him, Belgriff can't relax. This beard always tickles me. And it's very soft. Interesting. Mr. Bell, do you always groom your beard? Well, I've never cared about that sort of thing, but hey, you two, you're tickling me. But no matter what Belgriff said, the girls continued their work with smiles on their lips. Realizing that he has somehow gotten more daughters, Belgriff sighs deeply. The horse is not galloping, but it is still much faster than a person on foot. At this rate, they will reach the village of Radina when the sun is setting, or perhaps a little earlier. Radina is the closest village to Tornella. And although it is not very large, it has a huge forest nearby that allows them to collect acorns, and pig breeding thrives in the area. The quality of the smoked meat, sausages and pork fat is high. The village of Tornella buys these products and in return sells wool, part of the crops, goat leather, among other things, to the villagers of Radina. But this relationship is not merely commercial. There is also a kind of cultural exchange when Radina villagers visit Tornella during the autumn festival. For Belgriff, however, this is just the second time he has left Tornella, counting the time he traveled to Orphan to become an adventurer. Somehow, it's like he has never left Tornella. The old adventurer knows every corner of his village, but he doesn't recognize what lies beyond the mountain path. His memories are too old to remember anything clearly. Maybe, just maybe, if he were a couple of years younger, Belgriff would feel different. The sun gradually leans westward and the shadows become longer. Although you can feel the warmth of spring during the day, the night wind makes anyone start shaking. And today, the wind seems to be blowing from the north. Belgriff changes his position many times because, despite having some cushions, he finds it uncomfortable sitting the same way for a long time. The same seems to be happening to the three girls, as they also change their position, but less frequently than Belgriff. However, Anessa, who has handled the reins from the beginning, is sitting still in the front seat. Belgriff can feel the difference between him and the girls as adventurers, and he can't help but smile wryly. It's been a long time since he sat in a carriage and traveled that way. At best, he has only traveled to his barn with a wagon full of wheat and potatoes on harvest days. You are indeed accustomed to traveling. It is amazing. When Belgriff says this, Angeline's face lights up. Phew phew phew. We're amazing, aren't we? Yes. Amazing. Angeline smiles widely and then rests her head on her father's shoulder. When Belgriff puts his hand on the girl's head, she closes her eyes and relaxes her expression. The old adventurer smiles bitterly when he realizes that his daughter's spoiled attitude has not completely disappeared. Miriam looks at that scene with an envious expression. She takes off her hat and holds it in her hand, then she rests her head on Belgriff's shoulder, just like Angeline. You're too cunning, Angie. I'm great too, aren't I, Mr. Bell? Please, pat my head. Well, I don't mind. Does a pat on the head really feel that good? Thinks Belgriff. But since there's no reason not to, he puts his hand on Miriam's head and she smiles satisfactorily. This feels good. Is that so? But what about your pretty ears? They could get cold with this wind. When Belgriff says that, Miriam starts giggling. Phew 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 phew. That won't happen. It's okay to touch, my hair is quite soft. It's true. Although it is not very long, the delicate smooth hair completely covers the ears, and is quite pleasant to the touch. It is very well cared for. This way, the wind won't be a problem. However, when Belgriff realizes that they are talking about this kind of thing, he can't help but feel a little embarrassed. Sorry, I think I said something inappropriate. Not at all. But thank you for your consideration. Phew phew phew. Miriam rests her head on Belgriff again as she continues to laugh. At that moment, a finger touches Miriam's cheek. It's Angeline, and she appears to be a little angry. Miri, don't be so clingy with my daddy. It's not good that you're trying to monopolize him. But he's my daddy. That's unfair. You don't mind having one more daughter, do you, Mr. Bell? What do you mean? Hey, you can't say that kind of thing to daddy. Besides, if you want to be my sister, you must defeat me first. Wait. That way I will never be your sister. The two girls begin to poke each other's cheeks as they continue their incomprehensible discussion. Belgriff decides it's best to run away and crawls to the front of the carriage. Those two get along very well, he says as he stretches his aching muscles. Anessa smiles from the driver's seat. Yes, it's as if they couldn't help it. Miss Ain, are you tired? Do you want me to replace you? Suggests Belgriff, but Anessa turns around and smiles. It's okay. I've enjoyed doing this from the beginning. Do you like animals? That's right. Well, the truth is, on our travels, I always end up with two big beasts. I guess in the end, I got used to it. As she says this, Anessa looks back with a wry smile at her two companions, who were still playing in the back of the carriage. These three get along very well. It's a good thing Angeline could find such good friends. Belgriff thinks with a smile on his face. After they ate a light lunch and let the horse rest, they continue their journey, and finally enter the acorn forest. Even though twilight makes visibility bad, they can easily find clearly the path that people constantly use, as the dried acorns made a loud noise when the carriage wheels run over them. Pigs usually don't eat the shell, and that's what's left on the road. In addition, they can detect the smell of pigs in the air. When the sun is about to set and the shadows are about to cover everything, they can finally see the wooden fence that surrounds the village. Here we are. This is Radina. It took a long time. With the carriage still moving, they stretch their numb muscles. It's a pretty nice feeling after the long trip. After talking to the young guard, they enter the village. Unlike Tornella, there are groups of thieves who occasionally appear nearby, so security is quite strict. Inside the village, there is a small inn where merchants looking to buy pork go. That's where they plan to spend the night. It's been a long time since I've been here. Nothing is how I remember it, Belgriff says from the top of the carriage, as he scratches his cheek. How long has it been since you left Tornella, Mr. Bell? When asked by Anessa, Belgriff scratches his head with a wry smile. I hadn't been out in over 20 years. That's incredible. So, it's been a long time. Yes, it's kind of curious. Belgriff had imagined that he would spend the rest of his days within the borders of Tornella. However, Angeline began to propagate the nickname Red Ogre to describe him, and it spread so far that even Helvetica Bordeaux heard it, making her visit Tornella and propose the plan to fix the way. Which brings us to the present, where Belgriff is traveling with his daughter and her companions to deliver a letter. And now, his journey starts anew. Belgriff remembers how, when his daughter left to become an adventurer, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Life is quite strange. The inn is not very crowded, but there are still some merchants and travelers. A peculiar smell of burnt fat floats in the air, probably someone is cooking pork. There are a dining room and a bar on the first floor, where guests eat their food. In the back, there is a communal room, and on the second floor, there are several private rooms. The current clients probably don't have a lot of money, as the private rooms on the second floor are almost empty, and the communal room is almost full. Belgriff suggests that the girls take a private room while he rests in the communal room. However, there is fierce opposition from the three adventurers. There's no way we're doing that, Daddy. That's right, Mr. Bell. Please don't say such gloomy things. Right, Ain? Yes. But there's only one bed in the room, and it's not big enough for 4 people. No problem. Miri and Ain will sleep on both sides of the bed, and I will sleep with you in the middle. We'll hug each other to save space. You'll end up cooking me a live*. But it's cold at night, isn't it? I'm sure we'll sleep better that way. Miri, do you really think we could all sleep comfortably together in that bed? Needless to say, Belgriff's body is enormous. He doesn't have unnecessary fat, but he is quite tall, and his muscles are quite developed, so his size is much bigger than that of the girls. Besides, the bed is not that big. If the 3 girls squeeze into it, they could fit one way or another, but if they want to include Belgriff, well, that would be practically impossible. At that moment, Angeline's face lit up, as if she had just had a revelation. Then, Daddy and I can sleep in this bed, and Miri and Aine can go to the communal room. Hey! Belgriff shouts as he hits Angeline in the head. You mustn't think only about yourself. Mew, I'm sorry. After a heated discussion, they decide to opt for the first proposal. Belgriff will stay in a communal room, and the three girls will take a private room. In exchange for that, Angeline demands that they stay together until bedtime and hugs Belgriff's arm firmly while pouting. They dine together in the dining room on the first floor, and then talk while drinking a little. Angeline, who seems happy to travel with her father, has a strong drink and ends up completely numb and wobbly. The other two girls are in the same condition. They're still young, Belgriff thinks when he sees that warm scene. It's as if all the dignity of high-ranking adventurers has disappeared from the girls' faces. As the night progresses, they decide to go up to their room to rest a bit. Angeline, who can't stand on her own, seems happy that Belgriff is carrying her. Instead, the old adventurer frowned at the pain he still felt in his muscles, but somehow he manages to put Angeline to bed, and then sighed relieved. Well, good night. Good night. Get a good night's rest, Mr. Bell. Belgriff leaves the room, receives a blanket at the reception, and heads to the communal room. The fireplace is burning red and cushions are scattered everywhere. There are many people in various outfits, some are lying down and others are asleep, others are still awake and talking, others are drinking, others are playing cards. Paying special attention to where he puts his feet, Belgriff finds an empty place and sits down. Despite being far from the fireplace, he doesn't feel cold, probably because of the number of people around him. Belgriff slowly removes his artificial leg and places it under a cushion. There are many travelers inside the room, and if a person leaves their belongings unattended, they may run the risk of being robbed. In private rooms, people can leave their things where they want, but here, even an artificial leg is in danger. When he sees the situation, a man who is drinking next to Belgriff starts talking to him. You have a prosthetic leg. The man looks like an adventurer. At first glance, he appears to be in his mid-30s. His stocky body looks well-trained, and his arms are thick. The opaque brown hair is beginning to thin, but a dark thick beard covers the lower half of the face. His expression is hard and coarse, but his eyes reflect a certain sense of kindness. Yes, I've had it for a long time, Belgriff says with a smile. When you came in you moved so naturally, I barely noticed it. But then I heard the noise it made when it hit the ground. Haha, I guess I lack practice. But I was lucky to keep my knee. If I didn't have it, surely my movements would be even stranger. After saying that, Belgriff shows the movement of his knee to the man, who squints his eyes in surprise. Even so, you must have tried hard enough to move so easily. It's admirable. Well done. Thank you. Belgriff says, somewhat embarrassed as he scratches his cheek. Then the man offers him the Bota bag in his hand. Would you like a drink? Or maybe you don't like wine. I will accept it. Thank you. Belgriff receives the bag and has a drink. It's not the best wine he's ever tasted, but the taste is nice. The taste for some reason reminds him of his days as an adventurer. Belgriff gives the bag back to the man, who looks at it with a smile and continues the conversation. Apparently, the man has a talkative personality. As an adventurer, I enjoy traveling to various countries. But I especially like to meet strong martial artists. ****. Oh. I have traveled all over northern Estgal. I have visited Orphan, Urban, Astorinos. Before arriving in Radina, I made a stop in the Bordeaux territory, and the adventurers there were great. Especially a girl named Sasha, the younger sister of the Bordeaux. She left a memento engraved on my arm, her power almost made me bite the dust. As far as I know, she's in the AA rank, but eventually, she'll reach the S rank, it's just a matter of time. The man nonchalantly tells the story of his encounter with Sasha. And as expected, she continues to increase her skills. Belgriff is listening quietly as he laughs from time to time. The man continues to drink his wine. I also heard some rumors in Bordeaux about a sword master living in Tornella. He doesn't have a habit of leaving Tornella, and neither does he seek fame. They call him the Red Ogre, and it is said that his swordsmanship lives up to that nickname. Do you know him? A cold sweat forms on Belgriff's forehead, but he manages to force a smile. No, I don't know him. I see, that Red Ogre must be someone incredible. Apparently, he is Sasha Bordeaux's master, and she has never been able to defeat him. And if that weren't enough, he is the father and master of the Black-haired Valkyrie, the heroine who defeated the Demon King. I never imagined that such an impressive person lived in the far north of the Empire of Rhodesia. Is that so? I really want to see that swordsmanship with my own eyes, that's why I'm traveling to Tornella. I've heard that the Red Ogre has red hair and a prosthetic leg, just like you. That's why I spoke to you in the first place. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, yes, it's a strange coincidence, I'm sorry, but I have to get up early tomorrow, Belgriff says with a dry smile, and lies down with a blanket on his back. Yes, I have to get up early too, says the man and begins to snore immediately. Belgriff closes his eyes with a sense of relief, seeing that the man is not only kind but also thick-skinned. Chapter 20. He's in the middle of the quiet room. As usual, Belgriff has woken up before dawn, so he leaves the room full of sleeping people and decides to take a walk through the streets of Radina. The pain in his muscles hasn't gone away yet, but it's been greatly reduced. Although it can also be the aches that one feels with age. Belgriff cannot help but feel bad about the fact that those movements have restricted his body for so long. Belgriff walks past the farmers on their way to work and sees the smoke indicating the start of breakfast preparations rising above the houses. In those areas, Radina is just like Tornella. The village has a slight scent of pigs. The smell is somewhat different from that of goats and sheep. Belgriff can't tell if it's the body odor or the feces of the pigs, but as he's not used to it, the odor will stay in his nose for a while. Speaking of which, the old adventurer remembers that the last time he visited Radina, he had this same experience. When the sun begins to rise, Belgriff returns to the inn. The early departing travelers are already up and eating. Belgriff returns to the common room, but the man he spoke to last night is no longer there. He didn't see him in the dining room either, so the man is probably already left. The night before, Belgriff felt somewhat agitated by what the man said and fell asleep without saying another word, something somewhat pathetic. But now, he couldn't do anything about it. Belgriff walks up the stairs and heads to the girl's room. Before reaching it, the door opens and Angeline exits the room. Good morning, Daddy. Good morning, Angie, did you hear my footsteps? Yes, especially on the second floor. The wooden prosthetic leg makes noise when making contact with the floor, especially if the floor is also made of wood. And the sound seems to increase in the upper floors. Belgriff grumbles and scratches his beard. Then perhaps I should cover it with a rag. Phew phew phew. At that moment, Angeline hugs her father and takes a deep breath. Then she lifts her face with an animated expression. Well, let's have breakfast. Yes. Ms. Ain and Ms. Miri are when Belgriff says their names, they lean out the door. I'm awake. Mr. Bell, good morning. Good morning to you both. Let's have breakfast and then go on with our trip. In the inn, they only serve local products, and as one would expect from Radina, it is pork. Because spring has just begun, there are no fresh products, only smoked or salted meat, but still, it's a good breakfast. The smoked meat sandwich with watercress and mustard seeds is particularly delicious. Unlike Tornella's mild meals, this one has a fat, rich, hearty flavor. Although the price is quite something. However, money is no problem for an S-rank adventurer's party. Thanks to that, they can enjoy an abundant meal, even during the early hours of the morning. Belgriff is a little afraid to imagine how easily he can get used to this food, even though eating something different is one of the pleasures of traveling. However, as he has had an austere and simple life so far, he has the right to indulge in some small luxuries, so he simply shrugs his shoulders and goes on eating. As for the three girls, they didn't seem to have any problems from the beginning. After breakfast, everyone takes a break and drinks some tea. Belgriff wants to practice with his sword, but he still remembers his talk with that man. There is a possibility that, if he starts practicing in a place like this, more problems will arise. Actually, he doesn't mind the idea of having face-offs with other people, but he doesn't want the nickname of Red Ogre to spread any further. First and foremost, Belgriff doesn't like the idea of standing out. He has no desire to be praised and to puff up his chest. Also, he doesn't want to be in a situation where he would end up betraying other people's expectations. Belgriff still feels sorry for deceiving that man last night, but he didn't want to attract unnecessary problems. Belgriff offers a sincere apology to the man from the bottom of his heart. After the break, it's time to depart. The horse has eaten a lot of fodder and is overflowing with energy after a good rest. Thanks to that, the carriage advances without any problem. The sun is shining in the morning sky, and the weather is good. Fortunately, the awning of the carriage generates a pleasant shade. The carriage ride from Rodina to Bordeaux takes about 2 days, as one must cross a mountainous area on the way, and that takes some time. This is the place where Angeline rescued Celan. Although the road is technically shorter than the one from Tornella to Rodina, the large number of travelers and the difficult route make the journey somewhat slow. It takes them all day to cross the mountain trail, so they head to a nearby village and spend the night there. The next day, they finally reach the Bordeaux territory, but by then, thick clouds already cover the sky, and rain begins to fall. The raindrops make a loud noise when hitting the awning. Rainfall is typical in early spring, and in the northern region, it is common for a lot of snow to fall during the winter, and for spring rains to be scarce. A torrential rain like the one of now is quite unusual. Although the wind is not so strong, the inside of the carriage begins to get wet. The huge raindrops collide with each other, forming a kind of mist that then floats adrift. The abrupt change in climate makes the horse's pace slower. Oh, boy. This got ugly. It's very cold, says Angeline as she sticks closer to Belgriff. Her hair is wet and damp because of the fog that the rain is creating. The temperature drops so low that one can see steam coming out of the horse pulling the carriage. When they arrive in Bordeaux, the sun has already set and they are shaking. The rain continues to fall. Both the feudal lord and the territory of Bordeaux are the largest and most powerful of the northern region. The fields extend in all directions, and the bustling city is protected by huge stone walls. Although the city is not as big as Orphan, it does not seem to lose in vividness. Helvetica's plan to gather the best talent seems to be bearing fruit. Belgriff and the girls don't want to visit the Bordeaux mansion with those wet clothes and sloppy looks. They decide it's best to take their time, rest their bodies and visit the mansion the next day. The carriage has endured quite well, but the jolts have worn it down a bit. The inns of Bordeaux are much bigger than those of Rodina. The bar on the first floor is overflowing with customers. Apparently, the adventurers prefer this place, since one can see many people who have that appearance. Seeing the 3 girls and an old man with deplorable appearances, the innkeeper can't help but grimace, but when Angeline shows him her S-rank adventurer badge, his attitude changes completely. Please, this way. The innkeeper takes the luggage and quickly guides them to a room. Angeline looks back at Belgriff with a big smile. While Belgriff knows that reaction is a little inappropriate, he simply smiles wryly and follows the girls. The room is of reasonable size and has 2 beds. That way, they can sleep in the same place if they split into 2 groups. Belgriff is somewhat surprised to find that several days have passed since he slept in a bed. When he touches one of them, he notices their softness and fluffiness, and immediately knows that he will be able to sleep without any problem. The 4 adventurers leave their luggage, change their wet clothes and go down to the first floor. The place is quite noisy. A group of traveling gypsies plays music, spinning with the sounds of crockery, laughter, chatter, and shouting. It's very lively. Aha, I'm hungry. All the tables in the dining room are occupied, so they have to sit at the counter. As one would expect from such a large inn, its facilities are excellent. Not only do they have an expensive cooling storage fridge, but they also have several exotic dishes on their menu. They even have seafood, even though they are nowhere near the sea. However, Belgriff feels a little overwhelmed to see the names of the dishes. There are some he thinks he recognizes, but his old memories fail him yet again. The old adventurer decides to leave the choice of dishes to the girls, and he simply orders an ale, which is supposed to be one of Bordeaux's specialties, and some anchovies, which, by the name, he can guess is a kind of fish. Ale is a liquor obtained from barley. It tastes more bitter than grape wine or apple wine, so Belgriff drinks it slowly. Anchovies are small fish that appear to have been salted and fermented. Their peculiar taste and strong smell create a curious expression on Belgriff's face. Angeline and the girls laugh a little at his reaction. Anchovies aren't for beginners, Daddy. You could have mentioned it earlier. Judge. We wanted what kind of reaction you'd have, Mr. Bell. Sorry, Mr. Bell, some people don't mind the taste, so I figured there wouldn't be a problem. Belgriff lets out a sigh and smiles wryly at the girl's answers. He certainly doesn't like the taste, but as he's already ordered it, so now he has to finish it. When he was an adventurer he was used to eating all sorts of things, but the moment he returned to Tornella his tastes became less fanciful. While Belgriff eats the anchovies with a bitter expression, one of the customers sitting next to him says something. "Ha, so you don't like the succulent taste of anchovies, you must be a countryman for sure." Belgriff looks back at the customer and is surprised to see that it's a little girl. She looks about 15 years old and her hair is as white as snow. Isn't it good? This deep flavor makes anchovies a delicacy. If you say they are very salty and the smell is horrible, you look like a simple countryman, by Aku. The old adventurer is relieved to realize that the girl is talking to her partner. The boy next to the girl listens without saying anything, but has a frown. Like the girl, the boy seems to be about 15 years old and his hair is white, but his hair is a little greasier and not so smooth, which gives an impression somewhat different from hers. Who cares? I don't like the taste. Besides, you're from Lucretia, so you should be used to it. Lucretia is the headquarters of the Vienna Church on the southeast side of the Rhodesian Empire. The system of religious state centered on the patriarchs has continued for more than 200 years. It is situated on a peninsula that protrudes from the continent and has a surrounding archipelago, which is why it has a deep relationship with the sea. Being one of the central places of the Vienna Church, and with believers from all parts of the continent, Lucretia has a strong influence, even in the neighboring countries. But also, the rumors and political scandals are endless in that place. There is a considerable distance between Lucretia and Bordeaux. Belgriff is sincerely surprised that such a young couple has traveled so far. The girl continues to talk as she gnaws on bread with anchovies in it. Although these anchovies can't compare to the ones you can find in Lucretia. I want to go home soon. Why did I have to come to this remote and desolate city in the north? Just shut up and eat. Sometimes you talk too much. Hey, by Aku. That's no way to talk to your master. The girl moves in her chair with an indignant expression. At that moment, a loud cracking sound is heard and the girl's chair breaks, possibly because it was old. The girl's eyes open in fear. Belgriff stretches his arm without even thinking about it, catches the girl by the back, and prevents her from falling to the ground. The girl doesn't know what happened and simply opens and closes her mouth due to the surprise. Are you all right? The girl jumps in surprise when she hears Belgriff's voice and turns to see him. Seeing the old adventurer, the girl's white cheeks blush. I think why I don't do unnecessary things. Belgriff feels somewhat confused and tilts his head when he hears this answer. At first it seemed that she wanted to thank him, but in the end, she ended up getting angry. However, since the other person is just a child, Belgriff doesn't take it as an insult. At that moment, the boy comes over and puts the girl on the floor. The boy has an expressionless face, but still makes a small bow to Belgriff. Bad Reiner, you're always bothering others. Hey, who are you calling a bother? Talk to me in that way, who do you Mugu? The boy covers the girl's mouth with his hand while she looks at him with an angry expression. Seeing the boys behave like siblings, Belgriff can't help but smile. What's wrong, Daddy? Asks Angeline as she approaches. When he sees her, the boy's eyebrows twitch a little. I'm sorry to bother you. It's time to go, Your Holiness. MMPH. 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 The boy walks out while holding the violent girl. They really are very cheerful kids, thinks Belgriff as he scratches his beard. At that moment, an angry voice can be heard screaming loudly. Bastard. You think you can get away with this? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the great Thunderclap Goto. A man in adventurer's clothes is making a big fuss. And if that weren't enough, he also seems to be drunk. The frog in the well knows nothing about the great ocean. I've seen a lot of people like you, says Anessa, who seems to be involved in the affair, with a tired expression as she waves her hand. Don't say stupid things. I won't forgive you just because you're a woman, shouts the man as he looks for the sword in his waist. But before he reached it, Anessa quickly stretches her arm and grabs the man's wrist and twists it. The man screams in pain. Do not claim victory until you know your opponent's abilities. Otherwise, you'll die a premature death, don't you agree, Mr. Thunderclap? In the end, Anessa wins the encounter. The adventurers at the other tables begin to cheer and raise their arms. Apparently, the adventurer has a terrible reputation here. Goto is completely humiliated and runs out of the inn. Miriam hugs Anessa tightly as he smiles. That was so cool. Shut it. It's because of guys like that the reputation of adventurers is so bad. A swordsman lost in close combat against an archer like Hain. Does that guy really deserve a nickname like that? Hearing Angeline's question, the bartender can't help but laugh loudly. It's not what you think. He's just a C-rank adventurer. But he started referring to himself with that extravagant nickname. Well, to tell you the truth, he is a bit of a swordsman. How uncool, Angeline mutters and then drinks her ale. You're doing the same to me, my dear daughter, thinks Belgriff as he scratches his head with an embarrassed expression. The adventurers are quite impressed to see a young girl take care of a guy like that. Several of them approach the counter and make a big fuss. You're scary, miss. Are you an adventurer by any chance? Yes, I'm from Orphan. This is my party. Wow, a party of only beautiful girls. If you could beat Goto so easily, that means your rank is too high, right? Are you A rank? AA. My companion with the hat and I are triple A rank. The girl with the black hair is S rank, says Anessa after looking sideways at Angeline and Miriam and getting their approval. Is this a joke? No, wait. An adventurer with black hair, is it possible? Is she the black-haired Valkyrie? The adventurer who defeated the Demon King? Angeline nods with a complicated expression, and at that moment, the inn explodes in cheers and screams. Not only the adventurers, but also the waiters are delighted with the arrival of the best adventurers, the heroes that all people admire. Perhaps with this event, the prestige of the inn will increase considerably. Everyone wants to hear the heroic stories of the S-rank party, and one drink after another begins to appear in front of the three adventurers. Next to the group of noisy people surrounding the three girls, Belgriff quietly drinks his ale. The surprising bitterness that can be felt from the beginning becomes more pleasant when one gets used to the taste. At that moment, a cheerful man sits next to the Belgriff. Unbelievable, my friend. I never thought I'd live long enough to see something like this. Don't you agree? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Then Angeline turns around and starts talking to Belgriff. Close quote, Daddy, could you finish this? I think I've had too much to drink. All right, I'll finish it, but I also have drunk too much, Angie. Listening to this conversation, the man drops his jaw in surprise. You are the father of the black-haired Valkyrie. Angeline leans on Belgriff's shoulder, and her radiant smile serves as an answer. That's right. He's my father, the Red Ogre Belgriff. Belgriff quickly covers Angeline's mouth with his hand and laughs forcefully. However, it is too late. The man opens his eyes wide and points to Belgriff. Your red hair, your prosthetic leg. You're the Red Ogre. The man who could easily defeat the strongest in the territory, Sasha Bordeaux. Easily? No, I don't. Hey, everybody. This is a big night. Not only does the black-haired Valkyrie visit us, but also the Red Ogre is here with us. All attention is focused on Belgriff at that moment. The old adventurer tries to hide in his seat again, but a noisy crowd immediately surrounds him. As Sasha talks about them on every possible occasion, everyone within the Bordeaux territory knows the names of the black-haired Valkyrie Angeline and the Red Ogre Belgriff. Because of Sasha's actions, Belgriff feels on the verge of collapse. The stress is such that the old adventurer thinks about wearing a hat at all times. Angie, I asked you not to spread it too much, he says quietly to Angeline, who has an expression of pride. You're right, I'm sorry. Angeline answers, as if she had just remembered her promise. But it's too late. In fact, from the moment they embarked on this journey together, Belgriff knew he could do nothing about it. But that doesn't make this situation any less uncomfortable. When it becomes difficult to bear the eulogies and expectant glances of all the people around him, someone breaks into the crowd shouting, "You're being rude," and makes way for Angeline and the others. Lady Angeline. Master. When they turn their faces to the familiar voice, they can see Sasha, who is breathing heavily. Apparently, she has been running in the rain, as her clothes and hair are soaked. When the adventurers see her, they make a stir. Sasha moves quickly and takes Angeline's hand. I rushed to this place when I heard the rumors of your arrival. It saddens me that you told us nothing about your visit. Had I known, I would have welcomed you personally. We were soaking wet and our clothes were dirty, so we thought we'd better announce ourselves tomorrow. Something like that. The Bordeaux family would never care if their benefactors are a little dirty or wet. Please let me escort you to the mansion. I would also like to introduce you to my sister. What should we do? Angeline turns to see her companions. Anessa and Miriam shrug their shoulders. If she says it's no problem, then it's okay, isn't it? Yes, surely the beds in the mansion are softer and fluffier than the beds here. What do you think, Daddy? Belgriff thinks about it for a moment, but finally nods. From the beginning, we made this trip to deliver a letter. If the addressee is inviting us to their house, there is no reason to refuse. But above all, Belgriff wants to get away from this place. After that, Sasha, Belgriff and the girls go to the Bordeaux family mansion. This raises any doubts in the minds of the rest of the adventurers about the true identity of the party, and they begin to make a big fuss. The innkeeper regrets missing the opportunity to increase his prestige with the stories of the S-rank party and the Red Ogre, but as Sasha pays a cancellation fee, the innkeeper stops complaining. In addition, this event will end up benefiting his business. Outside, the rain shows no sign of stopping. Chapter 21. As the rain hits the ground, two shadows are walking in the city of Bordeaux. A boy in a hood walks in front, while a girl with white hair quickly follows behind. Even in the rain, none of them is getting wet. A thin transparent layer covers their heads and protects them from the rainfall. Hey! Listen to me, Byaku. Don't you think you should be more polite when you're in front of your master? Shouts the girl from behind with a furious expression. Shut up, replies the boy with a tired expression as he waves his hand. Suddenly, the layer above the girl's head disappears, and the rain begins to soak her. With a scream of surprise, the girl runs to the boy and clings to him. Idiot. Why did you do that? All because you wanted to eat those hideous anchovies when we could have eaten dinner quietly in our place. What are you talking about? It wasn't an inconvenience, was it? The adventurer who defeated Baal was at the bar. When the girl hears this, her body tightens and her expression changes to one of surprise and fear. Are you kidding? That adventurer should be an orphan, open quote. I don't know why, but she was there. Well, maybe this was the best, we may have to change our plans a little. The girl frowns, but in the end, she snorts sonorously. There's no reason to be afraid. We have Samagina's ring. Open quote. Don't be conceited, Your Holiness. Don't you think it's better to regroup before our next move? Of course. Then, we can eradicate the Vienna doctrine from this continent. Fufu, I am looking forward to it. The faces of those damn ministers writhing in fear. I'm going to kill them all. The girl's eyes glow like flames in a dark forest. Please control yourself. We don't have time for you to digress. The boy answers with a sigh. You must show me more respect. Hey, don't leave me behind. Byaku. Both of them continue to walk quickly down the street. Umlaut. The mansion is huge. The structure and walls are solid. It is as if the building that was erected during the recovery era remained intact, with a coarse but dignified appearance. On the other hand, the interior is immaculate, and the furniture adorns the place in such a way that it does not give an overwhelming sensation. The front garden is beautifully landscaped with trees and stones. In the backyard, there is a barn and a stable which are visible from the corridor window. Apparently, this is where they will keep the horse and carriage that Belgriff and the girls used to reach Bordeaux. There is also a cropland and a well. In addition, they also spotted some buildings that are probably the servants' lodgings. There are also several security guards positioned around the mansion. Belgriff can't help but smile wryly when comparing his appearance and those of the girls to that of the beautiful mansion. He's a commoner, so he's never worried about it before, but in this situation, he feels out of place. In addition, he also feels bad because they are dirtying the mansion with their soaked clothes. Sasha walked with them half the way, but an older maid approached her, whispered something, and they left together somewhere. Although neither Belgriff nor the girls listened to what the maid said, they are sure it has something to do with Sasha's clothes. Apparently, the servants also have trouble dealing with Sasha's tomboy attitude. A few moments later, a young maid arrives to guide them. But at that moment, someone from the other side of the corridor comes rushing in and hugs Angeline. Lady Angeline. You've come. Celine says with an expression of joy on her face. Oh, Celine, have you been well? Yes. You also seem to be in good health, Lady Angeline. Celine smiles widely as she feels Angeline's hand caressing her head. She seems to be very fond of Angeline since the incident with the thieves. Have you met my daddy yet? Oh, that's Aine and Miri. They're my companions and my best friends, says Angeline as she continues to caress Celine's head. Seelan immediately corrects her posture and fixes her glasses with her hand. Cough. Sir Belgriff, dear guests, you must be tired after such a long journey. Let me welcome you, Seelan says while bowing. Vanessa and Miriam respond politely to Seelan's greeting. Belgriff also bows and smiles warmly. It's good to see you in good health, Miss Seelan. I apologize for our unannounced visit. What are you talking about, Sir Belgriff? You will always be welcome in this house, Seelan says with a warm smile on her face. Belgriff decides to finish the quest he was given and takes Hoffman's letter out of his luggage. This is the village chief's answer on the maintenance of the road. I would like to see Lady Helvetica. I see, so that's what it's all about. But first, please, we have prepared some rooms for you. We also have plenty of food. Certainly, it would not be appropriate to appear before the head of the Bordeaux family in wet and dirty clothes. Regardless of whether Helvetica cares or not, it is not good to ignore basic courtesy. Belgriff nods and urges the girls to follow the maid. Seelan receives the letter and leaves quickly to give it to her older sister. The room is small but clean and pleasant. Belgriff and Angeline share a room, and Essa and Miriam are in another. It's an incredible mansion, says Belgriff as he arranges his luggage and hangs his wet coat. Yes, it hasn't changed since the last time I was here. Oh, have you been here before? Did you stop here on your way to Tornella? As a matter of fact, I snuck in, because if they had spotted me, they would have stalled me for a long time. Belgriff laughs as he hears his daughter's answer, who apparently fears neither nobility nor mighty enemies. That's another one of her good qualities, or so Belgriff believes. Right then, there's a knock on the door and a maid enters the room. I've brought you clean clothes and dry shoes. Yes, thank you very much. The clothes she has brought are relatively simple. For Belgriff, a pair of pants and a shirt, and for Angeline, an adornment-free dress. But Angeline doesn't seem to be comfortable in those unfamiliar clothes. All this fluttering is kind of annoying. Haha, you're just not used to it. You look beautiful. Really? If you say so, Daddy, ha. Angeline seems to feel better and grabs the hem of the dress and bends her waist a little bit, as if she were posing. It's impossible for a young girl like Angeline to not be interested in this kind of thing, even if it's just a little bit. It's just a matter of her getting used to it, thinks Belgriff. The old adventurer then has to ask the maid to help him tie the tie, as he has never done it before. Once his outfit was complete, Belgriff turns to Angeline. I have to meet Lady Helvetica. What will you do in the meantime, Angie? Helvetica, Seelan and Sasha's older sister. Seeing the emotions leave his daughter's face, Belgriff has a slightly troubling premonition. I think it's best if I go alone. You should stay in this room. I'm going to. No, we'll just talk about road maintenance. I'm going to. Belgriff lets out a sigh, for he knows that nothing will change his daughter's mind. The maid leads them both to a study. When the door is open, they can see Helvetica sitting behind a desk, reading the letter. Seelan was sitting next to her sister, and a young man in his 20s with dark brown hair and glasses is waiting standing next to the desk. When she notices Belgriff's presence, Helvetica immediately stands up and approaches him. Sir Belgriff, thank you so much for coming. I'm glad to see that you still have the same gallant figure as always. Yes, I appreciate your words. It is as I usually say, even a Pacas driver looks fine in proper dress. You too look in good health, Lady Helvetica. By the way, this is my daughter, Angeline. So you are Lady Angeline. I can't thank you enough for helping Seelan. You have all my gratitude. Helvetica smiles and bows in front of Angeline. However, Angeline is not smiling. She is glaring at Helvetica, as if evaluating the strength of a potential adversary. You're the one who wants to be my mom. Hey, Angie. What are you saying? Please shut up, Daddy. Angeline looks at Belgriff. Her eyes are incredibly intense. To such an extent that Belgriff feels a little intimidated. Angeline looks at Helvetica again. I can't help it if you try to take my daddy when I'm not around. But my daddy deserves to be with someone as nice as him. I don't know if you're worthy yet. Well, then, what must I do to make you accept a relationship between Sir Belgriff and me? Helvetica does not fear Angeline's coercion and continues to smile. But despite all that, she keeps saying those strange things. It's true she's an incredible woman, though, Belgriff thinks with admiration. Angeline snorts and smiles. You took advantage when I wasn't there to try to take my daddy. I can't approve of that kind of relationship. At the moment, I don't have a good impression of you. Don't think it will be easy to become my mom. At that moment, the young man with glasses, who until then had remained silent, interrupts the conversation with an angry expression. Hey you, I've endured it for a while, but I can't allow that attitude anymore. I don't care if you helped Lady Seelan, a simple adventurer can't talk to Lady Helvetica that way. Ash, says Helvetica in a roaring voice. You're being rude. Please step back. But, Lady Helvetica, did you not hear what I said? I'm sorry. The young man named Ash reluctantly steps back. Angie, you're being rude too. Besides, I'm not planning on going anywhere with Lady Helvetica at the moment, so stop thinking about it, says Belgriff, who also puts his hand on Angeline's shoulder. Ah, that was a little cruel, Sir Belgriff. Seelan quickly grabs Helvetica by the collar, just as she was trying to hug Belgriff. Sister, please control yourself. Besides, you said you'd leave him alone. But Seelan, I feel lonely after all. His behavior is so gentle, his ability is incredible, and if that weren't enough, his arms are so strong. Sister Seelan glares at Helvetica after she said those bold statements. Oh, wow. Now I understand how terrifying Seelan can be. Don't label me that way. Well, even if you say that. Seelan's cheeks blush instantly as she listens to Belgriff's shy comment. Helvetica is smiling broadly, as if she had just won a difficult battle. Seelan seems to want to say something, but she realizes that no matter what she says, she has lost the argument, so she remains silent. Belgriff smiles wryly at the tender behavior between sister. However, Angeline still has a frown and continues to stare at Helvetica. The Bordeaux sister, on the other hand, takes Hoffman's letter again and talks to Belgriff. I read the reply. I'm glad you decided to cooperate. I appreciate it. Speaking of which, we would like to know the specific plans. As you know, there are other villages between Tournella and Bordeaux, and in those villages, there are young people who would like to work, but because of the different harvest seasons, many of them cannot move elsewhere. Of course, but can't it wait a while? Actually, an unpleasant problem is emerging. According to Helvetica's words, an objection to the plan has arisen. It is a small village located west of Bordeaux, Hazel, and is governed by Count Malta. The road to Hazel is also under development, and they refused outright to move the construction personnel to another area. I think that makes sense, open quote. Yes, but 90% of the work at Hazel has been completed. You don't need so many people to run the site. At one meeting we came to the conclusion that it was possible to start with this new project. In short, it's a case of rebellion. Seelan says with a worried expression. Count Malta was originally sent to our territory from Escal as a result of a demotion. He seems to have lost a power battle in the duchy. It is good that others look down on the rural territory of Bordeaux, thus allowing us to work on our own affairs. It has not been easy since the death of my father, because well, the head of the family is a woman, but we have improved little by little. This is due to my lack of power. Although most nobles have shown their support for the Bordeaux family, there are still some who are dissatisfied with the fact that I am the head of the family. Count Malta is one of them, and he seems to be inciting other nobles. But since there's no solid evidence, we can't do much about it. The young man standing next to Helvetica frowned and snorted loudly. Individuals like him should be punished promptly. Surely we can find out everything if we push it a little. We might even discover the identity of the nobles he is colluding with. We can't do that. Even if it turns out we were right, we would lose people's trust if we used tactics like that. But, Lady Helvetica, it's the people who end up suffering from the acts of individuals like that. Please don't forget that. I know, Ash. But that's the last resort. But we still have to gather more information, sister. It's always good to have more than one ace up your sleeve. Yes, at least we must ensure that the movements of Count Malta and his accomplices do not increase too much. Close quote. It seems like a complicated situation, however, I think you should discuss this sort of problems when outsiders like us are not present. Belgriff says as he scratches his cheek. It's true, please forgive us. Helvetica whispers with her flushed cheeks. At that moment, the door opens vigorously and Soshra enters the room. Instead of her usual adventurer's outfit, she wears an elegant dress, worthy of a nobleman's daughter. Unfortunately, her behavior remains the same. She walks with big strides to where Belgriff and Angeline are with a big smile. So this is where you were. It's hard to move freely in these clothes. Like her attitude, the way she speaks remains the same as always. Sasha, I know it's useless to say, but you have to be a little more modest, says Seelen with a sigh as she watches her sister flutter her skirt. Ha ha ha, what are you saying, Seelen? Each person has something they are good at. Big sis and you have something I don't. But I have something that you and Big Sis don't have. Our father told us before, the Bordeaux family will not have a good future if the three of us follow the same path. The young man named Ash intervened at that moment, without changing his position. Still, there is a limit to that kind of behavior, Lady Sasha. You should be more concerned about your position as a noblewoman. Sasha stares at the young man and then says, oh right. As she takes his hand and pulls him to where Belgriff is. Master Belgriff, this boy is Ashcroft. He's still new at work, but he works as a butler in our mansion. He may be somewhat immature, but he is also a swordsman, and I am sure he would like to learn your swordsmanship. Please, Lady Sasha. That's not necessary. Ashcroft frees himself from Sasha's hands. But she keeps talking. You're really stubborn. Sasha, that's enough. Please entertain our guests, Sir Belgriff and Lady Angeline. I don't want to involve them in political disputes between nobles. Helvetica says solemnly, and her younger sister's eyes light up like lanterns. All right, I understand, Big Sis. Sir Belgriff, Lady Angeline, I ask you to wait a little longer for the answer. Please enjoy your stay until then. You two, please follow me. Guided by Sasha, Belgriff bowed a little and left the room. Angeline follows them closely. I was able to take a glimpse into the complicated world of nobles, Belgriff thinks as he walks. Does Helvetica trust them so much as to allow them to listen to those kinds of issues? Or does she expect them to get involved after hearing the situation and its possible consequences? I don't think Helvetica would do something like that, but… What's wrong, Daddy? It's nothing. By the way, Angie, how long are you going to stay in Bordeaux? I'll stay with you until you go back to Tornella. Hearing that, Sasha, who walks in front, turns around. Now that I think about it, where are Lady Miriam and Lady Anessa? Why aren't they with you? They're in the next room. Oh, I see. What do you say we have a late dinner? We could also have some ale if you like. That's fine with me. What do you say, Daddy? I wouldn't mind. But before that, I'd like to get some rest. My body hurts. What a pity. Mew, I wanted to talk to you about several things, Master. But it can't be helped. I'm sorry, Sasha. It will be on the next occasion, Angie. Remember not to drink too much. Yes. Angeline and Sasha enter the next room unworriedly. Meanwhile, Belgriff returns to his room, takes off the tie and sits on the bed. And he slowly removes his prosthetic leg. He has pain in his joints. Apparently, it's not just muscle aches. Belgriff is happy that he still has a chance to get stronger, but it looks like his old body can't keep up, and it starts to suffer from ailments. This has never happened to me before, thinks Belgriff with a bitter smile. I'm exhausted. I may have to re-examine the way I use my body. As long as he lives in Tornella, he will not be able to retire completely. Furthermore, he will have to live with his own body for the rest of his life. So it is best to create a good relationship between his mind, spirit, and body. It doesn't move freely. I won't do anything like that again. Belgriff murmurs as he strokes the aching joints. Then he takes a deep breath and lies down. The bed, not being made of straw, is quite soft and allows the old adventurer's body to relax. It's quite a pleasant sensation. Without realizing it, Belgriff falls deeply asleep. Chapter 22. When Belgriff wakes up, Angeline is next to him, asleep. There are two beds in the room, but apparently, she snuck into his bed. If you continue to act so spoiled, you will have a lot of problems when you return to orphan, thinks Belgriff with a bitter smile. In fact, since people are seen as adults from the age of 12, this would not be well regarded. There's still time before dawn. But even if Belgriff wanted to sleep a little more, his old habit wouldn't allow it so easily. When he lifts the upper part of his body, his muscles and joints begin to complain. But still, he feels much better than he did yesterday. It's probably because of the quality of the bed. The old man then begins to move his knees and shoulders. Fortunately, he doesn't feel any kind of discomfort in any of them. That's good. Belgriff taps his knees and shoulders and, after putting on his prosthetic leg, he slowly stands up. Angeline doesn't seem to wake up. She snores sonorously and turns around. One can clearly perceive the smell of liquor. Apparently, she drank quite a lot the previous night. I told her not to drink too much, but I guess my advice didn't help much, thinks Belgriff as he scratches his cheek. Outside, the rain has stopped. There are still some clouds, but they are thin, and they are moving quickly thanks to the wind. Belgriff takes his sword and leaves the room quietly. The corridors are completely silent, but one can already hear plenty of noise in the kitchen. The servants work hard to prepare breakfast first thing in the morning before the owners of the mansion get up. As Belgriff walks down the aisle, he feels the pleasant aroma of freshly baked bread. After greeting the guards, the old adventurer leaves the house and sees the morning mist. When he steps on the lawn, he clearly feels the moisture on the soles of his shoe. Apparently, it rained a lot the night before. But now, the weather has improved. Belgriff gently loosens his body as he lifts his sword and begins to swing it as he confirms each movement. Muscle pain seems to have subsided quite a bit, but he can still feel some pain in his joints. Belgriff feels a little confused because when the muscle pain starts to abandon his body, new aches begin to torment him. He swings his sword continuously as he checks his body and changes his movement slightly, in order to find the cause of the pain. When he was still young, he was able to do incredible things, but at this age, his joints and muscles cause him too many problems, so he believes he will not be able to return to that same condition. Yet he wants to explore the limits of his body. From the foot to the waist and then to the spine, he is aware of the flow of energy as he moves his arms. The old adventurer wants to make sure he doesn't damage his body anymore, but at the same time, he wants to be able to use all his strength in his attacks. Too stiff, murmurs Belgriff. It is as if the center of his body had shifted during his confrontation with Angeline. Unfortunately, it seems that there is nothing he can do to fix it, at least for the moment. If he takes it easy and works every day, he's sure he'll be back to normal. And once he returns to Tornella, he will have all the time in the world. It is only natural that at his age, Belgriff would completely abandon the path of the sword, but a selfish feeling would not allow him to do so. What's more, the time he spends with a sword in his hand is considerably longer than the time he spends without one. He will not stop swinging his sword unless he loses his arms completely or his life comes to an end. After a brief pause, Belgriff relaxes his arms and takes a deep breath. Although his movements were slower than usual, he still feels tired. Wonderful, says a voice behind Belgriff. As he turns around, the old adventurer is surprised to see Ashcroft staring at him. He is leaning against the wall in a relaxed position with his arms crossed, but the eyes behind the glasses are sharp and penetrating. The position of your body, the speed and sharpness with which you swing the sword, none of these things reflects that you have a prosthetic leg. You are quite good. Well, thank you. But I honestly don't see why Lady Sasha thinks so highly of you, Ashcroft says with a snort. Apparently, he intends to provoke Belgriff, but the old adventurer simply smiles wryly and scratches his cheek. Yes, I agree. For some reason, Miss Sasha has the wrong impression of me. Ashcroft frowned a little as if surprised. He may have expected Belgriff to respond with a sarcastic comment or an angry look. I don't think this guy likes me very much, Belgriff thinks. It's probably due to that competitive feeling that some people have in the youth or the fact that Helvetica and Sasha value Belgriff too much. It is quite natural that a young man in his 20s who has come to work at the mansion of one of the most prominent lords in the north, doubted a middle-aged man of dubious origin, who was suddenly involved in the political affairs of the nobility. And while Ashcroft's attitude is rude, Belgriff doesn't take it seriously. What's more, it's thanks to this that he has learned to smile calmly in front of a young man of different social standing. Although there also seems to be some expectation behind Ashcroft's prejudicial sights, as if he really wanted to test Belgriff's renowned swordsmanship. You also love the path of the sword, don't you, Mr. Ashcroft? Belgriff says with a smile as he sees that the young man has a hard time continuing the conversation. Yes, my technique is not as good as Lady Sasha's, but at least it's better than what you showed a few moments ago. Apart from Lady Sasha, there is no other person in this territory who is stronger than me, including those in the Adventurers Guild. Ashcroft gasps for words like a fish out of water. I see, that's incredible. If someone with your abilities stands by Lady Helvetica's side, I'm sure she'll be safe. Belgriff states honestly, but the young man seems to think of it as a snide remark, and approaches Belgriff defiantly. You're petty. I don't care if you're the Red Ogre or whatever, I don't like you, so don't tempt your luck. No, that was never my intention. Although I'm very grateful for the advice. Ashcroft becomes even more frustrated with Belgriff's response. He abruptly adjusts his glasses, turns around, and quickly walks away. Belgriff laughs loudly as he watches Ashcroft leave. Someone as young and reckless as Ashcroft can be surprisingly cute, Belgriff thinks. Belgriff carefully cleans the mud on his feet and returns to the room. Angeline is still lying on the bed, sleeping. Belgriff is surprised to find that his daughter drank too much last night, but still shakes it a bit. Angie, are you going to wake up? It's morning already. Ma. Angeline opens her eyes slightly and slowly sits on the bed. Her unfamiliar dress is completely disheveled, her eyes and mouth are half open, and her body sways from left to right. I told you not to drink too much, Belgriff says with a sigh. Good morning, Ash Daddy. Yes, good morning. If you're still sleepy, I think you can sleep a little more. Naya. Angeline leans over Belgriff's shoulder and starts sleeping again. It is possible that Miriam and Anessa are in the same condition as Angeline. Belgriff eyes again and carefully puts Angeline to bed. Then he sits on one of the chairs in the room and looks out the window. The sun has risen completely, and the thin clouds he saw during his morning training have completely disappeared. The blue sky stretches all over the horizon, the dewdrops found on the leaves of the trees, and the lawn gleam with the reflection of the sun. It is a beautiful sight. The old adventurer watches as the morning runs its course. The morning mist has cleared and the birds fly freely. Everything that was asleep earlier has awakened. It is as if the world itself begins to breathe again. I really hope the road repair doesn't take too long, thinks Belgriff as he rests his cheek in his hand. At that moment someone knocks on the door. The old adventurer says it's all right to come in, and a maid carefully opens the door. Good morning. My lady asks if you'd like to join her for breakfast. Yes, thank you. It would be an honor. Then let me guide you. Please wait a moment, my daughter is. Belgriff gets up from the chair and shakes Angeline to wake her up. Come on, Angie. Breakfast is ready. Later. Don't say that. Lady Helvetica is inviting us. Angeline takes the bed sheets and covers her head with them. Belgriff lets out a deep sigh. All right, you don't mind me going, do you? But there was no answer. Apparently, Angeline has gone back to sleep. Belgriff shakes his head and leaves the room with the maid. When the old adventurer enters the dining room, the three Bordeaux sisters are already sitting at the table and chatting. Ashcroft is also there, standing next to the table. Helvetica sees Belgriff at the door, smiles at him, and tells him to take a seat. Good morning, Lady Helvetica, Belgriff says as he sits where he was told. Good morning, Sir Belgriff. Did you sleep well? Yes, thank you very much. The girls seem to have had too much to drink last night, so they may not wake up for a while. When she sees Belgriff's bitter smile, Sasha laughs with great force. Haha, we drank a lot last night. I mean, we had a lot of fun last night. Did they really join Sasha for drinks? My sister has always been a heavy drinker. Seelan says with a sigh. Now that I think about it, Sasha must have drunk the same as the girls, and yet she is here as if nothing. She's really strong, thinks Belgriff impressed. As expected, a nobleman's dining table is beautiful and plentiful. Freshly baked soft bread with bacon, hard-boiled eggs, and stew. Sausage, sauerkraut and steamed potatoes, all neatly lined up on the table. It's too elegant, so Belgriff feels a little uncomfortable. When the three sisters do their pre-meal prayer, Belgriff stands still and says nothing. Everything gets worse when the old adventurer sees the cutlery on the table. He doesn't know how to use most of them, and doesn't want to make a shameful scene on that classy table. Please enjoy the food and don't worry about manners, Sir Belgriff, Helvetica says with a smile as she sees the worry on Belgriff's face. But it's okay, my sister has never cared much about etiquette despite being a noblewoman, Seelan says with a warm smile, as she sees the worried Belgriff. It's just like Seelan says. I will always act according to the situation. Why should I behave so formally if I'm just going to enjoy a meal with my sisters and my master? After saying that, Sasha takes a slice of freshly baked bread and dips it into the stew, opens her mouth as much as she can and takes a big bite. This way of eating is typical of an adventurer. Seeing that, Belgriff feels a little more comfortable and begins to eat with ease. Do you think we can start planning the road repair? The old adventurer suddenly asks Helvetica. No, not at the moment. I hope to have something more definite in 3 or 4 days. Are you in a hurry? No, not me. But as this is the biggest project since the foundation of the village, many villagers are expectant. Hearing Belgriff's answer, Helvetica giggles. I understand. I don't want to ruin the project, so we'll have to wait a bit, but I'll try to speed it up as much as I can. Until then, please relax and enjoy your stay. Excuse me, Sasha says as she unworriedly peels the shells of the boiled eggs. That means you'll be staying for a while, won't you, Master? If so, I'd like to ask you to practice with me. If possible, of course. I don't mind. But, I think that with your current abilities, you could easily defeat me. I don't understand what you are talking about, but today I'll do everything I can to get you to fight seriously. Shouts Sasha enthusiastically. Belgriff simply strokes his beard as if he knew the problems that awaited him. At that moment, Ashcroft, who has remained silent all this time observing the situation, intervenes in the conversation with a disgusted face. With all due respect, Lady Sasha, I don't think his swordsmanship is as good as you have said. What? Sasha screams as she fixes her gaze on Ashcroft. Is that what you think, Ash? Have you ever seen Sir Belgriff's swordsmanship? Yes, I saw him train this morning. His stance is good and his movements are sharp. But that's all, Lady Sasha. I find it hard to believe you lost to this guy unless, of course, he cheated. Before Ashcroft finishes his statement, Sasha stands up with an angry expression. Silence. I won't let you talk like that. You'll only be able to say such things when you've defeated me. I cannot defeat you, Lady Sasha. But I think I can defeat this red ogre. You dare to ridicule my master's techniques, Master. Belgriff, who is eating sauerkraut with an innocent expression, is surprised by Sasha's scream and lifts his face. Yes. Please, I want you to defeat this idiot and make him understand the reality. Yes. Excellent, this will be interesting. Let me destroy this illusion. Let's go, Red Ogre, I'll make sure to break your nose. Ha ha. Belgriff does not understand what is happening and can only tilt his head. Meanwhile, Celan lowers her gaze with a flustered expression, and Helvetica smiles broadly. Without really knowing why, Belgriff follows the others to the training ground. After the rain, the ground is loose and muddy. It's kind of hard to move freely. When Belgriff receives a wooden sword and swings it up and down to get used to the feeling, Angeline and the girls, who have finally woken up, arrive at the place. Angeline only seems to be a little sleepy, but Miriam and Anessa are holding their heads. Their complexion is not very good, so they must have a strong hangover. I drank too much. Sasha is very tough to my head. Daddy, what are you doing? I really don't know. I think I'm going to have a match with Sir Ashcroft. Angeline looks at Ashcroft as if to assess his value. Ashcroft frowned at Angeline's inquisitive look. She painstakingly watches the young man in glasses for a while, until, "Phew, he's a weakling," she says in the middle of a yawn. "What did you say?" Ashcroft is stunned to hear Angeline's evaluation, and immediately lifts his sword and points it at her. "I don't care if you defeated the Demon King. After I take care of this red ogre, it will be your turn, you brat." After answering Angeline, Ashcroft turns to Belgriff with a grumpy expression. "My daddy will take you down quickly." "No, Angie. I wouldn't be so sure." "It's all right, Mr. Bell. The only way for guys like him to learn is with a little pain. Yes, it's a fatal flaw not to measure an opponent's strength before a fight. This will be a good lesson." It is unusual for Miriam and Anessa to respond so harshly. Maybe it's because of the hangover, or maybe it's because Ashcroft offended a member of their party. "My seniors are right. Ash. I hope you learn from this painful experience," Sasha says aloud. Somehow, the atmosphere at the training ground has become quite exalted, and Belgriff has become the center of attention. The old adventurer feels a little sorry for Ashcroft. But now that they're here, he can't do much more. Belgriff takes a deep breath and adopts the combat stance he has always used. Ashcroft also prepares himself. He also has a beautiful stance. It is more than obvious that he is a competent fighter. Regardless of the circumstances, Belgriff doesn't mind fighting with someone who has good skills. Right now, both people seem completely different from their usual selves. As Ashcroft and Belgriff stare at each other, the surroundings become silent. But beneath that silence, there is an energy that can explode at any moment. Due to the ground conditions, Ashcroft cannot advance so easily, but the young man does not take his eyes off Belgriff while reducing the distance between them. He's a good swordsman. With someone like him, Helvetica will be safe in case of an attack, even if I'm not with her, thinks Belgriff. Suddenly, a lark starts singing in the distance. Belgriff's eyebrows move a bit. At the same time, Ashcroft kicks the ground and rushes towards Belgriff. It's a tremendous sudden power. However, Belgriff can respond to that movement. He leans his body and adjusts his posture to move the wooden sword toward Ashcroft while stepping forward with his right foot. Both contenders advance, but something unexpected happens. Belgriff's prosthetic leg sinks into the muddy terrain more than he would have imagined, making only the upper part of his body move forward. As a result, the old adventurer seems to be falling instead of bending his body. Nah. For better or worse, the accidental movement causes Ashcroft's sword to fail its target. Ashcroft's wooden sword grazes Belgriff's head as he falls forward. The old adventurer takes advantage of the momentum and points his wooden sword at the young man's shin. Ashcroft screams loudly and falls to the ground along with Belgriff. The young man has an expression of agony as he holds his shin. Gwoo. Sir Ashcroft, are you all right? Asks Belgriff as he quickly gets up and holds Ashcroft by the shoulders. Ashcroft is covered in mud from falling to the ground and seems to be suffering quite a bit from the blow to the shin. While Belgriff feels bad about what he has done, he can hear cheers coming from behind. Ha 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 ha. I expected nothing less from my master. Ash. I hope you know your place now, you fool. Foo. I knew it, my daddy is strong. Oh wow, not even Ash could against him. I should invite him to the Bordeaux family after all. Sister. Yes. I know, Ceylon. Everyone misunderstood the situation. But when Belgriff tries to explain to them that everything has been the result of an accident, Ashcroft gets up with a furious look. I don't accept this result. Lady Sasha. This was the result of an accident. He slipped in the mud and his sword hit me by pure chance. It's true, you realized everything. Well done, Ashcroft, thinks Belgriff. However, Sasha looks at the young man in disgust. Ash, stop wasting your breath. Do you think these excuses work on the battlefield? That with this your enemies will give you another chance. You don't want to accept this result because it's the result of an accident, you say. But the truth is that Sir Belgriff's abilities go beyond what you imagine. While he seemed to be slipping, it was a move to dodge your sword while harnessing the force of the momentum to attack. It's pretty unpleasant to see you making excuses after underestimating your opponent, explains Sasha as he shrugs. Miss Sasha. What Sir Ashcroft said is core, says Belgriff shyly, but you don't have to explain anything to us, master. You don't have to worry about guys like this. No, I really. How considerate. Despite Ash's rude attitude, you are still looking for a way to prevent him from humiliating himself even more. You really are a great man, master. Well, Miss Sasha. It's not that. As always, Sasha doesn't listen to what Belgriff has to say. You've had your difficulties too, haven't you, Mr. Belgriff? Says Ashcroft looking at Belgriff's struggle. Haha, not as many as you. As the two men begin to create a bond of solidarity, someone puts his hand on Ashcroft's shoulder. Angeline stands next to them, with a big smile on her face. You said that after you had fought my daddy I would be your opponent, right? The girl is smiling, but the intense fighting spirit and bloodlust makes all the hairs on Ashcroft's head stand on end. No, Now it's my turn. Let's go. Angie, Sir Ashcroft must be tired. Daddy, says Angeline with that smile. Shut up and watch. That morning, Ashcroft's cries echo throughout the training ground. Chapter 23. In one of the rooms of the Bordeaux family mansion, Ashcroft lies battered in a bed. He's in this condition because of Angeline's relentless attacks. However, although Angeline won the match, she is the one with the defeated expression. In front of her is Belgriff with a harsh look and his arms folded. Angie, I know you're strong. But it's not right for the strong to attack others in such a way. But, Daddy, he started it. Just because someone else started it doesn't mean you should behave like this. If you are going to allow your own strength to control you in that way, you should not have wielded the sword from the start. Belgriff seems pretty upset. For this reason, even Miriam, Anessa and Sasha are scolded for their previous behavior. Helvetica and Celan exchange nervous glances as they watch that scene from behind. No, this is my fault, please don't be angry with Lady Angeline, Mr. Belgriff, says Ashcroft suddenly as he lifts his upper body from the bed. But Sir Ashcroft, your health is important. You are one of the internal affairs officers of the Bordeaux territory. And that is why I should have controlled myself better. A butler cannot let himself be carried away by emotions as I have done. Mr. Belgriff, I'm really sorry. Besides, it's not as bad as it looks. My muscles and bones aren't damaged. Ouch, ouch. Ashcroft makes an expression of pain when he feels a cotton ball with disinfectant solution touching his skin. I appreciate you saying that, Angeline, apologized to Sir Ashcroft. Moo, but Angeline. I'm sorry, Angeline says reluctantly. Well, master, this was all my fault, please don't get mad at Lady Angeline, Sasha finally says. Anessa and Miriam also apologize and bow their heads. We also encouraged the situation, Mr. Ashcroft, I'm sorry. It wasn't just Angie's fault. I'm sorry. You have very good friends. Belgriff whispers with a smile as he pats Angeline's head. The girl is pouting, but after hearing her father's words, her expression improved a bit. Well, the atmosphere in this room is a bit unusual. Lady Helvetica, you must be quite busy. Don't worry about us and go back to the affairs of the territory, says Belgriff in a cheerful tone to change the mood in the room. Helvetica smiles when she hears this. Thank you for your concern. I will do that. Ash, I'll bring you a healing potion later. Rest well and regain your energies. I hope you have learned from this experience. Thank you very much for your words. I have realized my own immaturity. Ashcroft answers and bows his head. Helvetica laughs cheerfully, brings a chair near the bed and sits down. Now, since you can't move, we'll have to continue the work here. Count Malta will visit us very soon. What? Ashcroft frowned suspiciously. A letter arrived this morning. The Count can arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest, says Celan while nodding her head. The conversation starts immediately, so Belgriff and the girls rush out of the room. This is not something outsiders should listen to. What should we do now? I know. Why don't we take a walk in the village? Belgriff says to Angeline. However, she does not answer even though she is by her side. Apparently, she is still angry about the scolding. Come on, don't act like this, Angie, you know you overdid it, don't you? Does that mean you care more about Ash than me, right, Daddy? Come on, don't think like that. I know that in spite of everything, you reacted that way for my sake. Angeline remains silent for a while, but finally, she turns around and extends her arms. I'll forgive you if you hold me. Belgriff smiles wryly, extends his arms and lifts Angeline off the floor. She closes her eyes with satisfaction and buries her face in Belgriff's hair. I wish my father had treated me that way, murmurs Sasha with a bit of sadness. Miriam smiles maliciously, stands behind Sasha and pushes her from behind. Mr. Bell, I think Sasha wants a hug too. What? Lady Miriam. Seeing Sasha's blushing face, Belgriff tilts his head. Angeline frowned a little, but finally nodded and dropped from her father's arms. I still don't think you're good enough for Daddy, but this will be a special occasion. Well, are you okay with this, Lady Angeline? Yes, Daddy, gives Sasha a hug. Okay, I don't mind, please excuse me, Lady Sasha. Without giving it much thought, Belgriff extends his arms towards Sasha and lifts her off the ground in the same way he did Angeline. Thus the noblewoman ends up sitting on Belgriff's shoulder. Sasha can't help but gasp when Belgriff lifts her off the ground. This brings back memories, says Sasha as she pats Belgriff's head with bright eyes. When I was little, my father used to hold me this way. I see. Sasha is taller than Angeline and therefore a little heavier. However, Belgriff knows that to say something like that out loud would be extremely rude, so he remains silent and continues to carry Sasha. Unfortunately, the pain in his muscles and joints didn't allow him to hold this position for long, and he ends up lowering the girl. If it had continued, it is possible that his lower back also began to hurt. Thank you, Master, says Sasha, already on the floor, with a radiant smile. Yeah, you're welcome. By the way, I think it would be better if you stopped calling me Master. Mr. Bell, now it's Ane's turn. Hey, I don't need that, yells Anessa with a flushed face as Miriam pushes her from behind. Could I rest for a moment? My back, says Belgriff with an awkward smile. That's right. See, Miri. He can't do it anymore. I suppose Mr. Belgriff will feel better tomorrow. What do you say, Ane? Should we try it tomorrow? What? Well, yes. Miriam smiles broadly at Anessa's embarrassed expression. Jejij. Then I also want a hug tomorrow. Upon hearing that, Angeline frowned and shook her head. That won't be possible, Miri, you're too heavy. Wait a minute. Who are you calling fat? Everyone present begins to laugh at Miriam's upset expression. Umlaut. The residence can't really be catalogued as luxurious. It is made of stone and wood, it is sturdy, but unpretentious. On the other hand, the furniture inside the building seems rather expensive, but they are arranged in such a way that they do not give a sense of extravagance. A man dressed in high-quality clothes sits in a chair with a somber expression. The man appears to be in his 50s. He doesn't seem to be exercising, his arms are flaccid, and his belly is swollen. In addition, although his moustache is plentiful and long, the hair on his head has almost disappeared. This is Count Malta, the Lord of Hazel, the village west of Bordeaux. Malta takes a sip from the glass of wine, places it abruptly on the table, and then licks the drops left on his moustache. An S-rank adventurer, huh? And according to rumors, she killed the Demon King. In front of him is an albino girl wearing a fur hat. The girl silently watches the Count, as if she were watching a mountain of dirt. If you understand, then delay the plan. It would be imprudent to become the enemy of the Bordeaux family and that adventurer at the same time, says the boy wearing a hood located behind the girl. That means that the power of Solomon and his followers is not as great as I thought. The girl's eyebrows twitch noticeably, but the boy manages to reassure her. Provocations are useless. If you fail, your head will roll. Without those annoyances present, everything will go according to plan. So endure it for a while. Seeing the boy's calm and cold attitude to the end, Count Malta begins to laugh. So you pretend to be a first-class strategist, boy. But a piece of advice is a piece of advice, says Count Malta, as he pours more wine into his glass. Later I will leave for Bordeaux. I will probably arrive tonight. Hey, I told you to delay the plan. Delay? For how long? Are we going to wait until that adventurer and her party leave Bordeaux? Do you know the pain of having to lurk in the shadows until your dream becomes a reality, boy? Do you know the suffering I've had to endure since I was taken from power and thrown into these northern moors? The Count slams the table with the hand in which he holds the glass of wine, splashing the liquid everywhere. His eyes reflect a deep feeling of hatred and envy. I have already waited for many years. I can't wait any longer. The old Count Bordeaux was a formidable opponent, but in the end that man could not beat the disease. His daughter is also impressive, but she is only a woman. It won't be too difficult. She doesn't compare to the big shots hidden in the capital. Count Malta has spent the last few years gathering comrades who oppose the Bordeaux family. In the beginning, the Bordeaux family was dedicated to agriculture. And although the peaceful policy they established favored the commoners and as a result, they gained great support among the people of the region, there were some nobles who felt animosity toward these ideas. According to them, wealth and power had to revolve around the nobility. In addition, there are also nobles in the capital who despise the Bordeaux family and classify them as ignorant townspeople. Sosha, for example, is a noblewoman, but she also works as an adventurer. And not only that, her sisters travel all over the territory, sometimes working and sweating together with the commoners. This is something that the nobles of the capital do not consider proper of the nobility. Thus, for several years, Count Malta managed to gather the nobles who feel contempt for the Bordeaux. The only thing that is needed now is for the current head of the Bordeaux family to die. In spite of being exiled, Count Malta remains well informed and active in the power struggle in the capital. And despite being defeated during the power struggle, he managed to maintain his title and some leverage in the region. Nobles are different from the lower class. If the Bordeaux continue to behave that way, the commoners will consider themselves more important and begin to say that social classes are trivial things. If the situation continues in this way, not only the territory will be in danger, but the whole empire. We nobles are superior because of our lineage. That stupid girl does not understand. Everything will continue as planned tonight. Count Malta drinks his glass of wine in one go. It is quite possible that he is already drunk. Every time his ideas are confronted, he completely loses his temper. It's as if his thirst for power has changed and become something more. I'm not interested in your ideals, sighs the annoyed boy. But we will continue to help you as long as your goals match ours. Don't worry. You do what you have to do. Who do you think I am? I am a nobleman. I am only interested in wealth and power. You know that, don't you? Solomon's saint. The girl doesn't answer the question, but she suddenly gets up and leaves the room without looking back. The boy also leaves the room, while an ominous smile appears on Count Malta's face. The girl walks quickly and then spits out a few words about the Count. He too is a despicable man. Obsessed with power. He reminds me of the priests of Lucretia. He resembles you a little bit, don't you think? Do not compare me to that guy. The right person must possess the power. There's no way that pig is the right person. The girl's eyebrows twitch as she turns around and hits the boy. However, the boy easily catches the girl's fist. The girl clenches her teeth. After that, the girl starts walking again, with an irritated expression. They are all trash. But I will change everything. I will change this world. If that's what you want, but don't act rashly or we'll fail. Who do you think you're talking to? After saying this, the girl goes out into the courtyard of the mansion. The sun is shining through the rain that is falling at that moment. A light mist rises from the damp ground, and the foliage of the grove shines brightly. The girl raises her right hand. On her middle finger, she wears a ring. The ring is decorated in such a way that it looks like a terrifying beast. In addition, it has a black gem embedded in it. From the kingdom of the abandoned comes the wind of the pilgrims. On this difficult journey, and for those who call us evil, close the gates at twilight. After the girl recited those words with a thunderous voice, a torrent of terrifying magic surrounds her. It's as if the little girl's body had several dozen times the magic power of an ordinary person. The whirlpool of magic converges on the ring, and suddenly everything becomes silent. At this point, black clouds emerge from the gem of the ring, and then they begin to rise to the sky, forming some sort of black mass. The mass quickly covers the sky and flows eastward. Samigina's ring with this power, Fufufu, says the girl with a laugh of satisfaction. So we had to use it after all, murmurs the boy as he crosses his arms and furrows his brow. Umlaut. The city of Bordeaux is bustling. Some puddles left in the street after the rain now reflect the blue sky, and several people are stepping on them. There are farmers who sell wild vegetables and edible plants, traders from the south, gypsies who play music on the street vendors who pull their carts, and children who run happily. Guided by Sasha, Belgriff and the girls leave the mansion for lunch and a stroll. The old adventurer asks Sasha if it was okay to leave her sisters alone with all the work, but she said she never got involved in such complicated issues. She herself asserts that such matters are not her strong suit, and that it is best to leave it to the people who understand it best. Belgriff smiles bitterly when he hears Sasha's explanation, but he also recognizes that it's best to leave that topic to Helvetica and Celan. One of the charms of the young Sasha is that she knows that her true value is in the field. The girls are walking in front of Belgriff while they giggle from time to time. The hangover seems to have calmed down, and, maybe because they spent the previous night drinking together, Sasha and the girls seem to get along much better. Hey, Sasha. Is there a candy store around here? Yes, there is. Bordeaux is famous for its baked goods because barley is grown around here a lot. Oh, that's good, that's good. Let's go visit that place. Which one of us was upset when someone told her she had gained weight? Asks Anessa as she puts her hand on the smiling Miriam's shoulder. Shut up. That's something completely different. In my opinion, Miss Miri is small and adorable. Of course, I'd like you to stay as you are. Ah, it's just Sasha. Angie, everybody is bullying me. Yeah, sure, come on, let's visit that candy store. Let's fatten up, Miri. What are you saying? Fufufu. I'm joking. I want to eat candy too. Is that okay with you, Daddy? Sure, I don't mind. Actually, it's not like Belgriff's opinion weighs too much, but he doesn't mind playing the role of guardian, as long as the girls are having fun. After enjoying some candy that can't be found in Tornella, Sasha insisted on guiding them to the guild to meet the guild master. not being able to find a good reason to refuse, and perhaps because Belgriff has a soft heart, they all finally head to the Adventurers Guild. The guild is also made of limestone. In Bordeaux, the new buildings are mostly made of wood, but the old ones are made entirely of stone. They are made to be sturdy and to last quite a long time. All the people inside the guild are energetic. Young and old adventurers come and go, and many of them talk and laugh here and there. This brings back memories. I too have been in the middle of that hustle and bustle, thinks Belgriff. Even after almost an all-out quiet life in Tornella, the 2 years he spent as an adventurer still bring back some vivid memories. Apparently, some of the adventurers who were there the night Belgriff and the girls arrived in Bordeaux are also here, and many of them immediately surrounded them as they screamed for joy. Oh, the incredible S-rank adventurer is here. Tell us the story of how you defeated the Demon King. I want to talk to the Red Ogre. How could you raise an S-rank adventurer? Why did you seclude in Tornella? It's a shame. If he's Lady Sosha's master, it means he's stronger than all the adventurers in the Bordeaux Guild, right? Belgriff smiles wryly at all those questions and follows Sosha and the girls to a door behind the reception. The adventurers keep asking and questioning aloud, but the receptionist girl manages to control them. I can't believe it, my reputation is much bigger than I am. Belgriff says with a sigh as he walks up the stairs. Did you say something, master? No, I'm just talking to myself, by the way, Lady Sosha, about calling me master. Guild master. Are you here? Without waiting for an answer, Sosha vigorously opens the door at the top of the stairs. The room is large and decorated to look like a studio. In the foreground, there is a table and a sofa for guests, and at the back of the room, there is a desk with an enormous amount of documents piled up on top. An old man is sitting on the other side of the desk. He seems to be about 60 years old, his long grey hair is tied behind his head, and the marks on his face are deep, but his tender eyes reflect the peculiar melancholy of those who have lived for several years. Sosha steps forward and puts his hand on the desk. Sorry to interrupt your work, Guildmaster, but these are the people I really want to introduce you to. The Guildmaster smiles broadly. Yes, everyone is talking about it, Lady Sosha. The black-haired Valkyrie Angeline and the 2 adventurers who are part of her party. And it looks like the Red Ogre is here too. Sosha smiles proudly and steps aside to introduce Belgriff and the girls. This is Lady Angeline, the black-haired Valkyrie. At her side are Lady Miriam and Lady Anessa, the members of her party. And finally, he's the one I've been talking about, the Red Ogre Belgriff. Everyone, he is the Guildmaster of Bordeaux, Lord Elmer. Each time Sosha mentioned their names, Belgriff and the girls nodded. The Guildmaster, on the other hand, stood up and bowed. My name is Elmer. Despite my old age and lack of talent, I am in charge of the Bordeaux Adventurers Guild. I hope we get along well from now on. You don't have to be so polite. We're sorry to interrupt your work. No, it's no problem. It's not as much work as it seems. Elmer smiles softly and invites the 5 visitors to sit on the sofa. Amazing, Mr. Elmer, you're quite different from Orphans Guild Master, Angeline says as she sits down. Come on, don't say that. Anessa says with a smile. But it's true that the Guildmaster's room at Orphan is not clean, and Lionel doesn't have much dignity. On the other hand, this place is completely in order, and the Bordeaux Guildmaster commands respect. Elmer laughs and pulls a bottle of peppermint water from a shelf. I think Lionel has been working hard. In my opinion, he performed well when the outbreak of magic beasts and the appearance of a Demon King happened. I would have loved to send reinforcements from our guild, but we don't currently have any S-rank adventurers. What was your rank, Mr. Elmer? Asks Angeline as she drinks the peppermint water. I was an AA rank adventurer. My talent as an adventurer reached its limit many years ago, but this desk job has worked very well for me. I've been doing it for the last 20 years. My guildmaster has always said that this type of work is meant for the incompetent, but is that true? Hey, Angie. You're being rude. Belgriff quickly scolds Angeline. However, Elmer laughs cheerfully, he doesn't seem upset. Don't worry, but I guess it's true. Lately, we guildmasters haven't done much for our guilds. If you stand right in the middle of the central guild and your local guild to mediate with them, everything will be fine. But the Bordeaux Guild is a little different. The Bordeaux Guild has always had a strong connection with the lords of the city. The nobles of the capital, on the other hand, have always felt disdain for the adventurers. But as the lords of Bordeaux began as ordinary people, there has always been a good relationship between the nobles and the adventurers. Sasha says as she leans forward. Yes, that's why the guild here also plays a role in defending and patrolling the city. In general, other lords don't like to ask for help from the adventurers, as it not only costs them money, but they have to see face-to-face citizens they consider inferior. That's stupid. Sasha frowned. Elmer just smiles. But the Bordeaux family is different. From the beginning, a contract was signed stipulating that adventurers and soldiers will work side by side to defend the territory and citizens from the magic beasts or any other incident. Because of that, my position is similar to that of a commander-in-chief. I can't use the central guild method, so I have more work than the other guild masters, but it's very rewarding. Belgriff is impressed to hear Elmer's words. When he was an adventurer, it was normal for soldiers and adventurers to get along badly. But in this place, everyone works together. Even Sasha, the sister of the head of the Bordeaux family, works as an adventurer, which makes the relationship between nobles and adventurers stronger than in the past. But at the same time, this may not be well seen by other nobles. Perhaps it is difficult for the nobles of the capital to establish a good relationship with the Bordeaux family, as they are accustomed to belittling and underestimating the adventurers and commoners. Surely this is one of the reasons why there are so many obstacles to repair the road in Tornella. The world of the nobility is too complicated, thinks Belgriff with a frown. While the old adventurer thinks about it, the outside of the window suddenly goes black. At the same time, all the lights inside the room go out and everything is in darkness. Elmer tilts his head, stands up and approaches the window. Perhaps the sun has been covered by a cloud or something similar. Curious, it was sunny just a second ago. Miriam frowned and quickly stood beside Elmer. She looks out and squints suspiciously. This is strange. I feel a very distorted magic. I feel a tingling in my skin. Something is wrong, says Angeline as her eyebrows twitch. At that moment, an adventurer rushes into the room. Close quote Guildmaster. It's serious. Many undead appeared in the cemetery. What are you talking about? Elmer frowned and approached the adventurer. How many? Hundreds. I tried to stop them with the adventurers who were free, but they kept appearing one after the other. I'm sorry. All right, we have to call the soldiers too. Lady Sasha. Understood. I'll prepare the emergency measures immediately. Excuse me. Sasha quickly leaves the room. Angeline and the others stand up. We'll help too. Well, are you sure? It will serve as a warm-up before returning to Orphan. I have to get back in shape. Otherwise, everyone will laugh at me. It'll be fun to get back into action after so long. Although none of them wear their adventurer's clothes, they always carry their equipment with them, even if they just go for a walk. It's a common habit among adventurers. You're all very reliable, Elmer says with a smile. I'll go to church and set up a perimeter. Could you go directly to the cemetery? Leave it to us, Angeline replies, and then she turns to Belgriff. Will you help too, Daddy? Of course. At first, Belgriff wasn't planning to participate, but he can't leave things as they are. He must put excuses aside and prepare for combat. He will do his best. Angeline is happy to have the opportunity to fight alongside her father and smiles widely. Outside, everything is dark. And it starts raining again. Chapter 24. The wind is similar to the breath of a magic beast. It's warm and sticks to the skin. The group ran after the young adventurer guiding them, who is talking as if he is excited by the situation. Even though there was no wind, the weird black clouds came from the west and covered the whole city in an instant. Now there's undeads. What the hell is going on? So it's a black cloud. Is there someone behind all this? Belgriff tilts his head. Upon arriving, the street is full of people fleeing for their lives away from the cemetery. The hordes of people make it difficult to pass through. This is bad. Everyone's panicking. Yes, we won't be able to get through here. As the group struggles to move forward, a familiar voice booms. Everybody. There is no need to panic. I need you all to calm down and follow what the soldiers say. Sasha arrives at the scene with a unit of soldiers following closely behind her. They split upon Sasha's orders and start evacuating the citizens in an orderly fashion. Sasha's eyes catch the group's. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go. Nice work, Sasha. We should get a move on. With the chaos in the streets finally under the soldiers' control, the group of adventurers can finally move through. Bordeaux has only one cemetery on the outskirts of the city. It covers a massive area, and it's for this reason that the group are greeted by a never-ending stream of the undead. The undead are literally moving corpses. Regardless of whether it used to be a human or animal, the corpse turns into a magic beast due to the presence of magical power inside it. The body always retains its original form. Decomposed and rotten flesh make up its structure, with the foulest of odors oozing from its body. If there are only a few, the threat can be considered minimal, something that a few adventurers can handle easily. But the danger of an undead legion isn't a matter of strength, but by their numbers. If there are hundreds of undead, then the situation requires high-ranking adventurers. In addition to that, there are instances where incorporeal spirits and high undead appear powerful high-ranking magic beasts. Normal weapons do not work against these creatures and can only be defeated through magical means. The Bordeaux adventurers struggle to maintain ground against the never-ending stream of undeads. With the foul odor of rotting corpses warping the adventurers' senses and the fact that undeads have no need for stamina, it's clear that the adventurers will not last long under these circumstances. Damn it. Why is this happening? Nobody knows. So shut up and keep fighting. The adventurers are slowly pushed back by the horde. Adventurers here and there are being forced to retreat, and the overall morale and their hope slowly begin to diminish. All hope seems lost. Then a rain of arrows falls from the sky. The Bordeaux adventurers watch on in amazement as the shower mows down the corpses. Vanessa runs past with a grin. A new burst of arrows falls from the sky, and the undead who were approaching the area are all knocked to the ground. For a few brief seconds, the battle seems to stop, and the adventurers let out a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, Miriam's magic begins to shine from above. Geometric patterns appear in layers in the sky. After a chant, bolts of lightning strikes one after the other. Undeads explode on impact, the ground drips from its power. The smell of seared flesh emits into the air. Like a blur, Angeline jumps into action. She speeds towards the undead with light steps, and gracefully cuts every undead she sees down. Even an incorporeal spirit, a being that is immune to physical attacks, falls before the black-haired Valkyrie. The undead cannot be defeated by the ordinary attack of a sword, no matter how many times it is cut. They are, after all, beings created and sustained by magical means. But if the sword is imbued with magical power, the undead will fall with a single blow. The Bordeaux adventurers can only watch with jaw-dropping awe at the ease with which the girls defeat the undead. Incredible as expected of an S-rank adventurer party. They're the most powerful people I have ever seen. Oil adds, "Don't give up just yet. I say we show them the strength of the Bordeaux adventurers." Inspired by the three girls, the adventurers' morale rises. And the counterattack begins. Belgrif watches this scene from behind the adventurers, a proud smile involuntarily on his face when he sees his daughter's skill with the blade. Right now, she's not the sweet little girl from Tornella, but the black-haired Valkyrie Angeline. A true S-rank adventurer. Belgrif closes his eyes, a warm smile lingering on his peaceful expression. I never thought I'd get this feeling again. I wonder how many times I participated in subjugation quests when I was an adventurer. Belgrif thinks. Belgrif pauses. No, there's a time and a place for a trip down memory lane. The retired adventurer eyes harden as he slowly unsheathes his sword. The leather scabbard hisses in familiarity from the blade, and a wry smile finds its way on Belgrif's face as he takes a heavy step forward. Belgrif blurs forward, and with a single swing of his sword, he splits an undead who was standing above a couple of downed adventurers. The adventurers raise their voices in surprise. You're the Red Ogre. I'm sorry we weren't of much help. Thank you for saving us. You are seriously strong. You're a very reliable person. The adventurers raise their weapons and cheer harder for the man. Belgrif doesn't think it's such a big deal, but he still gives them a nod and a warm smile. The undead currently have lost their advantage due to the initial attack of Angeline and the girls, but their numbers show no sign of stopping. It's still only a matter of time before they regain their original momentum. Angeline slips through the hordes of undead, her blade flashing left and right, and striking down her targets with relative ease. Her body moves with perfected grace with her blade, like an intricate and deadly dance. She sneers at the foul smell emitting from each kill, but pushes herself to continue forward. Meanwhile, Anessa covers Angeline from behind her, like a hawk watching its prey. Each arrow flies true, and with no fear of striking her friend. Miriam continues to bombard the undeads with her magic from a safe distance, destroying waves upon waves of undeads. Sasha also charges through the battlefield. Though not as skilled, her vigor rivals Angelin's, taking down the hordes as they come. Belgriff closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. He can't move like Angelin or Sasha right now. Also, the smell of the cemetery is quite putrid, but it's not completely unbearable. Belgriff then concentrates on what movements his body can make. He smiles, finding it quite peculiar that right now he isn't training, but in the middle of a real battle. Using his prosthetic leg as an axis, Belgriff spins and lashes his sword, beheading an undead. With minimal movement, the old adventurer leans back, letting a skeletal arm swing by him. Using the undead's momentum, Belgriff embeds his sword in its chest. Although his magical power is considerably below average, he can still feel the magic emitting from his body to his sword. He wasn't expecting to kill the undeads in a single strike, so he is quite surprised to see that his enemies are falling to his blade one after the other. I wonder, can this be applied to anything other than undead? However, as Belgriff murmurs to himself, another undead approaches and attacks from his back. But the decomposing body is slow and sluggish, nothing that Belgriff couldn't handle. A swift swing and its head goes flying. These movements don't burden his body too much, but he has yet to become fully accustomed to them. And that could leave him with a lot of openings if he's not careful. I really shouldn't think too much about it. I must sharpen my senses, he thinks to himself. Then, he squeezes the hilt of his sword and throws himself towards the nearest undead. His movements slowly grow faster, his instinct hone with each strike. His heart races and his adrenaline kicks into overdrive. How long has he last felt this feeling? This nostalgic feeling of battle? Belgriff can't help but smile childishly. Gradually, the combat begins to lean in favor of the adventurers, thanks to the intervention of the S-rank adventurer party. One by one, the number of enemies reduces. In this kind of situation, there are magical barriers that allow adventurers to finish off the undead in an instant. But for some reason, Elmer, who's supposed to take care of that, hasn't activated them. It was at this moment the old guild master comes running to the cemetery. He looks exhausted and is covered in sweat, but he manages to get to where Belgriff and the other adventurers are. We have a situation. The barriers won't activate. That black cloud is affecting it somehow, but I have no idea how. It's impossible to contain the situation, and if this goes on well, we will be fighting an inevitable losing battle. It interferes with barriers. What could that cloud possibly be? Belgriff looks up. Maybe it was due to the position of the sun, but the cloud seems less dark in this place. Does the density of the cloud vary from linking to place? Belgriff looks towards the Bordeaux mansion. In that direction, the clouds are much thicker and darker. I think it's coming from the west where Hazel is. Belgriff immediately has a bad feeling. If he remembered correctly, Hazel was the city governed by people who don't agree with the Bordeaux's policy. Tell me, Elmer, are all the adventurers here? Belgriff asks the guild master. Yes, most of them are gathered here. Of course there are others currently away on quests, but we have the garrison assisting us when they can. Residents are still being evacuated, and a small amount of the undead have also made an appearance in various parts of the city. Belgriff goes silent. A focused attack that requires all the adventurers and the garrison, and a cloud that blocks the containing barrier. It's quite convenient for just an outbreak of undead, isn't it? It's almost as if there's someone pulling the strings somewhere. But if that's the case then... Belgriff turns his head towards the black cloud over Bordeaux mansion in the distance. There may also be other objectives. Elmer nods, thinking hard over Belgriff's words. It is certainly unnatural also, it's quite peculiar that something like this happens without any warning. I'm going to the Bordeaux mansion, Belgriff says. For some reason, the clouds are thicker in that place. I have a bad feeling. Well, I suppose that's true. Elmer looks at the cemetery. Most of the adventurers seem tired from the long battle, but the girls are still fighting on the front line, remaining strong and maintaining their stamina. I'll go with you, Belgriff. If Lady Sasha and Lady Angeline are here, there's nothing to worry about. That would help a lot. In fact, I'm still not familiar with the streets of the city, says Belgriff with a humored smile. Apparently, some of the other adventurers were listening to Belgriff and offered their assistance. A few moments later, a small force storms towards the Bordeaux mansion. Umlaut. It took them completely by surprise. Most of the guards of the mansion had to go to the streets of the city, as the soldiers and adventurers were short-handed. The ground floor is full of undead, and with no escape, the feeling of hopelessness began to spread. With only a handful of guards, Ashcroft could barely do anything as the undead overwhelmed them at the entrance of the mansion, and forced them to the second floor. With the remaining guards, Ashcroft made a defensive formation. In front of the guards, there is a sea of undead. Behind them, Helvetica and Ceylon along with a few servants and escorts are hidden inside one of the rooms. The wounds Ashcroft had suffered in his battle with Angeline that same morning have yet to fully heal. Tired and still sustaining his injuries, there was little that he could do. And if that were not enough, among the ordinary undead there are some powerful high-ranking species. In addition, the unpleasant smell wasn't doing anyone favors. In a one-on-one fight, Ashcroft is quite confident in his abilities. But he was no adventurer, he has no experience fighting an undead horde. The guards do their best, but they slowly fall one after the other, and right now he's only got 10 comrades left. Ashcroft can only curse himself for the precarious situation they find themselves in. His own arrogance that morning placed him in this unfavorable situation. Damn, what kind of butler am I? I'm an idiot. He hadn't realized his pride had grown so much. As soon as he had begun to help with the development of the territory, his arrogance and ego had only grown. This was the result. He as a butler had sentenced his own master to her death because of his foolishness and petty ego. All that pride and self-esteem he had felt until that morning had been shattered into pieces. But he couldn't let his mind wander now. Right now he had to try his best to mend the situation. If he died while performing his duties, then let fate be so. We are servants of the Bordeaux family. Do not falter. Do not cower, says Ashcroft in a thunderous voice to lift the spirits of his comrades. For Lady Helvetica and Lady Ceylon, we stand our ground. The butler readies his sword. Although his sword technique cannot be compared to Sasha's, he can at least give her a worthy challenge. Even when injured, his skill with the blade was no joke. However, the number of undead does not decrease. If one is defeated, another appears in its place. Ashcroft's and the guards' movements are tiring, their stamina and morale depleting, as they try their best to maintain their position. One of the guards gives a hit-wrenching scream when one of the undead bites his neck. Ashcroft shivers and lunges, piercing the undead where it stands. He quickly checks for the guard and sees his body already no longer moving. Ashcroft's hand trembles. Is this retribution for my attitude? Murmurs Ashcroft. Would his ego bring death to his lord? No, he refused to let them pay for his mistake. As long as he lived, he will not fail his masters. Ashcroft fixes his glasses and regrips his blade with a renewed resolve. He prepares to create an escape route for Helvetica and Sasha. Then a loud rumble is heard behind the undead. It doesn't sound like more undeads. Cries and moans of undeads lingers through the air, followed shortly by battle cries, combat, and explosions. What is going on? The sound of battle is slowly approaching. The waves of undead are slain from behind. It takes a few seconds to release what he's looking at, but Ashcroft is astonished to see red hair amongst the sea of undead. Mr. Belgriff. Are you all right, Sir Ashcroft? Belgriff asks. He lets out a sigh of relief when he sees Ashcroft in one piece. Belgriff's hair was disheveled slightly, the few wounds he sports was exposed for the world to see, but Belgriff did his best to ignore them. Something quite difficult for a man his age who suffers from pains in his joints and muscles. Behind the retired adventurer, a magical explosion erupts, wiping out a group of undead. Elmer continues to pelt them with magic, incinerating undeads to ashes. Sir Ashcroft, are you all right? Where is Lady Helvetica? Asks Elmer upon seeing Ashcroft. In the back room. Why are you two here? I had a bad feeling. Well, it was more of a hunch. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Belgriff responds, laughing lightly. Seeing Belgriff's smiling face, Ashcroft's eyes waters. He doesn't know why he's crying, he wasn't the kind to cry. The feeling of shame pains his heart, and Ashcroft hangs his head while he sobs. Seeing him in this condition, Belgriff places a comforting hand on the butler's shoulder. It's all right to cry. But right now you must save your tears for afterwards. We need to evacuate everyone now. The butler nods slowly, wiping his tears with his sleeves. You're right. Ashcroft opens the door of a room and calls Helvetica and the others. Lady Helvetica, Lady Ceylon. The number of enemies has decreased. Now's the perfect opportunity to escape. Helvetica nods with a calm expression. Seelan seems a little scared, but when she sees Belgriff and Elmer, she relaxes. Everyone leaves the mansion while the remaining undead are eliminated. Elmer, a former AA rank adventurer, and the adventurers who accompany him have more experience dealing with magic beasts, so they can kill the undead more easily than the inexperienced guards. Belgriff assists as much as possible, despite the pain in his muscles. Outside, the sun is already setting over the horizon. The black clouds have become thicker, and the darkness has deepened. Elmer is forced to create a small sphere of light in his hand for everyone to even see where they're going. The guards and adventurers form a protective formation around Helvetica and Seelan and begin to advance. For now, we have to group up with the remaining forces, Belgriff tells Elmer as he searches the surroundings. Yes. I hope the battle at the cemetery is over, but Sir Belgriff, you seem a little agitated, are you all right? Belgriff smiles bitterly. It's sad to say, but I haven't moved my body this way in years. I think I pushed myself a bit far. I understand, I didn't mean to pry. Elmer apologizes, his expression becoming a little gloomy. Oh, no. Don't be like that. This is just the result of me being reckless. That doesn't exactly reassure me. Please don't push yourself too hard. Belgriff just laughs nervously. Beside them, Ashcroft gathers the courage to confront Belgriff. I injured my body this morning and could not perform my duty due to my incompetence, Ashcroft says solemnly. He looks downtrodden, but his voice remains strong. Mr. Belgriff, you're a great man. Please forgive me for being rude this morning. What are you saying? We made it on time because you held your ground. Ashcroft, you did well. You should be proud. Open quote. It's not a big deal, seriously. Ashcroft says, turning his face away bashfully, scratching his cheek. Suddenly a hand touches Ashcroft's head and stirs his hair. It's like Sir Belgriff said, you did well, Ash, says Helvetica with a gentle smile. Close quote. Those words are more than I deserve. Open quote. Seeing Ashcroft's tear up, Seelan smiles teasingly. I didn't know you were a crybaby, Ash. Ashcroft reddens instantly and slips his hand under his glasses to cover his face. Umlaut. At the back of the cemetery, one can see the presence of powerful magic. The number of the undead has finally diminished, and the situation seems to be under control. However, Angeline still feels like something was off. She scans the area and searches for her father. Just a few minutes ago, he was behind her, fighting the undead. Angeline was happy to have the opportunity to fight beside her father, but now, she can't find him. Has he been left behind? At that moment, someone in the vicinity screams and points upwards. Everyone present looks up at the sky. The black clouds covering the sky converge at a single point and descend to the ground, at the back of the cemetery. A warm breeze blows, cascading all the adventurers with a gentle breath. Angeline squints. She knows this feeling. She's felt it before, but where? When the clouds converge, the evening sky appears again. The sky is dyed light red, and then turns purple and ultramarine as it goes towards the zenith. And one can even see some bright stars. Under the beautiful sky, a dark sinister being stands. It was a shadowy-like creature. It's as if the darkness of the night had taken physical form. However, the shape is not defined and changes its appearance constantly, as if it were a viscous magic beastslam. Dust-like magic moves adrift and seems to penetrate people's skin. Angeline takes a deep breath and turns around, her eyes widening. Another demon king. But the feeling now is somewhat different from before. The appearance of the creature and the environment are similar, but that creature looks like an imitation. At that moment, Anessa and Miriam skid to a halt at Angeline's side. I felt magic being distorted. What's with the black bump? Which one? Oh, that looks like bad news. I think it's another demon king. When the girls heard Angeline's words, they immediately observed the black creature. The creature changes shape again and begins to move slowly, as if carefully feeling what is around it. A large number of tentacle-like limbs suddenly emerge from the main body, and with them, the creature begins to move like a spider. Then, the main body seems to tear in half, and from the two halves emerge huge and threatening fangs. Back home. After saying that, several magic beasts crawl out of its mouth. They are dark walkers, a superior species of wicked spirit. It's hard to see the magic beasts behind all the dust. The adventurers make a fuss, but Angeline raises her voice. We need light magic. Light everything up. Angeline's cry seems to reassure the sorcerers, who immediately start throwing spheres of light into the sky. The dark cemetery is completely illuminated, and the movements of the dark walkers become sluggish and weak. Now's our chance. Charge! Shouts Sasha as she raises her sword. The adventurers rally their battle cries and their weapons, charging forward. Ain, Miri, let them take care of the small fry. Angeline kicks off the floor without waiting for an answer. She speeds through the cemetery, weaving past the dark walkers until she reaches the black creature. Hand tight on the handle, she draws her sword in a devastating strike. The tentacles are easily cut, and when they fall to the ground they disperse into black smoke and disappear with the wind. It didn't struggle. What is going on? Says Angeline as her eyes narrow suspiciously. Hindered by her thoughts, Angeline fails to see one of the creature's tentacles strike her side. The young woman is flung into the air, but she manages to recover and land gracefully on her feet. The strike had a lot of power behind it, but there was no pain. Angeline brings her hand to her hip, but doesn't feel any wounds. They are not hard. The creature's limbs lash out once more and attempting to surround Angeline. But they didn't even come close to a problem for the black-haired Valkyrie. Angeline ducks under the first tentacle, bringing down her sword for a clean cut. She leaps over the next attack, parries another, not letting a single tentacle even touch her. Between her movements, she counterattacks when she can, slicing through tentacles tactically. But in every attack is like cutting fog. For some reason, she feels like the creature is making fun of her. You really think you can make fun of me? Hopping over the next tentacle, as soon as Angeline's feet touch the ground, she raises her sword again, and bursts towards the main body of the shadow creature. And as expected, Angeline's sword pierces the creature's body quite easily. But at the same time, the body seems to explode in a cloud of black smoke and envelops Angeline. Smoke enters her mouth and nose. Her shoulder, which should already be healed, starts to hurt again. Is this poison? Angeline attempts to kick off the ground, but she cannot move. It's as if the smoke had suddenly acquired mass and locked her in place. Angeline tries to struggle, but she feels her strength vanishing. She falls to her knees. At that moment, a sinister voice resounds in her head. This amethysim. Arg. She struggles to breathe, clawing at her chest. Her shoulders rise and fall quickly as she gasps for air, but with each breath Angeline inhales more of the black smoke. She feels a cold sweat race down her back, a burning pain erupts in her shoulder, and blood starts coming out of it. What the hell are you going on about? With a final roar, Angeline gathers all her remaining strength and rips away from the creature. Disorientated, she flies through the air and lands heavily on the ground. She skids a few more feet, her lungs grasping at the clean air. Angie. What happened? Vanessa and Miriam come running. However, the fog gathers together once more, forming the black creature. It brings down its tentacles, destroying the ground and blocking the path to Angeline. Angeline feels her limbs being latched onto, and finds herself being lifted into the air. Ugh. Ha. Angeline swings her sword with her remaining strength, and manages to cut some tentacles. However, more tentacles are replaced and they wrap around Angeline's body tightly. They move as if each of them had a mind of its own, and Angeline's skin ends up covered with goosebumps. The strange voice continues to scream in her head. This amethysim gobacom. It's like her own mind isn't hers anymore. A terrifying sensation of dread begins to swell up inside her. Was this it? In all her years as an adventurer, she had never felt this feeling before. It was scary, it frightened her, and before she knew it, tears began to run down her cheeks. I hate this. Lady Angeline. At that moment, Sasha swings her sword and rushes to Angeline's side. With one of her hands, she cuts the tentacles, and with the other she lifts Angeline over her shoulder. The voice in the head of the black-haired Valkyrie stops instantly, but she is not able to move her body as if she were paralyzed, but they both somehow manage to escape. Angeline breathes heavily and moans in disgust. I'm sorry Sasha, I wasn't ready for that. Lady Angeline, what the hell is that monster? Sasha asks as she lets Angeline off her shoulder. Upon seeing the creature take down an S-rank adventurer, the morale was slowly dying down amongst everyone. The impact of seeing this is too much, as the movements of the adventurers become insecure. Taking advantage of the confusion, the mouth in the black creature's torso reopens, and more dark walkers begin to emerge from within. The situation once more leans in favor of the magic beasts. More tentacles appear in the creature's body, and it begins to advance on the adventurers. The number of dark walkers have also increased, and the adventurers are forced to retreat. It was at this moment that the air trembles as if it was suddenly pulsating. The adventurers are taken aback and look around for the cause of the disturbance. A girl around 10 years old strolls through the crowd. Her long white hair blows back from the gentle breeze, and her unwavering crimson eyes pierce the creature with an expressionless stare. "Hey! It's dangerous. Come back." The girl turns to see the adventurers trying to stop her, and she smiles sweetly at them. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." At that moment, some dark walkers throw themselves at her. Some adventurers could only hold their breath, while others leap forward in hopes of reaching the girl. When everything seemed lost for the girl, she simply raises her right hand. The dark walkers are thrown into the air, before slamming back down into the ground. Everyone goes silent. Behold, a miracle of the great philosopher Solomon. In a moment, from the girl's body, a torrent of fearsome magic erupts from her body, heading towards the dark creature. The magical power starts to swell around the monster, gradually gaining momentum. In response to this, the black creature's body becomes black smoke and is propelled into the sky by the magic, dispersing high up. Like a chain reaction, the dark walkers also explode into dust. Every adventurer just stares at the girl, their jaws hanging low. No one understands what just happened. Was it really a miracle? It's like everyone just woke up from a long dream. Everyone. The danger is gone, says the girl sweetly, twirling around to greet the adventurers. Who are you? The girl smiles broadly and raises her hands up expressively. My name is Charlotte. I'm traveling to help save the world. At the same time, the sound of hooves and armor is heard. The adventurers raise their voices, bewildered and confused at the sight of the fat man on horseback. Count Malta. What is he doing in a place like this? The cold eyes of Count Malta look down on the adventurers until he finally notices Sasha. He approaches her on his horse and bows his head mockingly low. Well, but if it isn't the lovely Lady Sasha. It seems like you all were in quite the struggle. Count Malta, why are you here? Count Malta laughs with disdain. Why, it was barely the stroke of noon when my men saw strange clouds appeared from the west. According to what Miss Charlotte told me, the clouds contained magical power and was extremely dangerous. I had a bad feeling, so as any good man would do, I rushed here with my army. I'm glad I got here on time. He speaks politely, but the fact that he hadn't gotten off his horse and keeps looking at everyone from above, Sasha knows perfectly well what he's doing, but she can't accuse him with nothing. Apparently you were facing some evil spirits, but what happened to the barrier? Malta continues. The barrier was compromised and could not be activated. Oh no. How unfortunate. That means that even if all the adventurers got together, you'd be easily outnumbered. Well, I don't want to know what would have happened if we hadn't arrived on time. Could the Bordeaux family be too busy with political affairs to respond to such a critical situation as this? Sasha looks down with frustration when she hears Malta's mocking tone. Her hand twitches over her blade, eager to put him in his place. But she also knows that without him, they wouldn't have killed the magic beasts. If she adopts a despot attitude in this place, it would end up affecting the reputation of the Bordeaux family. Seeing Sasha unable to respond, Malta just snorts. Anyway, I'm glad you're safe, Lady Sasha. It would be nice if Lady Helvetica was safe too. My sister is in the mansion. It's far safer than this place. Oh, really? I had no idea. Sasha looks angrily at Malta, who smiles broadly as if he found that conversation quite amusing. However, his expression was off-putting. Sasha feels uneasy with a sudden desire to return home. At that moment, Angelin, who is still leaning on Sasha, smiles amusingly. Even though he's late, he does it with a haughty attitude as well. So Sasha, who's the pig? The smile on Malta's face disappears immediately. His face reddens, and he points his finger threateningly at Angelin. What did you just call me, you brat? People who arrive late and seek to steal all the credit from the adventurers are the worst, not to mention while being a jerk. In other words, you are the worst. When Count Malta hears Angelin's words, his face instantly blushes, and he begins to grind his teeth. But when he tries to talk back, Sasha's face lights up with an expression of relief. Big sis. Seelen. Malta abruptly stops and slowly turns around. His expression is that of someone who just saw a ghost. Helvetica, Seelen, Ashcroft and Belgriff have arrived at the cemetery. Helvetica smiles stoically as she nods to Count Malta. Thank you for coming to help us from so far away, Lord Malta. I, the Countess of Bordeaux, thank you. Yes, I was just performing my duties. Although Helvetica's lips are smiling, her eyes remain cold and calculating. She's looking at Malta with a penetrating gaze. Count Malta tries his best to maintain eye contact, but finds himself turning away. He begins to sweat. Then Ashcroft raises an eyebrow questioningly. Count Malta, is it not customary for a subordinate to get off their horse when talking to their superior? Count Malta panics, and stumbles off his horse and clumsily bows in front of Helvetica. Her smile widens slightly, and without paying more attention to him, she starts talking to the soldiers around. After the events of today, we don't know what else could happen tonight. The citizens are to stay out of this area until further notice. I'll ask all of you to take turns on the night watch. And to all adventurers, I thank you for your assistance. I implore that you get some well-deserved rest. The adventurers all sigh in relief and immediately head for the guild. Helvetica, on the other hand, turns to the Count, who was still bowing. Count Malta, I cannot welcome you properly because of this situation. But you didn't come all the way here for a cup of tea, did you? And since you brought so many soldiers, will they be able to help with the night watch? Count Malta doesn't say anything, and leaps at his horse and gallops away as soon as Helvetica stops talking. Charlotte quickly runs after him. Then Helvetica lets out a sigh. Apparently, my survival ended up ruining his plans. But sister, there is no evidence. You'll have to move carefully. I know, Seelen, come on then, we have to repair the mansion. Belgriff searches for Angeline and her friends. The adrenaline had died down by now, so the after effects and painful joints is starting to kick in. He quickly limps and hops his way through the crowd of adventurers, and when he finally finds her, he smiles. Then he sees her being supported by Sasha. Immediately Belgriff forgets all his pain as he rushes to his daughter's side. Angie. What's wrong? What happened? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Angeline smiles when she sees her father's worried face. I'm fine, but I don't have the strength to move anymore. So please, carry me. She reaches out with her hands, her face begging him to carry her. Really? That's good, I guess. Come here. Belgriff bending down so Angeline can get on his back. Cheering, Angeline leaps onto her father's back and embraces him in a warm hug. As she buries her face in Belgriff's hair, she remembers the feeling she had when she was wrapped in the black smoke. She frowns. No, I am myself, she mutters, shaking her head and pushing away the dark thoughts. Now that she's on Belgriff's back, it was time to rest. Angeline is at peace, and before she knows it, she ends up falling asleep. Chapter 25. It's within one of the second-floor rooms that a certain Count Malta was lost in thought. Due to the damages the Bordeaux mansion suffered from the magic beasts, the man was forced to reside in this miserable place. Not only were the main clientele of this inn adventurers, merchants, and travelers, the damn place was a pig's den in terms of standard. His current residence has only one bed, one table and a couple of chairs. There are no ornaments, no decorative furniture, not even a simple bed stand. Not to mention the excessive creaking from the damp floors from just walking. A hellhole like this wasn't appropriate for someone of Malta's prestige. Count Malta roars, griping the table in front of him and flipping it over. Empty bottles smash against the wooden floor. He turns to point at Charlotte, who is still sitting in her chair. Why is Helvetica still alive? He yells. His hands are shaking with fury, his cheeks steaming with heat. You had one job. Just one. And that was to make sure the skank was dead. Charlotte growls. She crosses her arms defensively. Don't you start yelling at me. How was I supposed to know there were adventurers at the mansion? You damn. Byaku calmly watches the argument between the two from across the room. Leaning against a wall, he yawns, slipping a hand into his pocket. Shut up, Malta, the boy says, his tone bored and emotionless. Or do you plan to yell your plan to the whole world? How dare you? Malta fumed. He storms across the room and pokes his finger at the boy. Do not forget your place, boy. You both work for me. I demand that you both show some respect. Do not forget my place, was it? Byaku asks curiously, placing his hand on the Count's shoulder. The boy's cold and calculating crimson eyes pierce into Malta's. Is that how nobles talk to their business partners? Malta freezes for what felt like an eternity. A cold shiver goes down his spine. Growling, he ignores the sensation, smacking Byaku's hand away. He was after all dealing with a child. Bah. What's the use of being allied with Solomon? Each and every one of you is useless. At his words, Charlotte's face grew stormy. It takes all her will to sit still and remain silent. Count Malta starts to pace back and forth. Sasha is incompetent when it comes to politics. Seelan is smart and has potential, but right now she is too naive. Neither of them can replace Helvetica. She just needed to die. It would have been so simple. The city in disarray, overrun and on the brink of being destroyed. Malta would save everyone and be welcomed as a hero. With poor Helvetica unfortunately killed by the magic beasts, the city would look to him for guidance. After that, he would benevolently give some power to his allies, and finally, the Bordeaux territory would be his. And if it was necessary, Seelan and Sasha could be taken care of afterward. Getting rid of political enemies was the norm among the nobles of the capital. If someone with power used the pretext of wanting to imprison or censor another person, well, accidents were bound to happen. But all his efforts were in vain. The nobles who support Malta cannot make their moves if Helvetica remains in power. Worst case scenario, after the news gets out of her survival, there's a possibility that his allies will turn on him and ally with the Bordeaux household. Count Malta curses aloud. Damn it all. This can't be happening. Not to me. You're incompetent, the lot of you. Byaku raises a questioning eyebrow. We advised you to wait patiently. Without those S-rank adventurers, our plan would have been successful. So may I ask, who is incompetent again? The Count's face turns so red that it looks like it's going to explode. He struggles to catch his breath, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Growling, the Count takes a bottle of wine by the door and chugs it down. Drops of the red liquid escape from the corner of his lips and trails down his neck. The fact that they have no choice but to cooperate with such a despicable man makes Byaku furious. It's not over yet, Charlotte says, everyone turning to face her. They stare at her like she grew another head, to which the girl just sighs. It'll all work out if we kill Helvetica, won't it? Malta pauses. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. That is true. It takes a while to click, but eventually, he sees what the girl is implying. He puts the bottle down, a grin slowly coming to life on his face. Wouldn't it be such a shame if Lady Helvetica is attacked again tonight? His eyes gleam. A mad grin threatens to split his face. Byaku looks at Malta with a cold expression. The boy was disgusted by the absolute greed of the man, much less his lack of ability to know when he is at fault. The boy lets Malta to his mad ramblings, leaving the room quietly. Charlotte follows suit. Outside, the inn is lively and noisy. The adventurers celebrate in the tavern on the first floor. I'll tell ya what. Those harmless-looking girls. They truly live to their reputation as S-rank all right. A chorus of cheers and agreements soar through the air. Damn right they are. So drink while you can, lads. Oh, and ladies, can't forget about them now, can oi? Stop throwing forks at me. I'm doing a speech here. Get off the stage, ya drunken idiot. A chorus of laughs erupt. Charlotte looks downtrodden as she listened from the shadow of the stairs. They should be talking about Solomon's miracle. Byaku halts. He turns around to look at the girl. It's useless to worry about that. These people have their own miracles and doctrines. You mean the Vienna doctrine? That's stupid. Charlotte grinds her teeth in annoyance. She remembers Helvetica's face clearly, despite only having a short glance. Who could forget the attention she commanded when she appeared? I hate all of them. The girl growls. Charlotte looks to Byaku, her eyes reflecting her will. We need to create a scene. I leave killing Helvetica to you, Byaku. Byaku closes his eyes without saying anything. Umlaut. The scene is almost unbearable. The carcasses of the undead, the strong odor of rottenness, and the fact that the corpses were originally human, do not help much when cleaning the mansion. However, the servants and guards of Bordeaux were resilient and good people. They cleaned up the remains of the undead, gathered the bodies of the fallen guards in a suitable place, and dedicated some prayers to them. They do all this in silence, in the span of one night. By now it was very late into the night. Helvetica and a few others are discussing some issues in another room. Angeline is fast asleep. The moment her body hits the bed, the room is filled with snores. Vanessa and Miriam brought a couple of chairs to the room to watch over their companions' rest. But the late night and the tiring events of the day soon catch up to the girls, as they soon found themselves in the land of dreams. Belgriff managed to recuperate in the same room. He lets out a sigh of relief. His whole body is sore, his joints creaking and muscles practically screaming at him to rest. Although it was an inevitable situation, he might have pushed himself just a bit too hard. If he decided to lay down in bed, he's sure his body will refuse to get back up. That's why he's also afraid to fall asleep. He's afraid that if he does, he won't wake up again. Belgriff instead opts to sit by the window, looking out into the peaceful night. The moon was beautiful in the sky, a gentle smile graces the old adventurer's lips. Then someone knocks on the door. The spell breaks for Belgriff as his head snaps to the bedroom door. "Come in." The door opens, and Ashcroft pokes his head in. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Belgriff." He quickly shuffles in, closing the door quietly. Ashcroft looks at the girls asleep in bed. "How's Angeline's condition?" "She's just asleep. She'll recover completely after a good night's rest. I'm glad to hear that you all fought to keep the Bordeaux territory safe. I can't thank you enough. You're giving us too much credit. The town adventurers also fought well." "No, Mr. Belgriff, you don't understand. If you hadn't returned to the mansion, Lady Helvetica, Lady Celan, everyone, we would all have." Ashcroft is unable to say it. The thought alone scares him. Belgriff realizes this and places a gentle hand on his shoulders. "It's all right. I was glad to help." The butler's eyes widen. He gazed upon the older man's peaceful expression, and a faint smile graces his lips. "Right," Ashcroft nods. He pulls out a small bottle and offers it to Belgriff. This is my way of saying thank you." This is an elixir from the elves. There isn't much, but it works very well on fatigue and wounds. It's even better than the healing potions from the capital." Elven elixirs weren't only just a rare sight everywhere. The price was almost unimaginable. Only a few high-ranking adventurers and nobles even know of its existence, let alone have seen one. Ashcroft had saved this elixir for a time of great crisis. Knowing the weight that the item carried, Belgriff shakes his head, clamping Ashcroft's hand closed. "Something like this is too costly. My wounds will heal with a little rest. Please save it for an emergency." "I can't. I would like you to have it. I don't think it's enough to thank you for everything you have done. But it's the most sincere way I can thank you." Belgriff stops and thinks. This item was too much for him, let alone as just a thank you gift. But with Ashcroft being so sincere, it would be spitting him in the face if he didn't accept his gift. "Is that so?" says Belgriff as he scratches his cheek. "Thank you, Sir Ashcroft. I'll be honored to accept your gift." Ashcroft's expression relaxes, and he lets out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He had feared that the old adventurer would refuse his gift. A smile of relief appears on the butler's face. Then he bows his head low and leaves the room. The room is quiet. Anessa and Miriam are completely asleep in bed. Angeline continues to snore loudly. Belgriff grabs the bottle and looks at the liquid it contains. It looks pretty thick, and with the bottle being blue, it was quite difficult to see its color. He opens the lid and smells the contents. The old adventurer expected the liquid to have a strong medicine-like smell, but is relieved to actually find it refreshing and somewhat nostalgic. Its aroma was like the pleasant smell of the forest, and just by the smell, Belgriff already feels his fatigue dying away. At that moment, Angeline begins to murmur in her sleep. Curious, Belgriff approaches the bed. Angeline tosses and turns, her face distorts like she was in pain. Belgriff slowly reaches out his hand and rests it at Angeline's forehead. No fever. Like a spell, Angeline's expression relaxes upon his touch. Belgriff looks at the elixir in his hand. This is a precious thing, but... Belgriff shakes his head. Gently he tilts the bottle and lets a drop of the elixir fall into Angeline's mouth. Her eyebrows furrow, and a moan escapes. Belgriff wonders if the elixir has a bitter taste, but the effect is immediate. His daughter's complexion improves visibly, and her expression relaxes completely. She soon buries herself in the quilts, like a cocoon. The effect is incredible. Thank you, Sir Ashcroft. Belgriff smiles, playfully ruffling Angeline's hair. I don't want to be bedridden either. Belgriff drops an elixir drop on the back of his hand. The liquid is amber in color, and its viscosity is similar to honey, but it is smoother than that. The old adventurer carries the back of his hand to his mouth and licks the drop. Contrary to what he imagined, the taste is insipid. But the delicate scent of grass reaches his nose. He immediately feels the pain and heaviness of his body disappear. It's as if the elixir travels through his body with each beat of his heart. The heat returns to his hands and feet, which until that moment have been very cold. A relieved sigh escapes the retired adventurer's lips. Ah, that feels great. Belgriff places the bottle on the table and leans completely on the chair and closes his eyes. It is as if the tiredness had waited for this moment. However, in a corner of his mind, there is something that has not yet calmed down. In this state of semi-consciousness, Belgriff slips into the world of dreams. It's incredibly comfortable. Umlaut. Sasha moves through the house without a sound. She throws on her brown cloak and secures her beloved sword tightly by her waist. The explicit orders from her sister were still clear and focused in her head. Keep an eye on Count Malta. The Count is said to be on the second floor of a common inn. There is no way that man will deign to participate in the night watch. Sasha has no intention of forgiving the rapacious man. He who hates the Bordeaux family and despises the common folk. She double-checks that her scabbard was tight and lets out a tired sigh. Her fingers hover around the hilt of her sword. I know I shouldn't kill him. But I could probably get away with breaking an arm or two or maybe three, right? Sasha thinks to herself. She pauses and tilts her head. Wait, he doesn't have 3 arms. She snorts and giggles quietly to herself. Remembering she was alone, she blushes and clears her throat before leaving the room. The Bordeaux mansion is a short distance from the city. The house itself is a building worthy of a nobleman, but its surroundings look like the land of hard-working farmers. With a lamp in one hand, Sasha arrives at the barn on the outskirts of the garden. She makes her way to her horse, gently patting it. It nudges its head into hers, and Sasha giggles. It doesn't take her long to slip the saddle on, securing it tightly. Higher she gallops the horse into the night, lighting her way with her lantern. Above Sasha, a cloud looms, slowly covering the moon and stars. Sasha rides quickly, getting a sinking feeling in her stomach that something was wrong. It was halfway on her journey she crosses paths with 2 people. Sasha reins in her horse immediately. Halt. With her lantern out, Sasha shines it on the 2 people, illuminating them. My name is Sasha Bordeaux. State your O. Pardon me. You are the one who vanquished those dark creatures earlier, aren't you? Charlotte courtesies, letting out an adorable smile. It's an honor to be remembered by someone like you, my lady. Sasha smiles and waves it off. There is no way I can forget the person who has helped us so much. If I may ask, what are you doing here so late? I thought I should visit Lady Helvetica. I overheard that the mansion was going to be attacked, and that worried me quite a bit. I hurried to come even though it was so late, Charlotte says innocently. Sasha pauses. She peers at the girl's companion, a boy roughly the same age as Charlotte. He was mostly hidden with his cloak, but he kept his head low and out of the light. I see, Sasha states. Well, there seems to be a mistake. I just left the mansion and can assure you that no attack will come tonight, Miss Charlotte, wasn't it? Yup. Right, Miss Charlotte, so I'm sorry to have wasted your night like this, but you may return to town now. I'm just on my way there myself and can accompany you if you wish. I'm sorry, Lady Sasha, I cannot do that. Charlotte shakes her head. There is still the possibility of an attack, so I must see Lady Helvetica. Sasha's eyes narrow. Why was the girl being so stubborn? Come to think of it, it's true that she's the one who killed the magic beasts. But it's also a little unusual that she so happened to be working for Count Malta. Sasha slips off her horse without breaking her friendly attitude. It's a welcomed offer. However, our people are still very busy, and we haven't finished cleaning the mansion. We are not in a position to be welcoming new guests. Don't worry. I'm a traveler, so I don't mind a little dirt. Sasha pauses. I'm sorry, but the prestige of our family is also at stake. Besides, it's not long before dawn, and it's been a very long and tiring night for everybody. I hope you understand. Smiling, Sasha's fingers subconsciously slip to her sword hilt. Perhaps this girl was even more dangerous than Count Malta. The girl's attitude and words are delicate and elegant, but it was far too buttery. Sasha may not be as intelligent or educated as Celan and Helvetica, but she has the intuition she has cultivated for years as an adventurer. She has seen her own share of fools that believe a few flowery words could get them anything they want. Actually, Miss Charlotte, Sasha says, pulling out her sword. I apologize, but I would like for both you and your companion to come with. But the moment Sasha draws her sword, a cold chill runs down her spine. Sasha's instincts scream at her to move. She rolls to the side just as a loud explosion is heard. The ground where the swordswoman was only a second ago was shattered and torn. Sasha's horse panics, turns around and flees at full speed. Byaku! Shouts Charlotte. That wasn't part of the plan. She wasn't falling for it, Byaku says simply, lowering his finger. I'll kill her quickly. Just keep out of it and we'll be on our way in no time. The hood on his head is thrown back, and the boy's raven black hair is out in the open for the world to see. The boy's gaze falls on Sasha, his intimidating red eyes hold her still. I ask that you stand down or I'll be forced to retaliate. Sasha demands, readying her sword. She sees Byaku points his finger at her, and she dives away once more. The place where she was once again shattered. She skids a couple of feet, gracefully rolling to her feet. Damn it. Have it your way. This wasn't a favorable situation for Sasha. She has seen Charlotte's power, and now she can't even see this boy's magic. That only left one option to possibly tip the scales. Sasha throws the lantern in her hand. Byaku simply raises his hand, and an invisible force bats it aside. The object shatters on the ground, and the surroundings immediately turn to darkness. A foggy breath escapes from Sasha's lips, her chest rising and falling in overdrive. Her heart pounds when she scans her dark surroundings. The swordswoman closes her eyes, taking calming deep breaths. She surrenders herself to her other senses, trusting it to guide her after years of honing and experience. At first, she can only hear the wind caressing the trees, the absolute dead silence of the night. But then she hears it. 2 sets of footsteps barely making a sound against the ground, one extremely nervous and shuffling, the other striding with confidence. Sasha feels the intense magical aura approaching. She breaks into a cold sweat, quietly regrouping her hold on her sword. She licks her lip and waits patiently. Her first strike cannot be rushed. It'll decide her next strike, the one after, and so on, ultimately deciding the fight. She raises her sword as the presence moves closer. Her body itches to lash out. Now. She kicks off the ground, lunging forward with a deadly strike. Her sword flies true, but at the last moment, something repels her attack. Despite not being able to see it, Sasha knows it is a magic bullet. The deflection had caused a ripple-like mirage, the telltale signs of the spell. Her eyes narrow, just starting to finally adjust to the night. Sasha swings her sword once more, once again feeling it being parried. She continues forward relentlessly, keeping her opponent on the defense. She can't have the boy go on the offensive without knowing what his capabilities are. She can't afford to be distracted for even a second, or she will die. The next time Sasha is blocked by the boy, she is sent reeling backward from the force. Falling to her knees, she crouches to catch her breath. She keeps her head down, sword loosely gripped for the boy to see. To Byaku, her guard was down. Just another step closer. Sasha grins triumphantly, grabbing a handful of dirt and throwing it into the boy's face, blinding him. Byaku mutters an inaudible curse. Sasha takes this opportunity to bursts forward. With all her strength, she'll finish this fight in one clean strike. I got you now. Sasha thinks triumphantly. But the sword stops in the air before it reaches Byaku's body. A golden geometric pattern erupts to life, shielding the boy protectively. Sasha's eyes widen. Wah! You think I'll fall to a petty trick like that? Byaku growls. Suddenly, Sasha is flung to the side like a ragdoll. The unexpected blow is so strong that it sends Sasha careening into the air. She crashes heavily into the ground, skidding a few meters. Arg! She cries out in pain, a solid crack sounding. A sharp pain screams from her left arm. Sasha peers at it, seeing it bent in an unnatural direction. It refuses to move. Groaning, she carefully rolls onto her back, taking in a sharp intake of breath. Near her, Sasha hears a set of footsteps stroll towards her. I have to get up. Her mind screams. Although her mind understands what she has to do, her body does not respond. Byaku appears above her and stomps his foot onto Sasha's right arm. The young woman screams and releases her blade. In the darkness, Sasha can feel the boy points his finger towards her head. Is this really the end? Sasha thinks, grinding her teeth. What an unfortunate mess I made. I've failed you, master. I'm sorry, my dear Seelen Helvetica. Goodbye, Lady Sasha. Sasha closes her eyes and a barrage of magic bullets erupt from the darkness. Byaku's eyes widen as he raises both his hands to disperse and deflect the oncoming attack. Sasha takes this opportunity to roll to her feet and dash away. Seeing her trying to flee, Byaku launches a magical attack in Sasha's direction, but she barely manages to duck, shattering the tree line behind her. Another flurry of magical bullets causes Byaku to curse and focus on defending once more. Lady Sasha. Sasha sees Ashcroft and Elmer come running along with a group of soldiers with lanterns in their hands. Elmer, why are you? She suddenly feels her legs give way, and for Ashcroft to catch her gently in his arms. Your horse returned to the mansion without you. I figured something was afoot, the butler quickly explains. He turns to the soldiers. You three. Take Lady Sasha back to the mansion as fast as possible, she needs medical attention. Watching his injured mistress struggle to stand made Ashcroft feel a deep boiling anger rise from within. Never before had he seen Sasha in such a state. A stormy gaze turns to stare down Byaku, who is emotionlessly matching his stare. You don't think you'll get away with this? Ashcroft kicks off from the ground, charging forward. Byaku steps back from the strike, but panics as the blade comes back a couple more times at faster speeds. The boy growls. Your presence is unwanted, butler. The boy flays his hands forward. Ashcroft doesn't know what struck him, but he feels a heavy blow to his gut, sending him sliding backward. He manages to keep upright, but a cough of blood slips out from his lips. Surprised, he continues to cough into his sleeve, his ribs groaning. Definitely a broken rib or two, Ashcroft curses. Careful, Guildmaster, he's more dangerous than he looks. I see, but how peculiar. I've never seen this kind of magic before, Elmer says with a puzzled expression. Seeing the old Guildmaster lost in thought, Byaku charges. Elmer quickly points a finger at him and sends a flurry of magic bullets, but the golden translucent geometric pattern appears once more. Byaku leaps into the air, raising his fist upon Elmer. If all you're going to do is cheap tricks, old man, you can just die. The Guildmaster raises a questioning eyebrow. Old age may be catching up to me, but I am far more than cheap. Elmer raises his hand into the sky. Instantly an intricate blue pattern comes to life. Byaku's fist collides with it, and an exploding shockwave erupts, shaking the earth. The barrier remains strong. Byaku leaps back. But Elmer doesn't give him time to rest. He sends another volley of magic bullets. The boy bats them aside and charges forward again. The old Guildmaster raises both his hands towards the sky, a ball of blue magic coming to life within his fingertips. He casts it at the charging boy, causing a massive explosion. Everyone is thrown back by the force, the surrounding trees shake from its power. The ground tears, throwing dust clouds into the air. Satisfied with his work, Elmer turns around. All right, it's been a long night. Let's get Lady Sasha bar. Elmer. Ashcroft yells. The Guildmaster spins around quickly and instantly creates the blue defensive spell, barely blocking Byaku's fist once more. Another shock wave erupts from the sheer force of the blow, but once again the spell remains strong. A maniacal gleam is in the boy's eyes. But what's more, his normal black hair has turned an ashen white. Young man, Elmer states. I advise you to stand down. Byaku ignores the Guildmaster's warning and continues to attack relentlessly. Punch after punch, each increasing with strength and power. Everyone watches as Elmer is soon forced to take a step back. Then another. The old Guildmaster breaks into a cold sweat as he is forced to his knees, his barrier cracking. With one final punch, the defensive spell shatters. Elmer is struck and sent flying, careening into Ashcroft, sending both men flying back. They both collapse, no longer moving. Sasha, Ashcroft, and Elmer are all well known for their skills and unmatched prowess throughout the Bordeaux territory. It's for this reason that the soldiers begin to panic when they see the three of them defeated by a single enemy. Byaku turns his maniacal glee to the soldiers. His red eyes reflect a madden flame. And so the fodder remains. I can't have you escaping from me now, can I? The boy says, casually strolling towards the soldiers. He suddenly falters slightly, shaking his head, trying to maintain his normal emotionless expression. No, I can't, I mustn't let it come out anymore. With a yell, his hair slowly starts to turn back to its original black color. The crazed smile has disappeared, and he goes back to his cold emotionless expression. Byaku's cold blood-red eyes, however, still continue to haunt the soldiers. The soldiers are rightfully scared, but they still raise their weapons with the intention of defending Sasha, ready to put their lives on the line for her. You idiots. Don't stand there. Run. Sasha yells with the last of her strength. She can only watch in helplessness as Byaku extends his finger at her. The landscape distorts like a mirage, and a huge mass of magical energy much larger than any from before hurls towards her. Sasha lowers her gaze, resigned and frightened. However, the impact never comes. Terrified, Sasha raises her gaze slowly, and in front of her, she sees a familiar sword. Angeline had arrived. Chapter 26. The magical attack was about to hit when Angeline had appeared in the nick of time. With a single kick, the girl had sent the attack careening into the sky. A powerful mass of magic had literally been punted into the horizon. Everyone just stares with their jaws dropped, speechless and stunned. Angeline herself looks like she had a rough night. She's got her hair messily tied up, but one can still see the evidence of bed hair. Dark shadows linger around her eyes, which were practically radiating with tiredness. The simple dress she had worn to sleep is full of creases and wrinkles. But that doesn't matter to her right now. So, I assume you're the one bullying my friends. Angeline's eyes narrow dangerously on the boy. Byaku's normal emotionless demeanor cracks a little, a tiny drop of cold sweat trickles down his face. I've seen you before. The girl shrugs. Yeah. I get that a lot. Byaku's eyes never leave Angeline's. He grinds his teeth. If I were you, I'll walk away and pretend I didn't see anything. Angeline's eyebrow raises questioningly. Then her gaze turns into a murderous glare. As if to provoke the boy, she performs a couple of practice swings with her sword. She gently prods at her shoulder wound, checking it before going into a quick set of stretches and squats. The girl seems satisfied with her body condition. You know, Angeline says, readying her blade. I think I'm going to fight. Byaku growls. He dashes back a safe distance and raises his arms. The panorama around Angeline distorts like a mirage. Angeline, his magic is invisible. Sasha yells. However, Angeline doesn't attempt to move at all. Although she looks like she barely had a wink of sleep, she wasn't an S rank for show. Her sword is a blur as it swings at the open air. The remnants of the magical attack split and fall to the ground, dispersing on contact. Everyone is silent. Angeline's figure blurs and disappears from view. Byaku blinks and suddenly finds the black-haired Valkyrie behind him. What? Angeline, with an indifferent expression, kicks Byaku just as he tries to raise his hands and launch another magical attack. The golden geometric pattern prevents a direct hit, but the force of the kick sends Byaku flying back. My condition is pretty good. How did I recover so quickly? Angeline thinks to herself. She remembers having a nightmare when she was asleep. Beyond all the darkness, there was a voice calling to her, lulling her in further. But the darkness of her dream began to take hold of her and tried to drag her into a much deeper, darker area. However, the warm sensation of a hand drove away the darkness. The nightmare disappeared completely and was replaced by the fragrant and nostalgic aroma of the forest. It was peaceful. But something had awakened her from her slumber. A terrible feeling tormented her until she could no longer bear it. It's as if something was calling her. So, she took her sword and ran out of the mansion. Angeline snapped out of her thoughts when she senses another build-up of magical power. She simply slices another spell with her sword. Do you mind? I'm trying to think. You think this is the time to daydream? Byaku growls. He stomps on the ground, a large burst of light erupts from him. Don't you dare underestimate me. Byaku's magic swells around him like a vortex of golden power to the epicenter. Golden third-dimensional shapes spin to life. Spheres, triangles, squares and other ecstatic complicated figures spin around the boy. The light flowed like a living liquid, squirming and moving and constantly changing form. The golden geometric patterns illuminate Byaku like a radiating beacon of light. Elmer stares in awe, hand shielding his eyes from the bright light. That's 3-dimensional patterns. Three-dimensional magic patterns are high-level magic spells. In order to perform them, several techniques must be applied simultaneously. The flow of magical power and the shape of the pattern must be maintained, as well as the constant increase of energy and a firm will of the conjurer. These spells are capable of acquiring mass, so they can be used to block swords and arrows, and can also be effective in attacking the enemy. By incorporating an automatic activation formula, the patterns can function as magical barriers and instantly defend the conjurer. And if this were not enough, Byaku is able to add formulas of invisibility. It is an extremely difficult task to use so many techniques at the same time and without any error. But if Angeline cared, she didn't show it. She knows that all she has to do is defeat the enemy in front of her, regardless of what fancy tricks they have up their sleeve. High-tier magic, is that all? Angeline mocks with a snort. Byaku throws his arm forward. Why don't you see for yourself? The three-dimensional pattern flies at Angeline, its deadly golden light radiating with power. Angeline swings her sword, dispersing it with a steady swing, but is shocked at the weight. The magical attack forces the girl to skid a couple of feet back. This new attack was a lot heavier than the magic bullets. Did his magic grow stronger when it became visible? More three-dimensional patterns burst out around Byaku. Its radiance made him seem like the sun. The three-dimensional patterns were planets that revolve around him. Angeline shakes her head, knowing now wasn't the time to be lost in thought. Her eyes narrow in on the boy's hands, watching them conduct the patterns around. Most mages tend to direct their magic through their hands, and if Angeline is able to observe the movement of the boy's arms, she can easily predict the direction of his attacks. She leaves a small crater when she kicks off the ground, charging straight at Byaku. Byaku raises his arms calmly, sending his magic forward. Angeline sidesteps and spins around the first pattern, barely scraping past it. Another flies towards her head, and she cuts it down with full force. The magic patterns attack Angeline one after the other, barely giving her second to relax. She dodges them all with minimal movements, and destroys the ones she can't dodge with her sword. However, when she thinks she has everything under control, a big impact strikes the back of her head. The adventurer's view is clouded for a few moments. Dazed, Angeline dashes a safe distance. She glares at the boy and steadies herself. Apparently, there are also patterns that can move without Byaku having to raise his arms. Byaku had tricked her into thinking that his attacks were linked to the movements of his arms. Angeline rubs the back of her neck. That was a dirty trick. Though to go through so much trouble, are you perhaps really weak? Byaku, as always, does not reflect any expression. However, the edges of his mouth or eyes twitch slightly. It is as if he is desperately trying to contain something. Angeline feels the pain at her nape disappear quickly. She's curious to her already recovered state, but is her body healing faster? What happened while Angeline was sleeping? It must be because of my daddy's care and love. Yes, it must be. Angeline was certain that it couldn't be anything else. She can already feel the power flowing through her body. It is not necessary for her to concentrate on other unnecessary ideas. All right, let's see what I can do then. Here we go. Angeline's figure distorts like a flame in the wind. A split second later, Byaku back caves in as Angeline buries her foot into his back. Gah! The attack was too fast, even for the automatic magic barrier. The air escapes from his lungs, and he feels a piercing pain in his chest. For the first time, Byaku's face reflects an actual expression of pain. Following her kick, Angeline smashes his temple with her sword hilt. Byaku's head flies back as his vision goes hazy. A world of pain erupts from his head. Distorted, Byaku stumbles back, blindly reaching out and grabbing Angeline's arm in a vice-like grip. That's enough dodging out of you. With a murderous glare, he swings his other arm down. The remaining magical patterns hone in on the adventurer. Seeing this, Angeline grabs Byaku and flings him to the side, diving for cover. The magic patterns collide with each other and create a huge hole in the ground. Byaku hits the ground and starts rolling away, but Angeline is hot on his heels. He tries to rise to his feet, but another solid kick sends Byaku skidding across the ground and into a tree. Gah! He falls to the ground, gasping for breath, his shoulder dislodged and hanging loosely. He tries once more to get up, but Angeline is already behind him, placing her foot on his back and pushing him back to the ground. If I were you, I'd stay on the ground, she growls. Her sword finds its way to his neck and rests there. Now tell me, who are you? What's your goal? Byaku spits on the ground. Who do you think you are, bitch? The blade presses slightly. I'm Angeline, daughter of the Red Ogre Belgriff. A daughter. A daughter. Ahahahahaha. Byaku starts to laugh. You dare make fun of me. A demonic voice rips from the boy's throat. Byaku's body starts to squirm as unsettling noises erupt. The dislocated bones of his shoulders snap back to their original position. Byaku throws Angeline off him. Several emotions swell in Byaku's face, and his eyes glow with madness. He slowly rises to his feet, baring his teeth like an unchained animal. Why are you here, you bitch? Angeline takes an unsteady step back. What happened to your voice? Byaku roars and leaps at the adventurer. His hands have turned jet black, sharp claws replacing fingers. Angeline raises her sword and blocks the attack. She slides back a couple of feet from the strike. What are you? Are you even human? Byaku doesn't answer and leaps again. His attacks are a blur to everyone, surpassing the speed of most seasoned adventurers. Angeline ducks another blow before dashing backward, but the attacks keep raining on relentlessly. Thankfully they are quite crude and predictable, like a berserker. She just needed an opening. Angeline sees her opportunity and batters the next strike with her arm. She gives a battle cry, swinging her sword with all her strength. The blade flashes quickly, already by Angeline's side. It takes a while, but soon Byaku starts yelling in pain. Gah! The boy grabs his chest. Angeline lifts up her leg, lashes out with a devastating kick to the boy's chin. Byaku's head is knocked backward and he topples onto his back. There is no blood on his clothes from the attack, but a black mist begins to rise from his wounds. Byaku's hair changes from black to white. Angeline pants heavily, pointing her sword at the downed boy. Her eyes narrow. What are you really? A new kind of magic beast? Angeline didn't know what kind of response she would get, but she certainly wasn't expecting Byaku to start giggling. He coughs and sucks in a deep breath. I'm the same as you, bitch. Angeline looks confused, and her grip on her sword loosens just a bit. Byaku puts his hand on his chest and closes his eyes. Suddenly, his figure distorts for a moment, and Angeline realizes her mistake. She raises her sword and brings it down on the boy. But by the time she strikes, Byaku has already disappeared. No, no. Goddamnit! She yells. She takes a couple of seconds to breathe. He escaped. At the same time, a dull rumble is heard in the distance. It's as if something had broken. Angeline looks towards the sound, as do the rest of the people. A threatening black cloud looms above the Bordeaux mansion. Umlaut. Daddy. Please take care of everything in here. Belgriff awoke to the sound of Angeline screaming. Hazy, he sees Angeline grab her sword and run out of the room. What? He asks, confusion lacing his voice. Anessa and Miriam also get up suddenly and immediately look for their weapons, a common habit among adventurers. Their expressions are still a bit sleepy. What's going on? Where's Angie? Belgriff looks at the elven elixir in his hand. He slips the small bottle into his pocket. He grabs the sword by his side and moves to open the window. A large dark cloud covers the night sky. The wind is warm, just like the one yesterday. When Belgriff looks at the garden, he can see Angeline sprinting to get somewhere. I have a bad feeling about this. The fight isn't over yet, is it? Belgriff turns to Anessa and Miriam. Let's go. I'm worried about Lady Helvetica. But Angie is. She already left. We, on the other hand, have to protect this mansion. The two girls look at each other, before nodding. After that, the three leave the room and head to Helvetica. On the way, Belgriff is surprised to see how easily he can move his body. The old adventurer is convinced that the elven elixirs are incredibly effective. The smell of rottenness is still perceived inside the mansion, but the remains of the undead have been removed, and all the windows have been opened for better air circulation. The guards continue to watch the mansion, while the servants clean up the remaining dirt. In a large room, Helvetica and Celan are discussing some affairs. Their escorts are located in front of the doors and windows. Hearing Belgriff and the girls rushing in, Helvetica lifts her face with a surprised expression. What's going on? A solemn look is on Belgriff's face. Lady Helvetica, there's a black cloud over the mansion again. There is a good chance that another attack will be coming soon. Hearing Belgriff's words, Helvetica lowers her gaze, letting out a tired sigh. I was right. Belgriff looks confused. What? The enemies are after my head. I should have expected them to not have the courtesy to wait until morning to claim it. Sister, Sasha is. I know. I believe I have made a grave mistake sending her out alone. Everyone knows Sasha's abilities, but at the moment no one knows what the resources and reach of their enemy are. Helvetica sent Sasha to keep an eye on Count Malta, but if he has a powerful escort, Helvetica needs her head, cursing at her recklessness. Was she too imprudent in trying to anticipate her enemy's movements? At that moment, the outside of the mansion becomes noisy. A servant bursts into the room. My lady. The undead, they have returned. They're already here. Helvetica curses. Her mind is racing, and her heart is panicking. She looks around the room, seeing everyone looking at her. At that moment she takes in a deep breath and slaps her cheeks. Now wasn't the time to panic. She was a countess, and right now everyone in the mansion was in danger. Nobody panic, we are in a delicate situation and mustn't waste a second, Helvetica says. She points at the servant. Notify whatever guards we have left, and gather everybody. The mansion is swarmed, and we must stick together. Thankfully, it is apparent that our enemy has also been impatient, so whatever forces they have would most definitely be limited. So I ask selfishly that everybody capable wear down their numbers. Anessa and Miriam step forward. We'll help. Yes. I still want to fight. Thank you very much. Helvetica says with a warm smile. And please, don't push yourselves too hard. The two girls nod and quickly leave the room. Belgriff also tries to leave, but Helvetica's hand grabs the hem of his clothes. Belgriff stops and turns to face the girl. What's wrong? Helvetica looks away nervously. Could you stay by my side, please? Sasha and Ash aren't here, and that makes me rather nervous. Helvetica's always gave off the aura of a worthy and righteous noble. Her maturity was well beyond her years, but right now her weak grip was trembling. Her whole body was quaking in fear. Belgriff's expression softens. I understand. I will protect you and everyone to the best of my ability. Thank you, Helvetica sighs. Seelan is also relieved and embraces Belgriff's other arm. Belgriff offers a smile before clearing his throat. It's best we move locations as soon as possible. Somewhere with a window to escape if necessary. The group soon consists of all the guards and servants of the mansion. At that moment, a lightning bolt illuminates the windows, and then an explosion is heard outside the mansion. Anessa and Miriam have just taken action. The number of undead is much lower than in the Battle of the Cemetery. If two AAA rank adventurers are in charge of eliminating them, then there shouldn't be any problems. Everybody move now. The large group moves to another room on the ground floor. Belgriff closes the door shut. However, the worrying thing is that the true identity of the culprit of these riots is still unknown to Helvetica. If Count Malta is the mind behind it all, it means that he is being supported by a magician who can perform necromancy. We should be safe here for a breather. Helvetica nods, and Seelan slumps onto the ground. Everyone else seems to relax. The older of the two sisters comforts the younger, assuring her that everything was going to be okay. Watching this, Belgriff thinks of Angeline. Where was she now? Was she all right? Was she caught up in this unruly attack? Belgriff sighs heavily, massaging his temple and shakes his head. He needs to focus right now. Next to him, the windows begin to shake. He peers curiously at it, looking at the two sisters from the corner of his eye. They don't seem to see anything, but there it was again. The windows shake once more, and this time the distinctive unpleasant scent of the undead begins to seep from the outside. Belgriff's eyes widen. Get away from the windows, shouts the old adventurer. Belgriff leaps forward and covers both girls just as the windows shatter. Black smoke rushes into the room. It rises to the ceiling, distorting with various shapes. The guards back up and form a line shielding everyone. Everyone out now. Belgriff shouts, pointing to a door. This way. Helvetica shouts, taking Seelan's hand and directing her towards the corridor. Belgriff holds the hilt of his sword tightly and turns towards the black smoke. He intends to cover everyone's retreat. The smoke begins to converge at a single point and descends to the ground. Little by little, it begins to take on a clear form. Suddenly, Belgriff's right leg begins to hurt. The wooden peg aches, silently screaming at him for some reason. A cold sweat breaks out on the old adventurer. Was he scared? Belgriff clenches his teeth, keeping his eyes fixed on the black smoke, and waits for the room to be empty. When Belgriff is the last one in the room, he finally slips out the door and into the corridor. Keep going. To the end of the corridor, he urges, dragging nearby furniture in front of the door. Everybody runs down the corridor. A few moments after they left the room, the door is blown to smithereens. Apparently, the smoke has finally taken a form. Lady Helvetica, Belgriff says, coming up beside the Countess. The undead should be manageable by Miss Ain and Miss Miri. I ask you to flee with everyone to their side. Yes, they can protect everyone. But what are you going to do, Sir Belgriff? I'll keep this monster busy until you escape. At that moment, the shadowy creature appears behind them down the corridor. It looks like a deformed spider, with tentacle-like legs and round torso. However, this creature is much smaller than the one that appeared in the cemetery. Lady Helvetica, we are wasting time, shouts Belgriff as he readily lifts his sword. But Lady Angeline would never forgive me if you die. Belgriff smiles and looks back. I won't die. That girl, I taught her everything there is to know about being an adventurer. I won't be able to look her in the eye if I'm defeated in a place like this. Helvetica's expression is filled with worry. She bites her lip and looks to everyone else. Helvetica seems hesitant for a moment, but finally recovers her composure. She looks back at Belgriff. All right, good luck. Belgriff nods. Helvetica turns back to everyone else. Everybody, we have to go. Seelan, hurry. Yes, sister. Seelan seems worried about Belgriff, but despite that, she runs after her sister. Belgriff lets out a sigh of relief. Then he looks dead ahead at the abomination before him. The shadow creature comes nearer, each step closer brings more pain to Belgriff's pegged leg. Regardless, Belgriff lifts his sword readily. All right. He lunges towards the shadowy creature, his blade arcing like a snake to its prey. The creature whips its tentacles forward in retaliation. Too slow. Before they could touch him, Belgriff's blade flashes silver and swiftly changes its arc, slicing through the tentacles, and they fall to the ground. Moments later, the severed limbs disperse into clouds of black smoke. Belgriff's body feels surprisingly light. Is it the effect of the elixir of the elves? His lost leg still hurts, but it is something he had long since gotten over. Right now, his senses are strangely sharp, it's as if he can read the movements of his enemy like a book. The creature squirms once more and attempts to strike the old adventurer once more, but Belgriff cuts the tentacles like a hot knife into butter. Perfectly balanced, every move was planned and performed to perfection after years of honing his sword technique. Every cut he moved closer to the core of the shadowy creature. In no time at all, he reaches the creature's torso. His feet come to a halt, but his sword continues to move as if it had a life of its own. After cutting all the tentacles with amazing ease, the creature falls to the ground. Then it dissipates into black smoke, making a strange noise. Is that it? This is somewhat anticlimactic. But perhaps for that very reason, the old adventurer senses that this is not yet over. However, he has no time to lose. Belgriff needs to meet with Helvetica, but when he slides the sword back into its sheath, he feels a presence behind him. When the old adventurer turns around, he sees a little girl. In front of him is Charlotte. Her face is distorted by anger, and her tiny fists tremble with fury. You are the girl with the Count, says Belgriff. The shadows on her face darkened, as a threatening rise in magical power radiates from the girl. Why does everyone stand in my way? Every one of you, shouts Charlotte as she slams her foot against the ground. Why do you do it? Why? Hey, calm down. Everything is all right, Belgriff says, offering a reassuring smile. He takes a careful step forward. You're not hurt, are you? It's dangerous to be here right now. Come with me and don't come any closer. Charlotte slaps Belgriff's arm away. Tears are welling up in the girl's eyes, and her power is threatening high. The black gem in the girl's ring begins to glow a sickly color. We were so close, we were so close. A wave of magical power erupts from Charlotte's body. This catches Belgriff off guard, and he drops his hand to the hilt of his sword without realizing it. Charlotte has a demented and sinister smile, slowly turning mad. She points her finger at Belgriff. Die. A powerful magic bullet shoots out. Belgriff raises his sword and pushes against it. It is terribly heavy, and without a proper leg to support his weight, Belgriff slowly is pushed back. He grits his teeth and finds himself sliding back. With a cry, he uses his remaining strength to push through the magic bullet with his blade, dispersing it. The second and third attack conjures around the mad girl, and both fire in rapid succession. Belgriff dives through a wooden door and into a nearby room, not having the strength to defend against the magic. The walls of the mansion explode behind him, sending splinters of wood everywhere. Another explosion happens right behind him, concaving the ground with a loud bang. Ha 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 ha. Charlotte laughs hysterically and more magic bullets fire rapidly around her. Die. 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 Belgriff can only dodge them. His surroundings continue to explode as he maneuvers away to the best of his ability. Every second could be his last if he's struck. Each magic bullet is followed almost instantaneously, each increasing with more power. Belgriff's hand falls to his sword hilt, looking for a prime opportunity to strike, but could he do it? Regardless of power, this was still a young girl. Suddenly, the magic bullets stop. Belgriff's eyes widen as he sees Charlotte's face take on an expression of fear. Her arm twists strangely at a weird angle. She screams and clutches it with her other hand. What is this? She cries out. The black gem in her ring suddenly swells, increasing in mass. The gem becomes a viscous liquid-like substance, wrapping around Charlotte's hand and squeezing it in a vice grip. Charlotte tries to shake off the black substance, but she is unable to do so. She starts screaming in fear. No. Not like this. Help me. Father. Mother. Belgriff quickly rushes to Charlotte's side. Her gaze is reflecting tears, her lips quavering. She fearfully reaches out with her other hand and desperately clings to Belgriff's sleeve. Please. Help me. Belgriff doesn't need to be told twice. Calm down. Belgriff booms in a thunderous voice, shutting up the crying girl. The old adventurer quietly looks at Charlotte's hand. The black substance is revolting and has consumed her hand up to her wrist. But the substance is constantly eating at the girl, and it was only a matter of time before it covers the entire arm. The old adventurer doesn't know what to do. His mind is racing with any solutions, calling back on his years as an adventurer. Should he cut off her hand? No. Charlotte is still quite young. She could suffer irreparable damage from the shock, or something much worse. Then a thought strikes him. Will that work? A crazy idea crosses Belgriff's mind, and he pulls the elixir out of his pocket. He unclogs the bottle and looks the girl in the eye. She seems fearful, but she doesn't question what the liquid is. So he pours a few drops into the black substance. As soon as the drops touch the black substance, it begins to convulse, almost as if it was suffering from terrible pain. Charlotte's eyes widen. Ah! She screams in pain. Belgriff quickly grabs Charlotte's thin arm, slipping his hand over the girl's hand while holding her. The black substance peels off easily and falls to the ground. As soon as it does, the old adventurer lets all the magical power flow from inside him to the blade of his sword and pierces through the substances and the floor. An explosion is heard throughout the entire mansion. Through the smoky clouds, the black substance dies away, wilting under Belgriff's blade. Both Charlotte and Belgriff watch on as it shivers, and very slowly melts and sizzles into nothing. Charlotte is stunned and falls to the ground, still shivering. Belgriff lets out a heavy sigh, not realizing he was holding his breath. Apparently, they have managed to emerge in one piece. Belgriff grabs at his sword and attempts to pull it out. He groans when it doesn't budge at first, but eventually, he does and sheathes it. He looks to Charlotte. Are you all right? Charlotte remains silent, but several tears stream down her cheeks. Then she wraps her arm around Belgriff's, clinging to him like a monkey. I was scared. I was so scared, she wails. Belgriff lets out another sigh. He subconsciously brings his hand to pat her on the head as she cries. Right now, Charlotte is behaving like any other girl her age. Why does a little girl have so much power? Belgriff thinks. While lost in thought, the air distorts and shimmers. Byaku appears before them in the destroyed corridor. The boy is full of wounds and bruises, obviously from a huge fight as he stumbles towards them. Charlotte sees him and releases her grip. Despite his obvious pain, the boy is still able to lift Charlotte's body off the floor with one arm. Who are you? Asks Belgriff. His eyes' curiosity observes the boy. Byaku doesn't say anything, instead remaining quiet. He looks over the old adventurer with a stoic expression. Charlotte pops her head up at the boy. Byaku, what happened? At first, he doesn't say anything. We have to go. Byaku hugs Charlotte tightly, the movement seems to cause her agony. Suddenly a sea of flames erupts around the two, cascading around them like a flowing wave. Charlotte looks at Belgriff with an afflicted expression. Thank you. Before the girl finishes talking, the fire disperses and the duo disappears, leaving Belgriff in the darkened corridor. Belgriff doesn't move for a few moments. Groaning, he reluctantly rose to his feet, then he hears footsteps approaching down the hall. When he turns around, someone jumps into his arms. Daddy. Oh, Angie. Are you okay? Yes, you're safe and sound too, Daddy. I knew you were all right, Angeline says with a cheerful smile as she buries her face into her father's chest. Umlaut. Even if it's close to dawn, Malta still hasn't heard a word on the whereabouts of Byaku or Charlotte. Perhaps this should be classified as another failure. The Count leaves the inn with haste, knowing it was best that he leave. He shouldn't have entrusted something like this to worthless children. If everything goes on like this, the Bordeaux family will no doubt catch him soon. He has to get out of the city and try again at a later date. Maybe he should meet the nobles of the eastern cities. A sinister smile arcs his lips. Across the street, the Count meets a troop of soldiers. The soldiers greet him and bow before the presence of Malta. Count, what are you doing in the street so late, or perhaps I should say early? The soldier chuckles at his own joke. Malta joins in the chuckling, trying to retain his innocent facade. I want to help keep the streets safe. After a devastating attack like that, I thought I should try and help wherever I can. As you can see, I've been patrolling a little. Oh, that's wonderful. You must be tired. It may not be high quality, but we know a place with good wine. How about we take a break? Malta considers it. There's no way he can leave town with the clothes he's wearing. He also has to go to the military station and find his soldiers. He also needs a horse. Besides, if he refuses this offer, they might suspect him. Who will believe him if he tries to remain clear and stay away from the commoners? All right, he says with a warm smile. Of course, I'll be glad to join you all. The soldiers smile and guide Count Malta through the streets to the military station. The sturdy building is made of stone, and outside, there are soldiers and adventurers who sit near the fire. All greet the Count warmly as he passes by. Apparently, these commoners still think that I eliminated the magic beasts, thinks Malta with a smile. They are all idiots. Once inside, a soldier leads the Count to a wooden door at the back of the building. Count, this way, please. It's a room for the exclusive use of our superiors. Aha. You humble me, Malta says, though his expression said otherwise. The soldier offers a smile, and Malta returns it and strolls into the room. But when the Count enters the room, his eyes widen with surprise. Helvetica is sitting on a wooden chair in the middle of the room surrounded by a group of soldiers. She waves a hello. Count Malta, I bid you welcome, she smiles. The door slams shut loudly behind Malta. The soldiers quickly rush to his side, seizing his arms in an iron grip. Malta's face is pale. Ah, Lady Helvetica. What a surprise to see you here. To what do I owe all this? He squirms. Helvetica's smile turns cold. The Count sees the sword hanging by her waist, and his stomach drops. It's a little late for that, isn't it, Malta? Helvetica says, dropping the honorifics. I wish you had led a quiet life in Hazel. What are you talking about, Lady Helvetica? Did I do something wrong? If so, I assure you there has been some mistake. You know well what you've done. Helvetica stands up and draws the sword by her waist. Seeing himself in front of a sharp blade, Malta's breath is shaken. Wait. If you kill me, your reputation will fall to the ground. What about evidence? Yes. That's right. You need evidence to accuse me of something. I have no evidence. For now, Helvetica admits regrettably. She sighs, her smile breaking. Malta sees his opportunity. Then this is stupid. Outright injustice. You can't do this to me. It's against morals and the obligation that nobles should uphold. Helvetica pauses. Then she shrugs, retaining her cold smile. I'll be able to prove it later anyway. Malta once again pales. Helvetica isn't finished though. But, if you tell me the names of your collaborators now, maybe you can keep your life. You will lose your territory though. Okay. Count Malta says. The names of each and every one of his collaborators slips out from his lips. I mean, why should he protect them when his life was on the line? With each name, a shadow of sadness and disappointment crosses Helvetica's face. That's it. That's all of them. We're even, right? In that case, I demand that you let me go. There's a loud silence that fills the room. Everyone looks at each other, and Malta feels nervous. Helvetica tilts her head in confusion. She looks at the soldiers around her, holding her hand in front of her mouth in a mocking fake whisper. Did I say I'd let him go? No, you didn't. Maybe he misunderstood. I didn't hear anything. Count Malta is in shock, but when he realizes that he has been deceived, his face turns red. You bitch. Skank. Harlot. You tricked me. You lied to me. Helvetica smiles, not bothering to take the insults. But her eyes still remain very cold. I must thank you, Malta, she says reluctantly. Now I understand what my indulgence has allowed. Thanks to you I have learned quite a bit. What? You damned brat. Do you think you can do something like this to me? I'm a nobleman. I'm a nobleman from the capital. My blood is not the same as yours. My blood is different. Oh, thank the gods. It disgusts me just thinking that my blood is the same as yours. Helvetica slowly approaches the count. The soldiers holding Count Malta move away quickly. Helvetica raises her sword. Now if you excuse me, Count Malta, some pigs must be slaughtered. The sword falls and the room becomes silent. Helvetica wipes the blade with a handkerchief, making sure to scrub it properly. She blows on it once, before sheathing it and throwing it to a soldier. Take him to the outskirts of the city. The brave Count Malta protected the territory from outlaws, but unfortunately he lost his life in the process, Helvetica says with a heavy sigh. Yes, ma'am. The soldiers leave through the back of the building. Helvetica slowly follows suit, stopping outside. She lets out another sigh of relief and shivers. It's been a long night indeed. Towards the now rising horizon, the eastern sky has finally cleared. Chapter 27. It's as if yesterday's black cloud had never been there. The sky is clear. The wind carries the warmth of spring and is pleasant to the touch on skin. The soft grass grows unaltered, while several insects and small animals run from one place to the other, busy with their own affairs. A black kite flies in circles in the sky. Charlotte stands motionless in the sunlight and looks intently at the bird's flight, admiring its beauty and wings. Her beautiful white hair disheveled and clothes are dirty due to last night's turmoil. In the end I couldn't even thank him properly, she mutters. Does it matter? Byaku was sitting in the tree's shade. His clothes are shredded and torn, his wounds already beginning to show signs of healing. However, every time the wind picks up, the scar on his shoulder aches in pain, and he hisses just a bit. Charlotte lets out a sigh and plops down next to Byaku. She places her head in the boy's lap and inspects her right hand. The rings on her fingers have noticeably lost their gems. She has no more magic power. I've lost Samagina's ring, what should I do now? I've no idea, Byaku says honestly. What do you want to do now, Your Holiness? Stop calling me that. It was nothing more than a false identity. What about your revenge against the Vienna church? Was that false too? Of course not. I still despise them. That will never change, but I don't know if this is the best way to do it anymore, Charlotte thinks, unable to say it. Charlotte had been the daughter of a certain Cardinal of Lucretia. She was raised in a loving and happy home. Her family devoted their lives to the Vienna doctrine, and fervently believed that all the blessings in their lives came from the chief of the gods. But when she turned 8, someone had accused them of being heretics. Lucretia was in a dire state of fierce political battles between all the cardinals of the Vienna church, and her father just so happened to be in the middle of it all. But heresy was not proven by a person's crimes or actions. Even the gods could do little against the influence that money and power had against mankind. Charlotte's home was investigated by the Inquisition. Her family was arrested and charged with heresy of the highest order. They used the fact that Charlotte was an albino as a pretext, that her body had too much magical power and was blasphemous. Maybe if things had been different, she would have been raised and trained as a sacred priestess. Charlotte fell into despair. The further she fell, the more her hate of the Vienna church grew. What kind of religious order would condemn innocent people on false charges? She prayed, and she prayed. Every day and every night she prayed for the chief of the gods to help them, to save everyone wrongly charged. But nothing happened. Charlotte began to resent Vienna herself. Her family was found guilty of heresy. The nobles that once supported them turned their backs. The friendly and welcoming clergymen began to spit and call them traitors to their faces. She hated them all. Although other countries are more indulgent, heretics are despised in Lucretia. If a cleric was condemned as a heretic, he was considered an opponent of the chief of the gods, and only he received the death penalty. But Charlotte's father was a cardinal of the church. Her entire family was sentenced to be executed. With nothing to lose, Charlotte's parents did everything in their power for her to escape. And one fateful night, Charlotte managed to escape. She left behind the only people that ever loved her. Never before had the young girl done anything so painful. Her days became miserable, her daily life was a struggle. She had to eat out of the garbage and wear dirty, ragged cloths. Scoundrels would try to take advantage of her on a regular basis. When she lived with her family, she never had to go through any difficulties. But during her agonizing and lonely journey through the slums, there were times when she simply wished not to wake up anymore. But the memory of her parents gave her strength. And that's when she met a man. This man told her about the great philosopher Solomon. Solomon, in the company of all his demon kings, came close to conquering and ruling the whole continent. The man told Charlotte that she could become one of Solomon's priestesses. With your power, we can save everyone from the Church of Vienna. No one will have to suffer again, and you, my girl, can take revenge on those who betrayed you. Wouldn't that be nice? Charlotte was fascinated. As a priestess of Solomon, she could help and heal those accused and persecuted by the church. The girl looked at the man with an expression that reflected all the anguish and suffering she had experienced during that time, and she willingly placed her hand in his. Then for 2 years, she traveled through the empire of Rhodesia alongside her newly assigned servant, Byaku. With her captivating charm and the gift of the word with which she was born with, Charlotte easily spread Solomon's story through the slums and territories ruled by corrupt nobles. In addition, with the Samogina ring that the man had given her, she was able to perform miracles to attract the attention and funding of greedy nobles. The plan was to rescue the victims of the Vienna doctrine in the Rhodesian Empire, and then send them to Lucretia. But now she's not sure if this is the right thing to do. Ever since last night, it was as if the dark morbid rain had finally cleared for her. She could see where she had been headed and rightfully feared its outcome. His hand was warm. Charlotte reminiscence about Belgriff, bringing her hand to her head. Her father had also lovingly patted her on the head. Truthfully, she will never forgive the nobles and clerics of Lucretia, but could she possibly not want revenge? And instead to once more feel the warmth that only a parent can provide. Maybe, just maybe, it was because Charlotte has long given up on feeling that warmth that she became obsessed with seeking revenge. Byaku is lying on his back. Did you fall in love with that old man or something? Charlotte snaps out of her thoughts. Gar. What are you talking about? That's so silly and stupid. I was just thinking about him patting my head and how it reminded me of my father. Your father, right? Byaku mocks, rolling his eyes. Charlotte growls and shakes her head. She takes in a couple of breaths. The girl pauses and lets the gentle breeze embrace her small figure. Byaku? Charlotte shyly asks. What is it now? What if I said I don't want revenge anymore? Would you still be by my side? Byaku doesn't say anything. With a deep breath, he closes his eyes. I am your loyal servant. I'll always do whatever you ask of me. Thank you, Charlotte says, as her eyes start to water. Byaku sighs and gently brushes back Charlotte's beautiful hair. The girl buries her face further into the boy's leg and quietly cries. Umlaut. I was quite careless, master. It seems that I, Sasha Bordeaux, need more rigorous training. Ha ha ha. Ouch. Sasha cries out in pain as she tries to raise her casted left arm. Seelan quickly approaches her sister and massages her shoulder. Sasha, it's a serious injury, you must rest. It's hard not to move, Sasha complains, flopping back onto the bed as she pouts. The mansion is utterly destroyed, but at least everyone inside that intact room can laugh aloud. At dawn, the work of cleaning the Bordeaux mansion and the village began. It's a sunny and refreshing spring day. It's as if the bloody battles of the previous night had never happened. However, when the body of Count Malta was discovered on the outskirts of the city, a great commotion ensued. Several people were surprised to find that he was suffering from sword wounds, and not that of the undead. It was then that rumors about Count Malta started emerging. About how he went out to patrol the streets on his own, met a group of outlaws and fought them on his own. The Count managed to defeat them, but unfortunately at the cost of his own life. The citizens ended up accepting this story that Helvetica had spread. Count Malta wore fancy clothes and besides, he was a nobleman, so it was highly possible that outlaws wanted to rob him. After all, there are always evil people hidden in the shadows. Those who did not like Count Malta described it as an unfortunate accident, but those who supported him in his anti-Bordeaux movement lost their will, and the coalition they had formed ended up collapsing. No matter how you looked at it, Count Malta's body was a message from Helvetica to those who wanted to overthrow her. But despite knowing this last fact, none of the opponents dare to go against her. As one would expect, Helvetica's power inside the Bordeaux territory is immeasurable. No one would believe the story of sweet Helvetica ordering Malta's death. Moreover, the other nobles were at risk of earning the people's resentment if a word were to get out of their wrongdoings. So when Helvetica summoned them to her territory, none of the nobles had the courage to look Helvetica in the eye. All of them accepted their punishment obediently. Some were confined to house arrest, others had to pay exorbitant fines. In the end, all of them had to swear allegiance to the Bordeaux household. Because of the fight between Belgrif and Charlotte, the mansion is in a terrible state. It'll take a long time to fix it all. Because of this unexpected conflict, repairs on the road to Tornella cannot be carried out for now, and will be moved back to a later date. Belgrif and the girls had no objection. Ever since the morning after, Angeline's been in perfect shape. She can't stay still, her body is brimming with energy. She's running in the garden with Inessa and Miriam, running rings around them and picking up dust with her speed, laughing the whole way. Belgrif looks from the window of Sasha's room. He is also full of energy to the point he can't sit still, his legs yearning to join his daughter in running around. He looks at the elixir in his hand. It's almost gone, with only a few drops left. You have received serious injuries, Lady Sasha. I could give you some of the elixir I received from Sir Ashcroft. Of course not, Master. That medicine was a gift to you. Besides, your concern is unnecessary, because I will heal in no time at all. Ha, I see. Mr. Belgrif, have you by chance already used the elixir? Ashcroft asks while Belgrif keeps laughing. Yes, I'm sorry. I used a drop on Angeline, one on me and one on well anyway, now there are only a few drops left. A drop? Ashcroft says, his jaw dropping. You didn't dilute it. Belgrif deadpans. No. Ashcroft's lips trembled noticeably. Well, I suppose I forgot to mention it, but it's common to, dilute the elixir heavily with water before using it. What? I thought you knew. No, I had no idea. Well, elven elixirs, compared to the everyday healing potion, is highly concentrated. Generally, you should dilute it several times in water, depending on its use, and then slowly spread it over the body. The side effects of consuming elven elixir directly is a possible state of uneasiness, and Ashcroft pauses as he looks at Belgrif's leg hopping up and down. A constant need to move. He looks out the window to see Angeline racing about, not showing signs of fatigue like her friends. He pales. It's even possible to lose control of one's own body and sense. In short, Angeline and Belgrif are in a state where they do not need to rest, and where their body does not consume energy to move or recover. Belgrif now understands why he feels so energized, although he also feels a little embarrassed. At the end of the day, I am just an E-rank adventurer, there are still many items I don't know, Belgrif thinks as he blushes. Haha. As expected of my master. Always going big. Ouch. Stop moving about, Sasha. Yells Celan. Haha, sorry. Ashcroft smiles wryly. Belgrif scratches his beard with a serious expression. And even though right now his mind is clear and his body doesn't hurt, it's to be expected that their healing process had been so fast. It is also true that he has a strange feeling every time he moves his arms, it almost as if his body was moving on pure instinct. It is frightening to think that this feeling will continue even after the effects of the elixir disappear. It is possible that his senses have been permanently changed. At the moment, it may be best to refrain from trying too hard just because his body feels better. If he continues to drink it, the effect will last longer. But the elven elixir is not something that can be easily obtained. At that moment Helvetica and Elmer enter the room. "How are you, Sasha?" Well as one might expect. Helvetica giggles. "I'm glad to see you're feeling better, everyone. Let's have lunch. I think the garden is in better condition than the dining room, don't you agree?" "I agree. The weather is wonderful," Seelan says cheerfully. Sasha practically leaps out of bed. "All right. Ouch. Lady Sasha, please don't push yourself too hard." Ashcroft rushes to support Sasha, who is about to fall. Elmer approaches Belgriff after the others leave the room. "Sir Belgriff, thank you for all your hard work. Because of all of you, the damage was able to be contained. I, the Guildmaster of Bordeaux, thank you from the bottom of my heart." "You're exaggerating. I only did the best I could." "No. I was able to understand it when we fought together. Your swordsmanship is not a common sight. I was able to see the Red Ogre in all his glory." "Haha, this is kind of awkward." Belgriff smiles wryly. He's still not sure he deserves that nickname. "How long will you stay in Bordeaux?" asks Elmer with a smile. Let's see, I finished my quest, so I was thinking of helping a little with the cleaning process before I return home. Maybe I'll stay 2 or 3 more days." "I see, Sir Belgriff, if you don't mind, could you join the Bordeaux Guild? With your swordsmanship, no one will complain even if you get special treatment. What's more, it could be something beneficial for the young adventurers." "Haha, you must be joking. I'm too old for that. Besides, rural life is more suited for me. I appreciate the invitation, but I'm afraid I have to turn it down." "Is that so?" Elmer asks, shaking his head. "It's a shame, but it can't be helped. I too took the office job because I thought it was more appropriate for me. I wouldn't want to force someone to change their lifestyle." Elmer offers a smile to Belgriff. Belgriff smiles too. "I can't say the idea of adventuring isn't intriguing to me," thinks Belgriff, looking out the window at Angeline. "But I don't think that's where my heart lies anymore." Umlaut. In the days that follow, Belgriff and the girls help clean up the mansion and the city, stroll through the streets, and talk to the soldiers of the territory. Sasha is peeved that she can't participate because of her injury, but she manages to force Ashcroft to participate in the tasks. Belgriff feels somewhat uncomfortable as he is treated like a hero, but Angeline seems used to that. It's a little embarrassing that the daughter is more comfortable in this situation than the father. The days in the Bordeaux territory are peaceful, but it's a very different atmosphere to the one in Tornella. It was time for Belgriff to return home. He's a little tired, and there were so many things he was worried about. The fields being one. The young children will most likely be taking advantage of the situation and enter the forest without supervision. It's sad to have to say goodbye to Angeline and the girls, but they must go their own way. And, of course, it's not a definitive farewell. However, after Angeline finds out that her father will leave soon, she does not detach herself from his side. When Belgriff prepares everything for his return, Angeline latches onto him from behind and buries her head against her father's back. This situation makes Belgriff sigh a lot during the day, but he enjoys the love his daughter is expressing. "Angie." "Yes, Daddy?" "What are you doing?" "I'm filling my daddy's supply." "Daddy's supply? What does that mean?" "It's a source of power that fills me with energy." "Really?" Belgriff doesn't understand anything, but as long as his daughter's happy, then it's okay. At least Angeline's not demanding to go back with him. Seeing the wry smile on Belgriff's face, Miriam approaches them. "Hey, I also want to refill my Mr. Bell's supply." "But Ms. Miri, the preparations for the trip." The effect of the elixir has finally passed, and that strange sensation that the old adventurer felt when he moved has also disappeared. Fortunately, the pain in the muscles and joints did not return. Thanks to this, Belgriff does not feel any pain when Miriam pretty much tackles him. However, he can't finish his preparations for the trip, which is somewhat troublesome. Vanessa looks at that scene with an exasperated look. "You too, Mr. Belgriff must prepare for his trip to Tornella. Not to mention we have our trip to Orphan too." Angeline sniggered. "You are just jealous." Miriam looks down on Anessa. "You should be more honest with yourself, Ain." "What?" screams Anessa as her face turns red. Angeline and Miriam smile broadly. "It's like Ms. Ain says. Do you have everything ready? Asks Belgriff with a sigh. I didn't bring luggage from the beginning. Light travel is common among adventurers, Mr. Bell. They're right. I'm no match for active adventurers, Belgriff thinks as he scratches his head. Still, he must prepare his stuff. Fortunately, Belgriff didn't bring much equipment either. He brought a few changes of clothes and other essentials. Unfortunately, he's bought a few other things in the Bordeaux territory. A lot, actually. Bordeaux is a great city, and merchants come from everywhere with their exotic merchandise. Belgriff bought bags of sugar and salt. He also bought spices, distilled alcohol to keep himself warm, and a kitchen utensil made of high-quality iron. None of these things can be found in Tornella, and Belgriff ended up buying some of them, thanks to a very insistent merchant. In short, Belgriff has quite a few souvenirs. There is not much trade in Tornella, so Belgriff is not used to shopping. I can't blame Angie anymore, Belgriff says with a smile as he remembers how his daughter returned to Tornella with a carriage full of souvenirs. Father and daughter are similar in the strangest habits. Belgriff receives the horse and carriage that Angeline and the girls used on their trip. They can reach Orphan easily because they are traveling light. In addition, they have no use for the horse and carriage back in Orphan, and very soon the road to Tornella will become more active. The carriage is loaded and ready to go. And to think I came here just to deliver a letter, Belgriff thinks, finding the situation a bit amusing. Thanks to the fact that preparations began at dawn, there is still time before noon. If Belgriff leaves now, it's possible he'll reach the next village before nightfall. He doesn't mind camping, but the nights are going to be cold. Well, everything's ready. Belgriff raises his arms and makes sure the reins are firm. Angeline and the girls have also finished their preparations and get up to say goodbye to Belgriff. Sasha is also there, leaning on Seelan's shoulder. Helvetica and Ashcroft are not present as they are occupied with the affairs of the territory, and Elmer had to return to the guild. Master, I'm sorry I couldn't train more with you. But next time I'll definitely make you proud, Sasha says, a sad smile on her face. Belgriff warmly chuckles. Make sure you get better first, Lady Sasha. Sir Belgriff is right, Sister Seelan gently pats Sasha on the shoulders. The youngest of the sisters turns to the retired adventurer and bows respectfully. Sir Belgriff, thank you so much for helping us. I hope you visit Bordeaux again. We'll welcome you with open arms. Thank you, Lady Seelan. I'll definitely visit you if I get the chance. Belgriff's gaze falls over Angeline, who looks to be on the verge of tears. Sniffing, she leaps onto the carriage and embraces Belgriff tightly. She buries her face in her father's chest, breathing in his scent once more. Belgriff caresses Angeline's head with a wry smile. There. You're as spoiled as ever, Angie. Angeline looks up and looks Belgriff in the eye. Then a look of vigor lights the flames in her gaze. All right. I've decided. I'll do my best to work hard, and I'll be back in autumn. Isn't that too soon? It's fine. I want to taste your food when I get back, okay? After saying that, she turns to see Miriam and Anessa. They both nod in agreement. It was a short time, but I had a lot of fun. I'll go play again. Belgriff smiles tenderly at them. He leans forward and ruffles both of their heads playfully. You two, our home is now your home. I'll be waiting for you. It takes a while for it to sink in. When it does, the girls redden in embarrassment, their faces heating up. In the distance, the sound of feet sprinting across the ground can be heard. When Belgriff looks up, he sees Helvetica running down the street. When Helvetica arrives at the carriage, she leans on Belgriff's knee, panting heavily and riddled with sweat. Good, I arrived on time. Lady Helvetica. I thought you were busy. What are you talking about? My reputation would be ruined if I can't even see our benefactor off, Helvetica says with a smile. She takes in a couple of deep breaths. Please visit us again, I'll be waiting for you. The old adventurer smiles and bows respectfully. I'll be honored, Lady Helvetica. After saying that, Belgriff senses a sweet, fragrant aroma. It takes a while for it to process, but he feels something soft plant itself on his cheek. His eyes widened like dinner plates, bringing his hand to his cheek. Helvetica laughs mischievously when she sees Belgriff's expression, and then puts her finger playfully on her lips. This time was on your cheek, I wonder where the next time will be. Please don't tease me too much. Belgriff scratches his head with a shy expression. He feels someone yank his collar hard. Belgriff comes face to face with a pouting Angeline. Daddy. Yes, Angie. So you like mature women? Belgriff begins to sweat. What are you saying? The situation has become a tiny bit complicated. Angeline glares at Helvetica, but the Countess just laughs cheekily. Anessa and Miriam have flushed cheeks and are laughing out loud. Belgriff just shakes his head. My, I think it's time I left now. Angeline hugs Belgriff one last time. Belgriff ruffles Angeline's head and she gets off the carriage. Then Belgriff pulls the reins and the horse starts moving down the trail. Have a safe trip, Daddy. Angeline shouts from behind. See you soon. Have a nice trip. Miriam and Anessa also raise their voices. So this is where we have to go our separate ways again, huh? Thinks Belgriff with a solemn smile. He turns back around. Take care. All of you. The carriage moves steadily down the trail back to Tornella. The sky is a vibrant blue, and the breeze gently caresses the skin. The fields of grass dance to the wind, the fresh smell sends a shiver of bliss through Belgriff. It was peaceful.